Uh, Good morning. Good morning. I'm Matt Fruman, Ward 3 Council Member and Chairperson of the Committee on Human Services. Today is Friday, February 20th, 2026. We are meeting in room 123 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. The time is now 9:36 a.m. Today, we are conducting a performance oversight hearing on the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, or DMPED. DMPED assists the mayor in planning and execution of programs, policies, and proposals related to economic development in the District of Columbia. DMPED's mission is to execute the district's economic development priorities. This includes managing the city's portfolio of real estate development projects, workforce development, and growing areas of the district's tax base. Additionally, DMPED oversees over a dozen aligned agencies, all involved in the growth and reinforcement of DC's vibrancy and role as the nation's capital. DMPED coordinates how the district markets itself to job creators and leads district development, attraction, and retention efforts. The office works to achieve its mission by focusing on outreach to the business community and neighborhood stakeholders, and by forging partnerships between government, business, institutions, and communities to foster economic growth for residents of the District of Columbia. As an aside, one of the more notable projects currently under DMPED, the redesign and development of RFK Stadium campus, will not be discussed at today's hearing. That portion of DMPED's portfolio is outside of the jurisdiction of this committee and will be the subject of separate hearings held by the Committee of the Whole and the Subcommittee on Local Business Development. Similarly, several of the cluster agencies overseen by DMPED are under the purview of other council committees, which are holding separate performance oversight hearings. So we will not be discussing the performance of any of the cluster agencies during this hearing. I look forward to delving into the work of DMPED and its efforts to revitalize and grow the whole of the district. We don't have anybody online. Okay. I'd like now to offer a note on logistics. To ensure we hear from all members of the public, I ask that all witnesses stick to their allotted time. Advisory neighborhood commissioners and representatives of organizations will have 5 minutes. Other public witnesses will have 3 minutes to testify. We will start by hearing from public witnesses who are participating in person. After hearing from our in-person witnesses, we will turn to our virtual witnesses. When I call your name, please come to the table at the front and sit in the order you were called from your right to your left. Do not forget to press the button on the microphone before speaking. The red light indicates that the mic is on. After we hear from you, I and other council members, should they join, may ask a round of questions before calling the next panel. Now, let's turn to our first panel of witnesses. Liz DeBarros, CEO, DC Building Industry Association. Rebecca Ballard. Shira Markoff. And Cheryl Cord. Okay, and when you are ready, Ms. DeBarros, we will start with you.
Awesome. Good morning, Councilmember Fruman and staff. My name is Liz DeBarros. I'm the CEO of the DC Building Industry Association. I'm also a proud Ward 7 resident. DCBIA is the leading voice of real estate development in the District of Columbia. We work daily to address the economic and physical challenges of building sustainable projects and communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this committee's performance oversight hearing of the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Economic Development. From addressing regulatory hurdles to identifying solutions to achieve a more investor-friendly environment, DMPED's willingness to engage with the private sector to better tailor and navigate the realities of the market that its policies are impacting has been instrumental in the success of many development projects. The tools and programs implemented by DMPED, such as the Housing in Downtown Tax Abatement, the Office to Anything program, not only encouraged the production of affordable and market rate housing in the district, but have also spurred investment in commercial corridors supported by small businesses and created jobs for DC residents. Importantly, these initiatives emerge from sustained dialogue among DCBIA, our members, DMPED, and the council, demonstrating what can be achieved when policy and market realities align. We are also deeply appreciative of DMPED and the council's leadership on the Rental Act. There is no single silver bullet to solve the district's housing challenges, but the Rental Act was a meaningful step towards creating a more predictable, investment-friendly environment and signaling to lenders and equity partners that the district is open and competitive for capital. That signal matters immensely. In today's capital markets, perception often drives reality. If investors view the district as stable, predictable, and competitive, capital is more likely to flow. If they perceive uncertainty or risk, capital looks elsewhere. With that in mind, we hope to work with DMPED on and have your support for the Zoning Decision Appeals Amendment Act, which currently sits in Chairman Mendelson's committee. The current appeals framework is discouraging developers from pursuing planned unit developments, even when those projects would deliver more housing and greater community benefits because of the risk of extended delays and added costs. Introducing clearer timelines and standards for review would restore predictability to the process and lengthen the district's overall investment climate. Next, our members continue to raise concerns regarding the Office of Tax and Revenue's assessment of fair market value and deed and transfer and recordation taxes, which is an economic development tool. When a property sells for less than 30% of its assessed value, OTR does not recognize the arm's length sale price for fair market value and instead relies on the assessment that may have been determined in a prior year. As a result, properties are taxed as if they retain a value that the market has clearly rejected. The Transfer and Recordation Appeals Amendment Act, recently re-referred to the Committee of the Whole, creates a clear avenue for appeals based on fair market value. However, it could be improved by addressing the issue before it even reaches appeal, by treating an arm's length sales price as fair market value, even when it falls below the 30% threshold. We also believe the taxation of related party transfers should be addressed in that bill. Under the current law, even when an owner reorganizes, consolidates or transfers property to a new special purpose entity for financing or investment purposes, transfers where economic ownership remains the same, the district imposes full transfer and recordation taxes based on assessed value, despite the absence of taxable consideration. DCBI testified on this issue in November and submitted proposed language as part of that record. We support this measure and ask the council to move forward with this bill. This will have a major impact on large-scale developments, and which DMPED and the council should be extremely interested in seeing changes hands more frequently so we end the string of foreclosures that hit the commercial sector. Finally, with DMPED now under your committee's purview, we hope to serve as a resource to you and your staff by offering perspective of the housing and development industry, and we're grateful that you will be speaking with our board next month. Please do not hesitate to reach out if we can be more helpful, particularly in identifying opportunities that bring additional affordable housing to Ward 3. Sustained collaboration is critical as the district confronts housing and economic challenges, and DCBI stands ready to work with your committee and DMPED on solutions that bring long-term fiscal benefits and encourage sustained development in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ballard?
Good morning, Councilmember Fruman and staff. My name is Rebecca Ballard, and I'm the co-founder of Rooted Communities. We are a DC-based and entirely DC-staffed social and environmental impact-oriented real estate developer, and we exclusively focus on projects in the city. We founded Rooted Communities because of our deep love for Washington, D.C. I moved here in 2007, and I consider D.C. to truly be the best city in the world. I know our city is facing really, really hard times right now. I feel it, we all feel it, and that's why I think it's really important to take bold, creative, and grounded measures. Beyond my professional role, I'm engaged in the community in a number of ways. For example, I serve on the board of directors of Miriam's Kitchen, and I'm on the leadership council for the Partnership to End Homelessness. And I've even been the PTA vice president for a couple of years and helped set up a STEM aftercare program. Rooted Communities focuses on large-scale, community-anchored redevelopment. But right now, the transaction environment is making that work extremely difficult. It is becoming harder and harder to unlock DC-based projects that deliver housing, services, and long-term stability and community benefits for DC residents. That's why thinking about taxes is so important. Transfer and recordation taxes are often calculated using assessed values that just don't reflect today's market reality. Downtown properties are trading at a fraction of assessments, and many are not trading at all. When taxes are based on inflated valuations instead of an actual sale price, projects that could deliver a real community benefit just don't pencil. Last year, we withdrew from a fully capitalized acquisition that would have included hundreds of homes and neighborhood-serving uses because the numbers changed in light of what's happening with the federal government and the situation that we're facing here in DC. And they no longer worked. That meant lost housing, lost activation, and continued vacancy. This is why I support B 26396. I think this is, to me, one of the simplest and in many ways that makes it a really elegant solution to one of the many challenges that we're facing in supporting our city of DC. It simply clarifies that an arm's length sale of a distressed asset, the sale price should be treated as fair market value for transfer and recordation tax purposes, and that transfers for majority ownership remains the same or not taxable events. If we want a reinvestment that strengthens neighborhoods and expands opportunity, we need a transaction framework that reflects reality and allows responsible projects to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. Ms. Markov?
Chair Fruman and committee staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Shira Markov, and I'm the Director of Economic Policy at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. DMPED plays a key role in developing and implementing economic growth strategies for DC. As DC faces tough economic times due to federal actions, DMPED's strategy should focus on shoring up the financial well-being of the workers who power DC's economy. Instead, DMPED continues to direct much of its resources and attention to the corporate elite using disproven trickle-down strategies. My testimony focuses on the need for more oversight of DMPED's economic development strategy and evaluation of its programs to ensure that district resources are being maximized to promote inclusive economic growth. High inequality hampers economic growth and mobility, meaning that the highly uneven distribution of income and wealth in DC is a drag on our economy. Much of the economic inequality in DC is driven by racial and ethnic disparities stemming from systemic racism. Black and Latino residents have worse economic outcomes than white residents by every economic measure, such as lower median income and higher unemployment. Mayor Bowser and DMPED acknowledged how DC's deep racial disparities hamper mobility in the 2023 to 27 economic development strategy known as the Comeback Plan. The plan laid out 3 sets of economic goals for DC: fostering successful businesses, creating opportunity-rich neighborhoods, and supporting thriving people. But over the past few years, the focus on thriving people, such as increasing median Black household income, have fallen by the wayside, while DMPED has doubled down on business attraction. DC is facing spending pressures over the next few years, and the mayor has honed in on the cost of income support programs, such as at her breakfast meeting with the DC Council last week. However, we're not seeing similar scrutiny of DMPED's budgets and the millions of dollars it authorizes in tax abatements, and the fact that the DC auditor found that DMPED exceeded its council budget in 13 out of 20 years. Each tax break that DMPED authorizes for developers is a deliberate choice of how to invest DC's limited resources. And DMPED continues to invest heavily in disproven trickle-down strategies that divert millions in tax expenditures to spur business activities that typically don't result in better outcomes for residents and may exacerbate racial disparities. For example, DMPED's focus on growing sports and entertainment, like the RFK Stadium, is likely to result in more low-wage jobs once construction concludes. DMPED is potentially seeding higher paying jobs such as through the DC Venture Capital Fund, but the strategy and coordination between DMPED, DOES, and DHS to connect residents with low incomes to these jobs is unclear. DMPED's responses about program results, such as in the pre-hearing responses, mainly focus on outputs, such as how many businesses have received grants through the Vitality Fund and the projected number of jobs they will create. However, we don't know what the results have been for past Vitality Fund grantees, for example, such as if they've delivered on the projected number of jobs and if they've complied with required first source requirements. Mayor Bowser has asserted that the way for DC to raise more revenue to cover the costs of income and work supports for people with low income is through enacting her growth agenda. But without research to back up these economic strategies or evaluations to show that, in fact, these programs are working, the mayor and DMPED are essentially asking the council and DC residents to take a leap of faith that this costly agenda will spur economic activity and fill revenue holes in future years. If that growth does not materialize, DC's lowest income residents, who are disproportionately Black and Brown due to systemic racism, will suffer the most harm after already bearing the brunt of cuts in FY 2026. The council should more closely scrutinize DMPED's initiatives to assess if they're spurring needed inclusive economic growth, such as by conducting robust oversight of DMPED programs and requiring OCFO to evaluate their efficacy, asking DMPED to provide more specific information on the racial equity impacts of all of its initiatives broken down by race, ward, and amount of money, requesting an update from DMPED on how it plans to make progress towards the goals set out in the comeback plan, such as increasing the Black household median income, and asking for more information from DMPED on how it is working with DOES and DHS to create a pipeline for residents with low and moderate incomes to access higher paying jobs created through DMPED's initiatives. I urge the committee to take these actions to help ensure that our economic resources are being used to make the district a place in which everyone can thrive. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Court, nice to see you.
Good morning, Chair Fruman. My name is Cheryl Court. I'm with the Coalition for Smarter Growth, which advocates for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the DC region to grow and provide opportunities for all. We recognize the hard work of DMPED through challenging economic times, looking to revitalize our downtown. But today I actually want to focus on the opportunity for more affordable housing at the Chevy Chase Library site. We appreciate DMPED's efforts to engage the community stakeholders to make the most of this opportunity. Cutting to the chase of the Chevy Chase Library site should take full advantage of low-income housing tax credits to build the additional affordable housing consistent with what we were presented at March's public meeting last year. This should be in the public land disposition agreement resolution that must be adopted by the council. The public library space and possibly the community center can be counted as eligible construction costs under the low-income housing tax credit program, or LIHTC, providing a major benefit for the deal. For example, a DC-based developer recently used LIHTC to finance and build an affordable housing residential project with a branch library for Baltimore, using this eligibility for the library space as eligible costs. The Chevy Chase Library project should take advantage of this higher LIHTC eligibility to make all or a significant portion of the rest of the planned housing affordable. Not using LIHTC with this library project leaves money on the table and could finance more affordable housing in this rare Ward 3 public site. I just want to note, just in my headline, no more missed opportunities like the Tenleytown Library. I was there for the whole thing. We advocated for and almost won affordable mixed income housing as a part of the reconstruction of the Tenleytown Library. Until then, Mayor Fenty failed to stand up to local opponents to rebuild the library and school renovation with no housing at all. This meant the loss of needed affordable housing in Ward 3, and it should not happen again. That's why we're excited to be pushing forward with this great opportunity at the Chevy Chase Library site. We've been working with local residents, and we've been there every step of the way, from the comprehensive plan updates, the Chevy Chase small area plan, surplus hearing, deed restriction bill, rezoning for the corridor, the hour RFP process, and the review of 8 teams, which all propose more than 100 units of affordable mixed income housing to be constructed, along with a new library, community center, and public spaces. The selected team, Rift Valley, presented to the public in March a project that included 70 deeply affordable units at the 30 and 50% median family income level, 67 units at the 80% median family income level, and then 69 as market rate. That's a total of 137 homes at or below 80% median family income. However, the revised selected proposal by DMPED reduced the size of the building, reduced the number of units, and dropped the 80% AMI units, while the revised proposal offers 54 deeply affordable homes and meets the 30% set aside of the public land disposition law. We are at a loss as to how we ended up with this result. To be sure, we would rather have 54 deeply affordable homes at this location than not, but we know that the district can do better for this rare public site in Ward 3. One option is to restore the original proposal as it was presented to the public in March. Another option is to utilize LIHTC federal tax credits to finance the additional affordable units that would average at 60% median family income. After so much time and effort to get the Chevy Chase core site to this point, we urge DMPED and the DC Council to structure the deal to achieve mixed income, deeply affordable, and workforce homes totaling more than 100 units. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Barros, if you can talk to me a little bit about, and this has come up in other testimony, but the way you described it was that it using fair market value when the value is more than 30% below the fair market value. So does that suggest that if it's 35% below the fair market value, you then use the sales price, or the 35% below the assessed value, you use the sales price, but if it's even deeper under that, you do not?
I think the legislation that's before the council now can help address this. If I can give you an example of a building in Gallery Place, it was approved for sale for $39 million when it was assessed at $225 million. So obviously that's only 17% of the assessed value. The legislation helps to address that on the front end rather than the appeals, given the environment that we're in. So I think those instances of where it falls, a little bit above or below, I think, there is obviously an appeals process to go through. But having this legislation in place will help, especially in the current environment that we're in.
I see. So in the above 30%, you would be in an appeals process, but below 30%, you would say presumptively this should be
That's right.
at the fair market value. Okay. And so in that example, which was 200 million was the assessed value, and I'm just going to call it 40 million is the sales price. And so the delta is 160 million. What is the transfer and recordation rates on that? How much money is that?
I can get back to you on that exact number. I don't know, but I know it does go through the appeals process. So that will be determined.
I mean, part of what I'm trying to understand is how much of a drag is this on deals actually happening? And so the cost difference matters. It's in a separate place. It's in front of the committee of the whole. Has there been
The committee of the whole, and we've had conversations with the chairman and others as well.
And has there been a hearing on the bill?
There has been a hearing on the bill.
So you're waiting for a markup of the bill?
We're waiting for a markup of the bill.
Okay. I'm curious, you see in the pre-hearing questions and the deputy mayor's testimony that they are predicting 2,700 new units a year for the next until 2030, and then it goes to 6,500 units, which is those are not giant numbers. But I'm curious whether you agree with those numbers, how you see those projections.
I think there's a lot of, I think they're decent projections. I think the development process, if we need to obviously make changes to ensure those projects that are projected can get to the finish line. You know, obviously, part of my testimony is on zoning, so we do have some legislation that's going through the council on that as well. The first, part of the development process. But I think all those are contingent upon what we can sort of help as a city council, as the deputy mayor's office, to get some of these hurdles out of the way, so that we can deliver, because the market is obviously, as you know, and as many will testify, that it's a very tough budget process in front of us, as well as a fiscal environment. And we need to see time in terms of getting a project to completion as a cost issue, a major cost issue.
So I hear you on that. But you think the 2,700 for 5 years and then 6,500, those are realistic projections, but you would want to make sure the environment was such that made it possible to.
Yeah, and it's a strong caution, it's a strong caution to say, like, if you can't get a deal financed in the front end, it won't make it till the end. So, development projects obviously take long-term planning, and that financing part, especially in the beginning, can make or break it. And so I think making sure that we have an environment that allows the development projects to go to completion is something that's on the forefront of the private sector's mind, but also the public sector.
To what extent do you see vacancy? There's economic vacancy, there's non-payment of rent, but there's vacancy also. And there does appear to be pretty high levels of vacancy in our housing right now. To what extent is that a drag on getting deals over the finish line?
You mean vacancy for housing units and things like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to see housing units vacant, obviously, especially with programs like IZ, and cities affordable zone, like having them sit empty. I've heard instances there's a building that, all of their IZ units are currently vacant. And so having a process to make sure that DHCD can get the right tenants in those buildings is obviously important.
Okay. Ms. Ballard, thank you for your testimony. I'm not sure, Mr. Bowers, if we have your testimony. Ms. Ballard, I know we do have yours, but if you haven't submitted it yet, if you could, Mr. Bowers, you could send in your testimony.
Yep.
You described, sounds like very, very interesting work that you're doing. You described
Thank
a
you.
very big project and you said the numbers changed and you couldn't do it. So can you tell me what numbers changed that became the barrier?
So I'll kind of describe it the same way that I described it to my kids, as I call it the squeeze. So pre-Trump, there was just a lot more predictability. So uncertainty is expensive. And then not knowing where tariffs are going to land, not knowing what pricing is actually going to be, having higher tariffs. And at the same time, we're in more of an economic crisis with more people out of work. And it's looking like that's going to continue for a while. I know a lot of people who are facing job insecurity or out of work now who have graduate degrees and careers spanning multiple decades, and certainly other people as well. So what happened is this was 2121 Virginia Avenue in Foggy Bottom, and we found an aligned partner here that shared our values around labor rights and around social impact. We had the capital, we had everything ready to go. But then when Trump entered office, the entire economic climate changed. Like, for example, this is near the Kennedy Center, which in ordinary times would be a really exciting place to be near. So when something as kind of fundamental and instrumental to our city as the Kennedy Center is going through what it's going through, you really can't expect that you're going to get the same rents that you got previously. And then all of your expenses are going to be higher. And then even talking with contractors about, people of color being worried about coming into the city, into DC for jobs with what's going on with ICE activity. So there's so many economic challenges right now in terms of getting any funding, and having projects move forward. It's like razor thin margins where even some buildings, we've underwritten them where we would actually need to be given money to develop them. The numbers are so bad right now.
Okay, so, I mean, what I'm hearing is uncertainty, cost of construction, perception that it's going up, so that's a squeeze. Rents, because of the uncertainty in the neighborhood, likely to get lower rents.
Exactly.
So some economic fundamentals, and then overlay on that, the immigration issues and the
Im-
challenge of getting workers.
Exactly, exactly. And Capital was already very skittish about coming to DC. So we found our rooted communities 2 years ago. Was already very skittish about coming to DC. And I felt like we were just really providing a lot of education to capital providers about come here, we can work with you, we can make it work here. And I feel like it was just kind of the final nail in the coffin was the Trump election.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Markoff, one of the things that you talked about was, this project of increasing Black household median income, and I think that has to be a priority, but I am curious what you think DMPED should be doing that they have not been doing in that space.
I think there's a number of things. First of all, I think, DMPED is undertaking a lot of initiatives that to bring more jobs into DC. A number of them are going to bring low wage jobs, which in fact is not going to be helpful for raising the Black median income. But there are efforts, as I mentioned, to see some higher paying jobs like the DC Venture Capital Fund. What is unclear. I won't say that I don't know what they're doing. I think what we need is more information about how they are working, for example, with DOES. Are they working with DHS? Are they trying to create pipelines for people who currently have lower wages to get into some of these higher paying jobs? Or are these higher paying jobs going to go to people who already have higher incomes, people who are coming from outside the district? And so what we need is a lot more information to understand how the initiatives that DMPED is undertaking to kind of create higher paying jobs in DC, how are they trying to connect people to who have lower incomes to those jobs? So that's kind of one issue. I think we also would want to know more about how DMPED is working with DSLBD to sort of seed some more homegrown entrepreneurs in DC. That is certainly one way in which we can help raise median income for Black households, is by kind of increasing Black business ownership and supporting those businesses to grow. So we'd also want more information about kind of how they're working together there. So those are two examples.
All right, well, I will pledge to you that I will ask about both of those things in when the deputy mayor is here. And in the workforce space, I do think this is an area that we all need to step back and think about how do we do this much, much better than we do now? Because we spend a lot of money on adult workforce programs and we don't really get the kind of return we should. And it's that much more critical now as public benefits become contingent on work requirements. So this is an area, it may not be that it's DMPED, that it's not going to be DMPED that's in the lead, but I take your point that if DMPED is part of that work, they should be coordinated with all the other folks who are doing it. Okay, Ms. Cork, good to see you. Chevy Chase. So
Have you heard of it?
Yeah. So I have heard this idea about applying LIHTC to the rec center and the library, and it is a very attractive idea. Does it matter that the library and the rec center would be funded by the district? Could somebody qualify for LIHTC dollars when it's district funds that will be paying for that portion of the construction? Have you looked into that?
It's a good question. I think basically you would want to move funds around to fit together. Basically, I recognize that there's already capital dollars allocated for the library and community center, but I think we want to go back and revisit how to structure what DC would be paying for in order to kind of have the best outcome based on financing options.
Okay.
And it can, I understand, I just talked to a staffer, it can be done,
You- you-
moving around these dollars.
Okay, well, I'm gonna
think.
follow up with you
Okay.
about that kind of idea. I mean, I do think it is noteworthy that you have been a supporter of this project from the start, and yet you have reservations about the level of affordability that is included in the project. And we need to explore whether there's something that can be done on that space. I also wonder about the Green Bank funding, whether or not that could play a role. Have you looked at that as a potential option?
I haven't, but I think that it would be great for DMPED and the council to really look at this, because you need to do a land disposition and development agreement for it. So I think we don't want to leave money on the table and housing opportunities on the table in Chevy Chase.
Okay, and I hear you, and your reminder of Tenleytown, you know, I was very active in that at the time. I think the story is maybe just it's a little more complicated in that, in my view, back in the day, DMPED chose the wrong developer, and that developer dragged their feet. And then we had the financial crisis, and it became not a thing that was going to happen. And so then they moved on and didn't put housing on top of the library, but they did put reinforced beams in to allow for someday in the future. I hear you about missed opportunities, and we don't want to see a missed opportunity. We want to get it right, but we don't want to see a missed opportunity. All right, I'm not sure I saw your testimony submitted.
I sent it kind of late last night.
Okay, great. So if anybody has not sent their testimony, please do send it so we have it for the record, and thank you to this panel.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move to our next panel. William Jordan, Philip Burkaw, Ashley Wilson, Frank Smith, I don't see space at the table, so we'll keep. All right. When you are ready, Mr. Jordan.
Good morning. Unfortunately, in FY25, DMPED continues to harm and devastate DC Black families through an economic and housing policy regime of public-private partnerships rooted in the deliberate structural neglect and betrayal. DMPED's Rental Act is designed to accelerate, shroud these public-private partnerships, and will go down in history equivalent to Tanny's Dred Scott decision for Black families. In response, the council must move to defund all DMPED public-private partnerships valued at over $5 million until forensic audits can be completed on these deals and restructure to mitigate and remove and reverse these harms. The defunding should begin with all public-private partnerships, especially Donatelli Development and its principal owner, Chris Donatelli. On January 6th of 2025, BizNow reported that Donatelli was defaulting on a series of refinancing loans for its Highland Park project on 14th Street in Columbia Heights to the tune of $146 million. Donatelli is not any project, but is a public-private partnership between DMPED and Donatelli. Further, Highland Park is not just a DMPED public-private partnership done in 2002, but is one of the first in the model upon which all future housing and economic development project partnerships would be built. Affordable housing set-asides, inclusionary zoning and bonus density, land disposition and land value write-down, tax abatement, investment in public and multifamily developments, upflumbing and density policies, neighborhood retail policies, and community and public benefits. On December 18th of 2025, the Washington Business Journal reported that Donatelli admitted to over $100 million in mortgage fraud by forging the signatures of his father and wife on loan documents, and is no longer available to do business in the district. The fraud seems to be part of a scheme to convert $130 million in equity so that he could pocket $80 million in cash from the Highland Park Public-Private Partnership, which according to the LDA, DMPED has oversight on such efforts and is actually effectively a 25-cent part. The leveraging of big money investment in the community and constantly refinancing projects is what the scam is and what the Rental Act is designed to do. The Donatelli scheme is based on significantly raising its rents. The Washington Business Journal article and others highlight Donatelli is not new to leveraging investor financing schemes to land bank, public subsidies, and pocket cash, while DMPED looks the other way and gaslights the public. Just look at Hill East. It has been DC's Black families who have paid the price for Donatelli schemes with DMPED, OP, the Zoning Commission, the Rental Act, and the cheerleading by smart growth and supply side housing productivity community. If this council doesn't move to immediately defund DMPED and audit these public-private deals, the council too is complicit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Burkoff?
Good morning, Chairman Fruman and members of the committee. My name is Phil Burkaw. I lead the DC Community Anchor Partnership at the Coalition. DCAP is a collaborative of major hospitals, universities, utilities, and large employers working together to strengthen DC's small business economy through institutional purchasing. We are co-convened by the Deputy Mayor's Office for Planning and Economic Development. DCAP was founded in 2017 with just 4 institutions and a simple premise. If major local employers were more intentional about directing a portion of their purchasing to DC-based businesses, the economic impact would be transformative. With the help of this council, DMPED, and the mayor in recruiting additional anchor institutions, we have grown to 18 institutions, which have directed more than $1.5 billion to DC-based businesses. Nearly $1 billion of that has gone to local minority-owned firms, up from just $5.7 million when the initiative began. That growth reflects a structural shift in how institutions operate. As a result of our efforts, every DCAP institution now tracks local spend. This was not standard practice when we began. We work with procurement teams to examine purchasing categories, analyze spend data, review vendor pipelines, and proactively engage DC-based firms before and as contract opportunities are issued. I want to recognize the leadership of institutions like Children's National Hospital, Georgetown University, MedStar Health, DC Water, and others who have not only participated in this effort, but have embedded local business engagement into their core institutional mission. The return on that shift is measurable. In FY25 alone, DCAP supported spending generated or maintained 688 jobs across the district and more than $55 million in income for residents. It also produced $13.5 million in local tax revenue. In 2025, we matched 832 local businesses to 124 live contracting opportunities, creating tangible pathways for firms in construction, management consulting, transportation, janitorial services, and other industries. In Ms. Wilson's testimony, who's representing Children's today, she'll talk about the growth in children's spend with local-based firms. And I think I just want to echo that preemptively and how amazing it is. And I think you'd be hard-pressed to find another institution that has seen that kind of growth in local spend anywhere in the country. The district's support of DCAP has helped unlock new markets for local businesses, and with modest public investment, generated jobs, wages, and tax revenue for the city. We are grateful for the mayor's leadership and this council's sustained support. Your continued partnership enables us to build on the momentum we've created, expand into new sectors, engage major development projects, and ensure that as institutions grow, the district's small businesses grow with them. Thank you for your continued investment in this work, and I look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wilson?
Good morning, Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Wilson, and I serve as the Vice President of Supply Chain Services at Children's National Hospital. For 155 years, Children's National has been an integral part of the healthcare safety net, serving children's and family in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan region. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony of the FY 25-26 performance of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. Children's National has been a proud member of the DC Community Anchor Partnership, DCAP, since 2017. Led by the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development and co-convened with DMPED, DCAP strengthens the district's economy and job market by connecting major employers with small and medium-sized businesses in the local purchasing landscape. Through this work, our spending with DC-based vendors has more than doubled from $17 million in FY19 to $47 million in FY25, with 36% of that spend directed to small locally based businesses. This spending supports a wide range of sectors, including consulting, architecture and construction, transportation, and janitorial services. This progress demonstrates not only our sustained commitment to expanding economic opportunity within the district, but also the tangible impact and effectiveness of DCAP's work in connecting anchor institutions with local businesses and strengthening the local economy. This momentum continues to accelerate. During DCAP's inaugural Vendor Connection Day in early 2025, a reverse supplier fair designed to foster direct engagement between local businesses and anchor institutions, Children's National connected with Sustainable Facilities Management Services. That initial introduction and subsequent engagement resulted in a 3-year contract valued at $1.7 million annually, or approximately $5 million over the life of the agreement. This partnership not only expands and diversifies our vendor base, but also serves as a clear example of how DCAP's collaborative model translates into sustained economic opportunity and local job creation within the district. Our involvement in DCAP has also enabled us to collaborate across industries, engaging with other major employers in the district to learn about their procurement strategies and workflow innovations. By aligning procurement strategies with local capacity, DCAP is highlighting what is possible when major institutions invest intentionally in their communities. Children's National is looking forward to continuing partnering with DMPED and fellow coalition members to expand opportunities for small businesses, support job creation, and bolster neighborhood-level economic activity. We are grateful to DMPED and are thankful for their steadfast support and partnership in strengthening this program and advancing opportunities for district-based small and local businesses. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Frank Smith. I'm the founding director of the African American Civil War Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C. And for many years, I sat where you sit as a council member from Ward 1 from 82 to 98. It's always good to be back down here. Gets the blood flowing again.
And
Oh.
thank you so much for your service. You made a huge difference for the district.
Although I'm glad I don't have the day-to-day responsibilities that you have, especially in the present climate. I come here today to say thank you to the council and Mayor Bowser and all of your dedicated staff for your continued encouragement and support. As America sets out on its 250th anniversary of its founding, we come to pay tribute to the 209,145 United States colored troops who joined President Lincoln in the Civil War to change America from a slaveocracy to a democracy. And by slaveocracy, I mean this government was founded, the Constitution of the United States enshrined slavery in the Constitution at its founding. And one of the reasons for that was because people who wrote the Constitution, many of them themselves owned slaves. And so that's how we get slaveocracy. That doesn't end until the Civil War, with 209,000 soldiers joined the Union Army to fight for freedom and also to change the country. You will remember that the Land Disposition Act agreement transferring the Grimke School to the developer, Community 3 Incorporated, carried with it a covenant that the council established, carving out enough space for the African American Civil War Museum to be built at Grimke. In 2014, a $3.4 million escrow fund was established to guarantee the funds necessary to build out the museum. The execution of that fund has been a source of some friction between us, the museum, and the department. You're aware of some of those issues because I brought them to your attention. The museum is in its final days of renovation and development. The contractor is working on its final days of punch list. The certificate of occupancy is ordered. The exhibits are being installed over the next few weeks. And following many years of costly delays and other matters caused by COVID supply line disruptions and aggressive tariffs, the museum is set to open in its new space in the next couple of months. Thanks to a last-ditch effort by the council and the mayor to provide some additional funding necessary to pay our bills, we're on our way to completion. The additional funding of $1 million, which we worked out in the last few days, will enable us to open in the renovated Glorious Museum by mid-April. At that time, our Glorious March to Liberty exhibit will be installed. Our Hall of Heroes exhibit will be installed. Our children's exhibit will be installed, and our newly established auditorium will be operational with all of the bells and whistles of a newly engaged auditorium. That's the good news. The bad news is that the $1 million addition will not be enough to get the museum's flagship exhibit about First Lady Michelle Obama open in time. That exhibit won't open until later in the year when we get some additional funding. And that is the flagship exhibit. First Lady Michelle Obama is descended from a soldier on her Civil War soldier on her mother's side from I think Alabama, on her father's side but that most people know about in South Carolina. And the exhibit is called From Slavery to the White House, the Civil War legacy of First Lady Michelle Obama. And let me just add parenthetically, Mr. Chairman, that I moved to Washington, D.C. in 1968. I came here from the Mississippi Delta. And when I first got here, D.C. did not have home rule, did not have the right to vote. People in D.C. couldn't work. I had left Mississippi where by the time we passed the Civil Rights Act of 65, the Voting Rights Act, people in Mississippi were voting. Got here, D.C. people couldn't vote. So John Wilson, myself, Mayor Barry, others joined something called the Free D.C. movement to get D.C. the right to vote here in the district. And as I said before, we worked hard to get some things done here. This African American Civil War Museum, I always like to point out to the City Council, is a council-initiated project. It started out with a resolution that I introduced here that the mayor, signed by the mayor and the council, sent on to our Congresswoman Norton, asking her to introduce a piece in the Congress to allow us to build the African American Civil War Memorial at Vermont Avenue and U Street, which was federal land. We didn't know that when we started, but once we found out, so it's a council-initiated project. One purpose for it was to honor these soldiers who never got much notoriety and much honor for all their service. The other one was to contribute to the revitalization of U Street, which was killed off pretty much by the rise of 1968 and by the Metro Green Line. So this monument and memorial has served those two purposes very well. We've also added a new objective, which is to get every DC public school kid through our exhibit before they finish high school. Because we have a federal study that shows that kids who go to museums do better than kids who don't. And it also says low-income kids don't go to museums. So we're trying to remedy that problem too. We need your help, Mr. Chairman. Look forward to talking to you about this, working this out, because we need to open this museum. It will be a sin before God and man if we weren't able to complete this during this year while we're celebrating the 250th anniversary of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your testimony. Mr. Jordan, and I need to look at the Donatelli story. I think that, I'm not sure if it's you who've sent emails about this, but others have.
Probably,
What's that?
probably.
Yeah, I have a feeling. So one of the things that you said was that what I heard implied was that Donatelli could walk away with $80 million.
I'm pretty sure he did.
How was that?
So now I'm not a financial expert. I'm going by the articles. But in short, because these projects, which are financed by the government, get cheap land, have a lot of equity in them once they're built. So you have a project that was 70 million to build, but is now worth 150 million. So then they borrow against the difference and take that cash out, right? So that's how you get the money out, right? And so there are different ways to do it. He did a similar thing at Hill East, using the Opportunity Zone Fund, where he actually pulled out money before the project was built in partnership with a hedge fund. So these are just the financial games that get played using city benefit that we claim is going towards affordable housing. It's not, it's going towards financial gains. And of course, my concern is this is the model. So we've run around because Donatelli builds pretty buildings, big, pretty buildings. So we think building a big, pretty building is in the interest of the district, and particularly Black families, when in reality, they are harmful because even the affordable units are too small for Black families to grow and thrive in. So most of them are 1 bedrooms. Black families need 3 bedrooms. So this is a game where you've taken opportunities that are designed to help Black families fully participate, restructuring it, and somebody else is walking away with the money. And this is the pattern.
Okay. All right. I will look into it. Thank you very much. Mr. Burka, I think I'm going to ask you at the high level, and then I'll turn to Ms. Wilson on the more case-by-case level. But impressive program. How much support does DCAP get from the district?
It's varied over the years, but this year I believe it's 400.
$400,000.
Yes, yes, sir.
And to what extent are there cost differentials? Are the anchor institutions, when they enter into contracts with local businesses, is it more expensive for them to do that, less expensive, cost neutral?
So it really varies. I think small businesses often have a hard time competing for contracts at the size that are offered by larger institutions. There are ways that institutions get around that by breaking up large contracts so that small businesses can compete. That's one of the things that Children's and Ashley have really excelled at, but other institutions have done that as well. So it's both breaking up those larger contracts and it's ensuring that smaller firms have a chance to compete for subcontracts on a fair and accessible basis.
So from 2019, I think you said it was 17 million and then now 47 million. Oh, that's for your institution specifically. But I think you may have said that $1.5 billion
for DC-based businesses across all institutions, and
Okay.
then about $1 billion of that, 946 million to local minority-owned firms.
And what did that look like before DCAP existed?
So when we just started, it was 5.7 million with DC-based firms. And part of the reason for that is that institutions were not tracking local spend. They didn't have goals around engaging local minority-owned businesses. So this kind of put that more on the map for them. But also we incorporated more institutions is also part of that too.
And how is the 400,000 spent? If that's the support to
Yeah.
DCAP, how's that money used?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we do procurement consulting for 18 institutions. So it is working with procurement departments across all of our anchor members. And that's helping them both launch new programs and policies around how to refine their procurement practices. It's also around local business engagement. So it's helping match local businesses to RFP opportunities, helping them get ready so that they can compete and that their proposals are competitive. I think Ashley will tell you that a lot of times they get proposals that are the pricing is pretty out of whack relative to competition. And so what we play a role in helping make sure that their proposals are competitive. And then also data tracking and spend analysis. So we are the kind of data warehouse for all of the institutions that participate in DCAP. We bring in their data every year, analyze it, and report on how they're doing across their procurement.
So in 1.5 billion is a big number. Of the spend that these institutions do, what does that look like as a percentage that they're spending locally?
It really varies because health systems, universities, they all are different. So when we started, no institution was spending more than 0.5% of their spend with local minority-owned firms. And now their spend with just local small businesses, it ranges from anywhere between what is it? It's between 15% and 36% on the high end.
Okay, thank you very much. Sounds like an impressive program. Ms. Wilson, at Children's, it went from 17 million to 47 million. What does that look like as a percentage at Children's
Of the total,
of the total?
of the total spend, I think it's right around 12 to 15%.
Really? And what was it? So 17, it would have been.
It was like 3.
Yeah. And how much extra cost does Children's have to absorb because of its increased reliance, or if there is no extra cost, there is no extra cost?
There is no extra cost because we still ensure market competitiveness with, the competitive proposals. And so we are going to look at, fit in terms of minimum requirements. Do they meet the full scope of what we're looking for? And then the financial is part of that analysis. So oftentimes, I think we've been able to debunk the theory that small local businesses are more expensive. And I think that has been really helpful with DCAP because they are getting these businesses more prepared, more skilled to be able to meet and achieve the minimum requirements of our large contracts.
So you've made a lot of progress. Why is it important that there still be DCAP to support you in that effort?
So one of the things that we have really valued about DCAP is the fact that they are almost I'll use the term matchmaker, right? They allow us to come together. They're constantly bringing in new vendors, new partnerships, new opportunities, and they're almost a repository. So we don't do an RFP or we don't initiate a contract proposal without first reaching out to DCAP and letting them know this is what's coming in our pipeline. Do you have firms? Do you have partners that we should include in our competitive bidding process? Without DCAP, there is kind of the matchmaker, mediator, repository. That would be very difficult for us to know who's entering the market, who's leaving. They really allow us to keep our ear to the ground and make sure we're being intentional about including local businesses.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Smith, thank you for everything that you've done for decades. And your work on the museum is critically important. I hear you. In this year, it would be, I think you used the word sin to not open. And not just because it's the 250th, but because of everything else that is going on out there, we need to do things like this. So let's make sure that we get this done. It sounds like you're largely on track, and what you're asking for is support to make sure you get over the line, particularly on the April opening. You do the day where you do the roll call?
Yep.
What day is that? Will you be open on time for that?
Okay, well, we the next roll call that we do, which you participated with in the past, is DC Emancipation Day, where we read the names of 3,100 persons who were freed by the Congress and the President Abraham Lincoln in the Civil War. That will be April the 16th.
So will you be open by then?
We should be open by then, with the Michelle Obama exhibit will not be open by that time, but we'll get that, we'll be open, we should be open, we're scheduled to open the 1st of April, so we should be open by then. We should be, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, no, I
Otherwise-
want you to be, and I want you to, I want a big event around the roll call.
Okay, well.
That's where I'm getting at.
Yeah, well, you know, your presence helps, because, you know, if you were there, we read 200,000 names on Veterans Day. We'll do that again this year too. We'll have a little more practice. We do all 200,000 names on Veterans Day, but on DC Emancipation Day, we focus on the 3,100 enslaved persons who were freed by the Congress and by President Lincoln on that day. Of course, that occurs before the Emancipation Proclamation, which happens January 1, 1863. DC Emancipation Day is April 1862. So these are important days for the nation, to remind it that it took the blood and sacrifice of all of these people to turn this slavocracy into a democracy, which we're still trying to save today, even as we speak.
100% agree. The Michelle Obama exhibit, it wasn't clear to me. Do you have the funding secured, but it's timing, or do you still need help in
Yeah,
securing
we don't have enough funds to do it. I've made it clear to the department. And some of the problem, I think, Mr. Chairman, is that, you know, the DC, the Deputy Mayor's Office does a great job with large scale, big ticket real estate projects. The African American Civil War Memorial is a small pimple in that whole operation over there. And we're building out a museum, which they're unfamiliar with. So some of it is us trying to make sure we get our language together here so we can get this thing finished. So we're very close to finishing it. I was on the phone with them yesterday trying to work out the last minute details, and I think we can get there. But if we don't keep going, the reality is this. If we have 2 invoices for the Obama exhibit that we haven't paid so far, we're gonna have to stop that in the next few days if we don't get more funding. So, and once you demobilize these guys and they stop, to bring them back, you gotta, first of all, probably gotta pay a penalty. And then the timing gets off big time. So I'm trying to keep the Obama exhibit online so we get it open by June. But if we don't get additional funding from the department, we won't be able, and the money is there. We just got to figure out how to get it out.
Okay, well, do keep our team apprised, because I want to see that happen.
All right.
And thank you.
Can I briefly say something about this? Just real
Certainly.
quick.
Yep.
My 3rd great grandfather was one of those soldiers who fought and was actually at Appomattox when Lee surrendered. So anything you can do to make that happen. I'm also a resident of Ward 1, and that's part of my community. So anything we can do to make that happen, please do. And I know where the money is. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you to all of our witnesses. Okay, next panel, Allison Powers, Janine Coleman, DeWaitt Gebrew, Candy Shibley. I see a witness who I believe I have down. Ms. Diener, would you like to testify now? Okay, great. Ms. Diener? And is there anyone else? I don't see anyone else here waiting to testify in person. So when you are ready, Ms. Powers, you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Allison Powers. I'm the Director of Economic Opportunities at Capital Impact Partners. It's an honor to be testifying today as a DC resident and native to advocate for the Nourish DC program, which will end on September 30th of this year without continued funding from the city. Capital Impact Partners is part of the Momentous Capital family, a nonprofit organization and community development financial institution, or CDFI, that has deployed over $24 billion across the country. In May of 2021, Capital Impact Partners was selected to manage the Nourish DC Collaborative, a partnership of technical assistance and lending organizations, including the Washington Area Community Investment Fund, or WACIF, Latino Economic Development Center, LEDC, City First Enterprises, Dreaming Out Loud, and Eats Place. The goal of Nourish DC is to foster an inclusive food system that provides access to healthy, affordable food with a focus on locally owned businesses in wards 5, 7, and 8. The impact of this program is both food access and also economic development and quality jobs. Over the past 4 years, DMPED has provided $4.5 million in funding for Nourish DC, which has been highly catalytic. Currently, there is no funding for Nourish DC in the proposed budget, and the program will end in September. The Nourish DC Collaborative Program and intellectual property is owned by DMPED, although they are reliant on the collaborative partners to provide the services. Even if enough funding was raised from private philanthropy to operate the program, Nourish DC could not continue to work without a contract from DMPED. We are requesting $1 million annually in the budget to continue programming and be able to attract private funding. The $4.5 million investment from the district has allowed us to leverage $3.3 million in private funding and deploy over $22 million to local district food businesses, the vast majority in wards 5, 7, and 8. Over the past 4 years, we have deployed over $20 million in financing, provided almost $3 million in grants, provided technical assistance to over 1,500 food businesses in DC, and created over 870 jobs. In 2025, we worked closely with DMPED on the Resilient Food Systems Infrastructure Program, or RFSI. The purpose of this USDA grant program is to build resilience in the middle of the food supply chain and provide better markets for small farms and food businesses to support products for consumers, fair prices, wages, and new job opportunities. RFSI provides $1.4 million in grants to food businesses, which represents meaningful economic change and wealth creation opportunity for district residents, and was dispersed under the Nourish DC program. The majority of the grant recipients have previously benefited from a Nourish DC grant, TA, or loan. For example, 4 grant recipients of RFSI were part of the Nourish DC packaged food business cohort in 2024, and the RFSI grants will enable them to purchase equipment to launch their new CPG product line, the business plan of which was developed during this food business cohort. This is one example of the continuum of capital and technical assistance that Nourish DC provides, and making intentional connections between different programs and funding opportunities. Many of the food businesses that we work with through Nourish DC have commented that the current challenges they are facing are even worse than the pandemic. Ending a successful program with a proven track record would have real consequences for the food business ecosystem in DC. I just want to say that all the people that were that the names you just called are small business owners that were coming to advocate for Nourish, and it's really hard for them to get away from their businesses. We have, I think, about 8 submitted testimonies from business owners and some live, and I think one is going to virtually. I'm not sure if some of the people, one woman was here, Candy, but her business is in St. Elizabeth's, and she just said with the rain, she had to leave, and it was going to take her longer to open her establishment. So we have a lot of support from the businesses that have benefited, and I hope you'll take that into consideration. And I will be submitting my written testimony today when I get back into the office.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Diener?
On? Yes.
Yep,
Okay.
there you
Good
go.
morning.
Mm.
I'm Robin Diener. I'm the director of the Library Renaissance Project, which was founded in 2002 by Ralph Nader to protect and promote the public interest in the public library. Mr. Nader had read a series of articles by Mark Fisher in the Washington Post about the dire conditions of our libraries at that time. And since then, the city's been galvanized into what is called the transformation of the public library system, which has been an enormous success. And we involve ourselves where asked with community groups and neighborhood groups on the planning and achievement of transformed libraries for them. And what do we have? 23 out of 26 that have been done so far, many, including the Martin Luther King Library, where I am the president of the Friends, have received national awards, as has the library system itself, as you well know, council member. So I'm not too good with phones. I'm sorry, I have to try and do this. So I want to speak about two things. The first is in opposition to the giveaway of the public land and air rights at Chevy Chase Commons. Over the past decade, the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development has presided over a pattern that has made wealthy real estate players much wealthier through conveyance and control of public land and public air rights. We've seen it at the Wharf, at West End, at McMillan, at Park Morton, and there are many others. This parade, if you will, of public value marching out the door now continues with Rift Valley chosen to do the Chevy Chase Commons redevelopment. The public land belongs to the people of the district. And I also want to say the buildings belong. And I know this is not something you're interested in, council member, but the Chevy Chase Library building at least was designed, it was engineered to have at least 2 stories added to it. It has a perfectly good basement that could be repurposed into a maker studio and things like that. So the idea that we have to tear buildings down all the time is something we disagree with. There have been many successful renovations within the library system. Chevy Chase Commons, as you know, one of the most valuable public assets in the city. And when you talk about air rights, DMPED keeps telling us we're not giving away the land, we're giving away, we're selling, renting, in this case, renting, leasing the air rights. But the air rights inure to the land, and they are a value that continues because of the land. And a 99-year lease, come on, that's a joke. I don't know how council over the years has approved these 99-year leases. Anyway, if we're serious about stewardship, then there needs to be, in this case, a huge amount of affordable housing. There's not as much as we thought there was going to be in this plan. And I also want to make a pitch for social housing in a community that is in favor of housing over its public land in DuPont Circle at 1617 U Street. There's an opportunity to make real some kind of a pilot project at 1617 U Street over the police station and the fire station there. And then one last thing that I want to say is about the P in DMPED for planning. At Chevy Chase, but also in countless projects across the city. And we at the Library Renaissance Project have been very involved in the planning step of redevelopment. It seems like community input is sought, but then disregarded, if not even completely ignored and never mentioned again. So, you know, about all of the what was it called? The small area planning that was done at Chevy Chase. And then I think the ANC did 2 surveys. There was a big petition. So I'm not sure how, when people said they did not want housing, or a significant number, the majority in those various surveys and things, how that wasn't addressed better. And I'll just give you one old example at McMillan. 2 decades ago, back at the turn of the century when they were beginning that planning, people said over and over, one of their top requests was for a library, and we did not get one. So thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you very much. You go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to reinforce what William Jordan said about the equity question. This is something I've struggled with understanding myself, definitely not my field, and I've come to understand exactly what he said. And that's another reason for keeping the public property in public hands, because when it is redeveloped and that building is built, if we own it, we can go to the bank and get the equity and then build another social housing project or put that money into the coffers. Then that's what the developers do. And it's not wrong or, you know, immoral. But it could belong to us if we did it ourselves.
Okay, thank you very much. On Nourish DC, I do see a number of folks have come forward to testify. What is it? How is it? How many people is it?
Yeah.
How does it work?
So the history of Nourish is this is something the DC Food Policy Council was advocating for several years in kind of, I'd say this was like 7 or 8 years ago. And to create something, and this has been done in other states where you kind of have a 3-pronged program. There are grants that are, given directly to businesses. There are financing. So this is CDFIs that are coming together to provide financing. And then there is technical assistance. And so the 3 things kind of work together to create a continuum of capital and technical assistance for the business owners. And so the DC Food Policy Council had been really wanting a program like this in DC for a few years. And then in 2021, they released an RFP for a fund manager because, the big piece of this is that a CDFI, Community Development Financial Institution, will, create this collaborative model and be able to do the loans and the technical assistance. And so we applied and we got that. I mean, we had been working with the city for years on kind of conceptualizing this and run programs in Michigan and California. And so we had been, we kind of created this collaborative model. And so it's really working with those different groups, WAKIF, Dreaming Out Loud, Eats Place, City First Enterprises, and LEDC. And we all work together to figure out what are the needs, how can we work together and not duplicate efforts. So for example, like one of the things we do, we all lend separately, but we have a communal pool of flexible capital for deals in wards 5, 7, and 8 that are community led, that provide equity or loan loss guarantee. So this city money really helps catalyze our CDFI money to serve projects that wouldn't otherwise get financed. And then the grants create, equity and abilities to kind of build towards that financing. And then we all do different things in technical assistance, but Nourish helps give them the money to do those things. So Latino Economic Development Center, they're more focused on, caterers and entrepreneurs, and they run bilingual programs. And then Dreaming Out Loud is more focused on wards 7 and 8. And they do, we all do different things, but we all work together. And then when we see gaps, we will create programming for that. So it's really creating efficiencies or a one-stop shop for food businesses in DC.
In terms of staff, is it you?
So it's me and another person that I work with. So it's really 2 of us that are running the program, but then there are people from all of those other CDFIs and technical assistance organizations that have people who are working on this. And we meet every 2 weeks and have a lot of strategy and things like that.
Part of what I'm trying to understand
Mhm.
is it was 4.5 million in the last budget,
Mhm.
and some of that is to pay the managers of the program, and some of that is for grants and.
Yeah, I mean, we've raised over about $3.5 million from private philanthropy, so that's covered our staff time. And so really the city money has gone directly out to the businesses, or either in the form of grants, in the form of sub-grants to our partners so they can do the technical assistance, or in the form of this flexible capital for financing, deals that are a little harder to get across the finish line.
So part of, I guess, and you'd said it's 4.5 million in this year's budget, and you're asking for 1 million.
So we got $1 million in 2021, and we got 3.5 in 2022, and we've been able to stretch that money until now because we've gotten all this private philanthropy, and we've gotten some federal money through the Healthy Food Financing Initiative as well. And so we, what was meant to be, a lot of it was kind of ARPA funding through the pandemic, but it doesn't have an earmark in the budget. So it takes about $1 million a year to run the program. And this is inclusive of kind of paying the partners, doing the grants, doing the lending. Because this money from the city is really just leveraging other money that is out there.
And that's what I'm trying to get at, is I'm trying to understand why it is you believe that if you got $1 million from the city, that you could continue to leverage the kinds of dollars.
Yes.
Because your philanthropy, you think you could
Mhm.
raise the money from philanthropy, you think there's federal dollars, but you can't exist without the formal relationship with the district.
So it's Nourish DC is the intellectual property and a program of DMPED. And we work very closely with DMPED. We have an advisory board that's made up of people from all different, agencies that we meet with once once a month, we talk to DMPED about once a week. So we're so technically it is a DMPED program and we are the fund manager. I mean, could the program end and we launch like a DC food equity fund? We could do that, but we would we want to, working with the city has been a huge benefit and has been able to really, the partnership has been so amazing in terms of figuring out what we can offer in conjunction with, Great Streets or the Good Food Fund, or, the other things that the city is doing. Being part of the city ecosystem is really what we prefer. And so technically the program will end without a contract from DMPED, even if we can raise, the money to run it on our own.
But it could rise as something.
It could rise
different.
as something different.
But
Yeah.
but you see advantages to
Mhm.
being plugged in the way that you're plugged in.
Despite
Okay.
the reporting requirement.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Ms. Diener, thank you very much for your testimony. And it's interesting to me on 1617 U Street, sounds like you would like to see housing, but you want it to be social housing above the police station and
Yeah, so as much affordable housing as possible. And the community there would prefer, I live nearby. I can walk there easily.
Hmm.
If we were to build the amount of affordable housing that would be brought about by the, sort of planned, not fully, but anticipated building there, if we just built the affordable part, it wouldn't have to be a huge high rise. And so you could still have the public services, you could have retail and things that people do want there in their community, as well as a big addition of housing, but have it all be in the affordable way that social housing provides, not only market rate, but everybody at the different levels that are worked out. There's some elaborate formula pays 30% or 25% or something of their income, as you know, what social housing is. But that would enable, it seems like maybe not as an important a thing, but because it's DuPont Circle and U Street, historic district, not building a huge overwhelming building is very much in the interest of the neighbors who live there. And they'd like to see, at the same time, the affordable housing part of it come into being. And if we were to try social housing there, we could do it that way.
okay, so I hear you on that. In Chevy Chase, and is it your view there shouldn't be housing at all?
Well, it's not so much that, because we certainly need affordable housing. We did find that what was done at the West End proved problematic to build housing. Now, that was luxury housing over a public service. And then there was the crazy flood. And as the director of the library likes to say, well, buildings always just encounter problems. Well, that's true. But if you built it separately somehow, then you wouldn't have that problem. But my understanding is the community there, or not everyone, but the majority, would like to see affordable housing, but not on this site that they consider a public site. And, we've talked about this before, but the Wells Fargo site across the street, Safeway on the other side, if the city could work with those to develop housing on those parcels, that would help to fill out the neighborhood there. And if we did social housing on at least one of them, we could put in a lot of affordable.
And you heard Cheryl Court talk about how the DMPED selection reduced a floor on the Chevy Chase site. Does that have any impact on you, that it's a smaller building than had previously been contemplated?
Well, I certainly think that's better for that, but didn't they upzone the rest of it? I mean, it's all going to be really built up, it seems like, in the future.
But I mean, on this there's a separate thing about.
It's nice to have the sunlight. I know it sounds, I don't know, crazy, but the sunlight on our public space brings people together. It reduces their anxiety. It's good for their vitamin D consumption. And that's funny. I mean, as you sit there, at one of the restaurants or something there, and the traffic goes by, they're going up that hill. It's on a hill. And you put a huge building up in there, even if it's one story less, it's going to be a looming thing up there on their on the rise there. So personally, from sort of an architectural point of view, not that I'm an architect, and I have to say, I just so much believe in repurposing buildings where possible. And throughout the library system, we had a lot of these buildings, municipal buildings. I mean, they were kind of bland looking libraries, could have been elementary school or post office. They all look the same, but they were built to be expanded. They were structurally engineered to have more added, but we threw that all away in the course of this for most of those buildings. Maybe we don't have to do that here. And it's not a historically protected building, so we could put more windows on it. We could put balconies on it. We could put 2 more stories and a roof deck.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for hearing us.
And we will turn now to our virtual witnesses. Okay, I will now call our virtual witnesses. For each witness, I will call your name and a member of my staff will make you a panelist. If you wish to appear on video, you must click the button in the toolbar at the bottom of your screen that looks like a video camera. Please remain muted until it is your turn to testify. When it is your turn to testify, please unmute yourself. Once all virtual witnesses testify, I, and if other council members join me, may ask a round of questions. So please stay on Zoom muted until you are recalled. For any technical difficulties, send a message to the host, which is labeled as Committee on Human Services, and they will follow up with you. Additionally, if you are having trouble gaining access to Zoom and you have pre-registered, you can reach my team at humanservices@dccouncil.gov, and they will try to resolve your issue. Now let's turn to our first panel of virtual witnesses. Peter Wood, Commissioner ANC 1C03, Sam Bonar, Policy Lead DC Community Wealth Builders, Elizabeth Vaden, Steering Committee Washington Interfaith Network, Ward 3 Affordable Housing Work Group, Jamie Butler, WW3 Steering Group Member, Washington Interfaith Network, Congregations Affordable Housing Working Group, and Carol Otten, Trustee, Treasurer, Co-Chair Planning Subcommittee, Committee of 100 on the Federal City. I see Peter Wood asking to be on the next panel. Certainly, we can accommodate that. So that brings us to Sam Bonar when you're ready.
Hello, sorry about that. My lighting was off. Hey everyone, my name is Sam Bonner. I'm testifying as part of the DC Community Wealth Builders Coalition, an organization dedicated to creating economic well-being, increasing racial equity, and challenging entrenched attitudes about economic development and wealth concentration. We do this by shifting the district's development model towards community ownership, democratic governance, and locally rooted wealth. But simply, we're a coalition interested in unlocking the economic power of collaboration and cooperatives. DMPED is the primary engine of our district's economic development strategy. And to be frank, the strategy is beginning to fail. Despite providing significant incentives and benefits to attract and retain corporations, we have little to show for it. Major grocery stores still refuse to come east of the river, no matter the incentives offered. Developers continue to building the same types of housing, leaving us perpetually short of permanently, deeply, and family-sized affordable options. When officials tout job creation from projects like the coming RFK development, they fail to mention the cost. More than $230,000 per job in public subsidies and incentives for the RFK project, for positions that are overwhelmingly temporary and who are not even going to be paid a third of that price tag per job. So are the commanders actually creating those jobs, or are we? They also fail to account for the opportunity costs. How many more jobs, permanent jobs, could we create if we invested in those same resources in local businesses, cooperative and shared infrastructure, and collaborative economic ecosystems that won't pull out or threaten to leave the moment they find another city willing to race even further to the bottom? The attract and retain model is not just expensive, it is fragile. Outside corporations leave when economic conditions change, taking the jobs and services our communities were promised. We have to explore the strategy that many other cities and now countries, including recently Scotland, are using to help communities meet their own needs. A series of strategies, economic development strategies called community wealth building. The district cannot depend solely on attracting wealthy corporations, as I already said. DMPED should shift its focus towards these shared infrastructures that support the entire ecosystems of small and local businesses, instead of just scattering kind of small grants that help a few businesses a little bit for a short time. We could be investing in collaborative grants that fund shared projects among clusters of businesses, or shared services and purchasing cooperatives that give small businesses the cost advantages of scale. Rotating loan funds that recycle capital through local business ecosystems rather than evaporating after a single use. More broadly, the district should embrace maybe public commons partnerships as an alternative to public-private partnerships. Private partnerships, transfer the assets and decision-making to private corporations. Public commons partnerships could keep assets in communities' hands. This would also be in partnership with land trusts and other community development entities that are accountable to residents and have been doing the work. These models create more jobs per dollar, build resilient local economies, and keep wealth circulating in communities rather than extracting it. In the long term, our coalition is advocating for a land bank, a powerful tool that would address many structural issues and create a new tool to develop affordably, raise revenue without raising taxes, and meet community needs without the waste of corruption and political land dispositions processes that waste public funds and reward well-connected developers. And there was a series of recent reporting about the Ethel Kennedy building and Cascade Park that demonstrate some of that. A land bank would allow the district to strategically manage its existing assets, including vacant and blighted city-owned buildings, new vacant properties acquired through eminent domain, tax foreclosure, or DOPA, and tax liens that are currently auctioned off to the highest bidder each year. We must invest in new tools that put our city's existing wealth to work, just as wealthy individuals invest their assets strategically. A land bank, potentially combined with a public bank where we're making better use of our cash reserves, would fundamentally change the economics of development in DC. Together, these institutions would make development genuinely affordable by removing the speculative pressure on public land and offering flexible financing and loan terms that actually create the downward pressure on price for housing and commercial space. They would enable mission-driven and impact-driven developers to finally compete, and they would make it easier for communities to put marginal land to productive use that actually meets a community's needs. So grocery stores, gardens, co-ops, shared, third space, childcare centers, et cetera. And it would generate revenue for the district without raising taxes, which is, I know, an important thing in this budget session. So a call to action one is to put an RFP to study the DC land bank and public bank. The city already studied a land bank, and I'm advocating to Councilmember Lewis George to get DGS to release that, but we would need an updated one. More relevant to DMPED, though I think DMPED's relevant to that as well, would be actually creating both a local business investment and worker cooperative conversion tax incentive, so that too many district businesses are closing because owners cannot find buyers or successors. This tax incentive would help cover the costs for selling to their employees to keep a business open, to make sure we're preserving those types of businesses that could create jobs. And ideally pair this with a technical assistance grant for worker cooperative conversions, because that process requires specialized legal and financial expertise. We cannot continue the strategies that have proven ineffective. It is time to invest in approaches that center community wealth building, support local businesses, and put our public assets to work for the public good. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
I saw Elizabeth Vaden.
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful.
Councilmember Fruman, thanks for the opportunity to testify on the performance of DMPED. My name is Elizabeth Vaden, and I'm on the steering committee of the Washington Interfaith Network's Ward 3 Affordable Housing Work Group. As our name indicates, we're focused on building more dedicated affordable housing in Ward 3. Our ward achieved only a fraction of its 2025 target for new dedicated affordable housing and remains far behind every other planning area in the city. Over the past 5 years, Wynn Ward 3 has advocated that the plan to rebuild the Chevy Chase Library and Community Center include 100 units of housing affordable to households earning from very low to workforce level incomes. When 8 proposals were shared with the public last March, we were pleased that each met these requirements. Imagine our surprise when last month the project was awarded to Rift Valley under substantially altered terms. Last year, Rift Valley proposed 206 units. Roughly 1/3 were set aside for those with incomes between 30 and 50% area median income, 1/3 for those earning 80% AMI, and just 1/3 at market rate. The proposal selected by the city contemplates only 177 units, of which 2/3 are market rate and only 54 are affordable. Workforce housing has been eliminated, and there is no mention of support services for the very low-income households when that's necessary. We're disappointed by both this retreat from the mayor's housing equity goals and the lack of transparency surrounding this decision. We've heard no explanation as to why the proposal changed so substantially and what factors distinguished Rift Valley. Nor have details been shared about the timing and scope of promised community engagement. DMPED's lack of transparency breeds cynicism about how this site will be developed and raises questions about the city's commitment to using the tools at its disposal. Why does this proposal fail to take full advantage of this singular public property in Ward 3 or the recent major expansion of federal LIHTC incentives? The community needs answers. We want to know what happened and why, what opportunities we have for additional input, and what remains subject to negotiation. This committee needs answers as well. In materials provided to the committee in advance of this hearing, DMPED mentions that it's prioritizing investments that address economic disparities by providing housing that is affordable across all incomes, and that it aims to help residents across all 8 wards have access to affordable housing. Other proposals would have gone farther in fulfilling these commitments. How did the shrunken Rift Valley proposal best meet the district's goals and deliver the greatest overall public benefit, as stated in the mayor's press release? Finally, Wynn Ward 3 and the hundreds of neighbors with whom we've spoken are counting on DMPED and the council to ensure that this project is approved by the end of calendar year 2026. It would be unconscionable to restart the clock on our library, our community center, and desperately needed new affordable housing after nearly 5 years of planning and public input. We urge this committee to seek satisfactory and timely answers to these questions. Thank you. I also wanted to point out that Jamie Butler, who is registered to testify after I am, will not be testifying. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Carol Otten.
Good morning, Chairman Fruman. I'm Carol Ayton. I'm testifying on behalf of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. we'd like to comment on 3 topics: disposition of federal buildings, RFK site planning and development, and infrastructure. The Trump administration has announced plans to vacate and dispose of a number of important federal buildings and demolish historic buildings on the St. Elizabeth campus. We understand that DMPED is working with GSA and NCPC to develop a framework for disposition, particularly in Southwest DC. We're confident that all are taking account and being aware of how devastating it would be to dump multiple large buildings on the market all at once, and how damaging it is to the community and the streetscape to have them sit vacant or even worse, destroyed. What we are not confident about is that the many historic buildings and other resources will receive the attention and protection that they merit. Just 2 examples are the Robert C. Weaver building, the HUD building, an excellent example of a historic era of brutalism architecture by the eminent architect Marcel Breuer, and the Wilbur J. Cohen building and the affixed murals within by Ben Shahn and other noted artists have been widely in the media. These significant resources are important to the texture, fabric, history, and character of Washington, D.C., and preservation and protection should be high on the list of considerations. Many, if not most of these buildings, are on the D.C. Inventory of Historic Sites and are on or eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. This conveys preservation responsibilities both to GSA and DMPED. Any dispositions are subject to federal and DC preservation statutes, and these must contain covenants for historic preservation that run with the land to execute the responsibilities. St. Elizabeth's buildings differ from other individual buildings that are threatened in that they're part of a village that illustrates the concept of healing and compassion. To demolish 17 buildings destroys that intent. St. Elizabeth's is a National Historic Landmark, and DMPED should be clear that the buildings should be preserved and reused as planned. They have not spoken up to GSA about this. RFK site planning and development. The biggest development project under active management by DMPED is the redevelopment of the RFK campus. While the proposed design has generally received favorable reviews, we urge DMPED and the commanders to ensure that the new stadium meets requirements for light pollution and bird proofing. Existing legal requirements in both these areas are commonly ignored. Designs released so far show a fully lit exterior. While that might be acceptable during events, we don't need Broadway-style lighting 24/7. High on C100's list is the commitment for housing, particularly affordable housing. During recent presentations, DMPED and the commanders have stated that there will be 5,000 to 6,000 housing units. Previously, we'd been expecting 6,000 with 30% affordable. We should hold for the maximum. DMPED's master plan should include estimates of building square footage and other efforts to make sure that they meet their commitments, including parking, transportation, open space, and expansion. We're pleased to see that expansion of a metro is being considered. Infrastructure. We noted in response to the committee's questions that DMPED is in many cases working on infrastructure to support new developments like Poplar Point and the RFK site. However, the Office of Planning under DMPED's purview unfortunately does not show the same sensitivity to the importance of the underlying infrastructure for a successful development. The most recent example is the massive upzoning proposed along Wisconsin Avenue that is estimated to add over 10,000 new households. In the required infrastructure report, DC Water noted that the corridor is presently at full capacity for both water and sewage. Now what? What happens next, and how does this get fixed? Similar negative reports on traffic impacts have also been ignored when increasing zoning and development, and schools never get taken into consideration. DMPED needs to make sure that infrastructure is part of planning for all areas where significant increases in development are proposed, and not just limited to mostly undeveloped large tracts in DMPED's portfolio like Hill East, Poplar Point, and RFK. When you look at DMPED's portfolio, you see the changing face of the city. DMPED's challenge is to maintain DC's historic character and ensure it's, quote, changed for the better, unquote, to quote Wicked. A daunting but critical responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Bernard, you said that for each job, it was $230,000 in public subsidy. Can you explain to me how you came up with that number?
Yeah, I mean, so that's it's not just subsidies and incentives too. So free land, free no property taxes, subsidies in terms of sales tax, adding all of that up. Obviously, those are contested numbers, but one estimate was 3.7 billion of adding all of those up. You divide that by 16,000, which is the number of jobs, 14,000 of which are temporary. And that's where I got that number.
All right. Okay. And you said we should do things like Scotland, like the Scotland Community Wealth Building. Is that, then you listed various kinds of things, but walk me through again what the paradigm that you're suggesting and how it is fundamentally different from what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a variety of strategies. Again, I'm happy to set up a conversation where we can dig deeper on a lot of different cities and stuff. Scotland's is new, but they are sort of saying this is something we're learning from a lot of cities that have started doing it in Scotland. And so now they want to move their economy to be focusing less just on economic growth and more on these types of strategies. So those types of strategies, I listed some of them, but there's a whole other world of, realigning procurement incentives, actually investing in types of shared infrastructure that businesses can use to build off of. There's, again, it could be saying instead of giving these big corporations incentives to create the jobs, we could give less money to small businesses to create similar jobs, whether that's, buying some sort of new tool or just literally giving them incentives to create those jobs. When we do that, we do it in very, very small ways. When we give incentives or investments into small businesses, it's a bunch of small little grants. That's generally how we do things in the city. The real money, the real strategy we have is attract and retain. So that's when all the council members go to Las Vegas and they go to these big businesses and they say, hey, like, how do we get you to come here? How do we get you to create these jobs? And we're giving them a lot of money to create those jobs. And so I just question whether they are actually creating the jobs, and perhaps the opportunity costs that could get us to create more jobs that are more sustained, more lasting in the community, and won't just pull out when those incentives dry up or when a better ideal comes along. So it's really a mindset shift, but it is also, and there's plenty of examples of how they've actually built these incentive systems in different cities and now countries to better prioritize the local investments and not just kind of numbers of jobs created, but actually, how lasting those are and whether they're rooted in the community and whether they meet our needs.
And in a certain way, we heard the testimony about Nourish DC, which sounded like the kind of model you're talking about.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
And there may be other programs, and we'll go through this with the deputy mayor, that fit your paradigm, but you're saying put those on steroids and the other attract and retain reduced.
That's what I would advocate for. Yeah, I think maybe not putting them, but certainly reprioritizing them as potentially more effective approaches that I think work in lots of other places. And yeah, Nourish DC, I think is a great model for that. I think a lot about, our food systems. Why aren't, these small businesses, or why aren't grocery stores coming where we need them? We could be creating shared food infrastructure, right? Whether it's wholesale distribution systems. New York City has a lot of this. That's why they have such a robust, infrastructure of great, small, fresh, local grocery stores. It takes some work, right? It's not work that I think DMPED or the city is often comfortable doing because like but I think we do it here and there. I think it would be, it could make a big difference. Or for instance, another thing like shared insurance infrastructure could be something I know is a huge barrier for small businesses to get grants or contracts from the city because they need to get all this insurance. The city could create something like that everyone kind of buys into together and saves money on. The other thing, I think another maybe effective model locally that the city doesn't do anything with, but it is, is being built is Community Purchasing Alliance, which is a group that shares or kind of does collective purchases for mostly big churches and charter schools and mosques and synagogues, like large nonprofit building management groups, because there's all these costs, and they just help out all those people just save costs. It could also be saying, hey, instead of having these big contracts that are like 3,000 meals a day, let's try and actually incentivize groups of small businesses to share those contracts. I've heard of small businesses doing that on their own, kind of going in on big contracts together. I think we should be prioritizing that model and making it easier for those types of groups to form and also to get the contracts from the city.
Okay, I asked you for what's the different paradigm, you told me, so thank you very much. And there are places in which I certainly agree where that paradigm works and is important, but thank you for your testimony. Ms. Vaden, I mean, I hear your frustration, and I think there will be, engagement coming on this. There was a little bit of a tension, and you were dissatisfied with where we're at, and yet you also closed by saying, please get this done in calendar year 26. So are there things you want to see? How do you square the frustration that you have expressed and the desire to get it done? Are there key things that you want to see changed that would enable you to more enthusiastically embrace the project so that it could get over the finish line in calendar year 26?
Absolutely. I would say that there are, number one, we had 8 proposals already on the table for a year that did meet our requirements. It seems to me there are opportunities to take advantage of terms, including terms proposed by Rift Valley earlier, that have already been developed. But in terms of what we want by the end of the year, absolutely. We are not looking to see this project die. We've spent a lot of time on this. And as the Coalition for Smarter Growth pointed out in their testimony, they certainly don't want to get to the end of, we certainly don't want to get to the end of this year and find that we've lost everything. 54 units is 54 more units of affordable housing than we have in Ward 3 right now. But I do believe that with the tools that we've recommended, including better and more creative use of the LIHTC incentives that we've both talked about, that there are ways to make this happen within 2026. And there's a real risk. I do not see, if this doesn't happen by the end of this year, if we can't prioritize taking what was already almost within our grasp as of last year and bringing that to fruition, it's going to be at least another 5 years and perhaps longer to restand this up again. And I think that would be a real loss for the community.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Otten, light pollution and bird proofing are things that that's a new one on me. I'm not saying that it's not, but that didn't come up in the conversations around approval, as I recall. Who have you raised those issues with, and what sort of a response have you got?
We're continuing to raise those issues with in the planning process and with NCPC. The bird proofing thing, we have raised that a number of times. I can't tell you exactly with whom, but there's actually, I think it was Minneapolis, built a stadium, and to cut corners, they didn't use a kind of bird proofing system and ended up having to go back and retrofit it for way more cost than the cost savings that they had, been trying to utilize was. The lighting is really kind of a new issue after we saw the illustrations, because everything's very heavily lit. But we will continue to comment on all these plans as they move along, especially at CFA and NCPC and eventually with the council.
Okay, and then on the federal dispositions, where do we stand in terms of historic preservation applying to those dispositions? I mean, you raise it as an issue, but is there a reason why you think that's in question today?
Yes. Well, historic preservation should certainly apply, but as we have seen, the present administration doesn't pay a lot of attention to those requirements, and especially in demolition. And we have a real fear that in their seeking to dispose of what they consider to be, surplus buildings, that they won't apply the kinds of preservation concerns and protections that ought to be applied to these buildings and to the murals, for example. So other elements of the buildings. And the fact that there are just so many of them all at once is particularly alarming, because it'll be easy to, kind of mask, if you will, the impact of disposition if you do a lot at once. And I think the framework is not out yet, so it's hard to tell, but the Public Buildings Review Board has recommended a lot of dispositions of federal buildings, particularly in the Southwest area.
All right, well, we will be asking about this when the deputy mayor is here. So thank you very much for raising it. And the murals, thank you for reminding me about the murals, because that is the thing that there's one particular building where there's some historic murals, and the question is what will happen with them. So thank you for raising that. Thank you to all the witnesses on this panel. I think we're gonna turn to our next panel, but thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Al Goldberg, David Maloff, Will Merrifield, and Chris Otten. Oh, and Peter Wood, who had wanted to wait.
Good morning. Am I up?
Yep, sure are. When you're
Hi.
ready.
Sorry, I glitched for a second there. Hi, my name is Al Goldberg. I am the founder of Mess Hall. We're a food incubator located in Northeast DC. I just wanted to go off. I submitted my testimony, and mine is brief, so I'd like to just go off script just for one moment before reading that, to mention that for those who are not familiar with Nourish DC, it is a significant program for food businesses and for constituents within the District of Columbia. It's actually one of the key partners within the group, is actually one of Mess Hall's direct competitors. I can't say enough good things about it. They bring everybody to the table. This program makes an incredible difference throughout the District of Columbia. And I only just today learned through Allison Powers' testimony that, they're just looking for $1 million to keep this thing going. They're largely self-sufficient through private funding and other means, and federal funding. And absent, the blessing for the district to allow them to continue for a relatively nominal amount of money seems like a no-brainer to keep it going. But without further ado, again, I'm Al Goldberg. I'm the founder of Mess Hall. We're a DC-based food business incubator and a shared commercial kitchen. We've been operating since 2014. And because I'm in the trenches every day, working with food entrepreneurs as they navigate licensing and financing and production and growth, I have a clear understanding of how critical programs like Nourish DC are. These grants are not theoretical economic development tools. They're practical, targeted investments that directly impact whether small businesses can launch, survive, and scale in the district. As I've previously testified, DC has a well-known reputation for having an overly complicated and confusing licensing process. So at Mess Hall, we actively work to simplify and navigate that process along our members. We fight to make it easier for small businesses to launch and thrive here. Incentive programs like Nourish DC are essential complements to that work. They help mitigate financial burden of starting and operating in the District of Columbia and make DC more competitive and compelling compared to Maryland and Virginia, which have become increasingly attractive to entrepreneurs in recent years. Food businesses operate on thin margins, and if DC reduces programs like Nourish DC, we risk losing businesses and the jobs and tax revenue and neighborhood vibrancy that they create across the border. Conversely, sustained funding allows us not only to retain DC businesses, but also likely attract and relocate companies from Maryland, Virginia. DC has been long since known as a city that supports small businesses through smart initiatives. We just can't afford to reverse that reputation. I'm proud to say that Mess Hall has also directly benefited from these investments. We've received a Keeping It Cool storage grant in 2023/2024 on the cusp of that year, and an RSFI equipment grant in 2025. Now, again, those monies, by the way, came from the federal government. They were channeled solely because we have this type of program. Those funds have already been and immediately put into meaningful use because Mess Hall is a shared facility. The impact multiplies, and at any given time, more than 40 licensed DC food businesses operate in our space, and dozens more will launch over the next 5 to 10 years using the infrastructure strengthened by these grants. In other words, these programs do not just support one business, they strengthen an entire ecosystem. If we want vibrant commercial corridors, homegrown brands, and a thriving DC food economy, DC must continue to truly support small businesses in tangible ways. I strongly urge the council to continue funding Nourish DC. This is a great program. I look forward to seeing the positive impact that it will have in the years to come, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
David Moloff.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Fruman and council members. I am David Maloff, a past president of the DC Federation of Citizens Associations. Much of what I recommend today, citizens have testified about repeatedly over multiple years with little, if no reform, under, I'm sorry to say, probably an intentionally delinquent DMPED management. This is the top of a pyramid of a huge, sweeping mayoral cluster portfolio. And as with each of the deputy mayors, there's only one oversight hearing. So thank you for allowing me to speak today, just as with the other deputy mayors. The area of protecting the public safety, protecting residents' properties, and protecting our history is critical. And it's been compromised. It's been covered over by a lot of other work that DMPED's doing legitimately, but I think also because of some intentional desire to keep things moving as fast as possible and to almost not look too hard at the public safety, the residents' properties, and our history. I recommend that the permitting and the inspections for construction and historic preservation, which have withered under this mayor, that it be moved to the deputy, to the office of the city administrator. It's a good place to put the countervailing, balancing responsibilities that naturally should protect excesses in growth or in working with industry at the expense of citizens. So therefore, I recommend that immediately in this budget cycle that a few areas of the portfolio be moved from under DMPED to the Office of the City Administrator. I think there'll be some protestations, maybe from the senior crew at DMPED, but under their breaths, they'll probably be happy to get rid of some of the responsibility because they're not doing it today, and the public is endangered, and our history is endangered. So the costs for the next budget cycle would be very low cost, and I think it could be done almost immediately in October to move these functions over. So I looked through the mayor's, the deputy mayor's testimony last night and the 3 significant attachments submitted today for her only oversight hearing that I can discern in the program. Last year, there was only one under Mr. McDuffie, and same this year. Those testimonies and those attachments don't mention the words public safety, historic preservation, the departments of DOB, HPRB, HPO, zoning. I think safety, the word safety is mentioned once, and it's about doing community walks around Chinatown. Well, we've obliterated Chinatown. There's no Chinatown. It's been at the expense of anything that the stadium owner wants. I understand that, but we've got to, something's got to give here on protecting the residents, especially when people die, like on V Street, and it's readily apparent that there are oversights in the management functions. Maybe what's been happening here is a few of these departments under the mayoral cluster have been not adrift, but on autopilot. And it's a sloppy autopilot. It's risky to land in that situation. I believe that there needs to be some, like venture capital. There's a venture capital fund here. Well, venture capitalists provide adult supervision and oversight, active oversight. In fact, some of them won't even fund you if you're not close to their venture fund because they like to drive out and meet with management. Well, I don't think there's been much driving out and meeting with the management and protecting the citizens by the senior staff at DMPED. So a reorganization is in order pronto. I think all the citizens are aware of it around this town and also in your ward, sir. You've got a very conscientious ward on civics, and it's an admirable team of residents you have there. I've got 7 recommendations for you, which I won't get into today, but the one is to reorganize immediately, and my testimony has much more discussion on these points. And I know a lot of people are going to be jockeying for new jobs here. The mayor is in office as it wanes for her, and other people want new jobs. These things to protect the public should be handled immediately now, and they're campaign issues. So thank you very much for your patience. And we need to do a reset for the public interest and the public safety. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I don't see your testimony. I could be mistaken, but if you haven't submitted it, if you would please submit it.
I sent it a couple hours ago, and thank you, sir. It should be there.
Okay, great. I'm sure it's here by now.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Merrifield, good to see you. Been a while
Good to
since
see
we've
you.
spoken.
Good afternoon. My name is Will Merrifield. I am the director of the Center for Social Housing and Public Investment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to make a straightforward argument. The private real estate industry, operating under its current incentives, is structurally incapable of solving the district's affordable housing crisis. If we are serious about delivering housing that working class residents can afford, government agencies, particularly the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, must play a far more direct and strategic role in housing production, ownership, and financing. For decades, the district has relied primarily on a market-led model. We provide subsidies, tax abatements, density bonuses, publicly owned land at reduced cost, and low interest financing. In exchange, we receive a number of income restricted units, typically at 80% of the area median income. This model has produced some units, yes, but it has not produced affordability at scale, and it has not stemmed displacement. That is not because individual developers are uniquely malicious. It is because they are operating exactly as the system requires them to operate to maximize return on investment. Private equity, real estate investment trusts, and even mission-oriented developers all face the same constraint. Their projects must generate sufficient revenue to cover high land cost, construction cost, financing cost, and investor returns. When those costs rise, the rents must rise as well. No amount of goodwill can overcome a financial model that depends on high rents and asset inflation to make the numbers work. Meanwhile, the public need continues to grow. Rent-burdened households are not concentrated at 80% of the AMI. They are concentrated at 30, 40, and 50% of the AMI. Yet we continue to structure our production programs around what the private market can tolerate rather than what residents need. This is why the district must expand its capacity for social housing. Permanently affordable, publicly owned, or publicly controlled housing that is not driven by speculative return. Social housing is not simply subsidized private housing. It is housing where the public retains an ownership stake, where rents are set based on cost rather than profit, and where affordability is preserved permanently. DMPED in particular has a powerful but underutilized tool, public land. When the district owns the land and retains ownership, it can dramatically reduce development cost. If that land is paired with low-cost public financing rather than conventional high-interest private debt, the economics shift significantly. Over time, a revolving social housing production fund could be built. Construction financing could be refinanced with long-term low-cost public debt once projects stabilize. Rental income would cover operations, maintenance, and debt service, while surpluses could be recycled into new projects. This model does not eliminate the need for subsidy, especially for extremely low-income households, but it stretches public dollars further and builds public assets rather than transferring value to private investors. Importantly, this approach also reduces long-term fiscal pressure. Instead of paying ever-increasing vouchers to private landlords, the district would be investing in assets that generate stable, predictable revenue while delivering permanent affordability. There are precedents for this model. Montgomery County has begun to take ownership stakes in mixed-income housing. Internationally, cities like Vienna, Austria have demonstrated that large-scale social housing can stabilize rents across the entire metropolitan region. The district has the financial capacity and the land assets to do something similar if we choose to. The alternative is clear. If we continue to rely primarily on private capital, we will continue to produce too few deeply affordable units at too high a public cost, while market rate development continues to push rents upward. We will remain reactive rather than proactive, plugging holes rather than building a durable system. The affordable housing crisis is not simply a supply problem. It is a structural problem rooted in how housing is financed, owned, and valued. Treating housing solely as a commodity will continue to produce commodified outcomes. The district can lead the nation by demonstrating that housing is infrastructure. Like schools, libraries, and transit, it is a public good that requires long-term public investment and stewardship. I urge this committee to push DMPED beyond a facilitation role and toward a direct development and ownership role. Expand public land disposition for social housing. Capitalize a revolving production fund. Use the district's borrowing power strategically. And measure success not simply by unit counts, but by permanent affordability and long-term public return. We cannot subsidize our way out of a system designed to inflate rents and assets. But we can build a new model, one that aligns public investment with public need. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Otten.
Can you hear me?
You have red, there's a red.
There's something wrong with my camera. I'm sorry.
All good. It's all good. It gives you a certain panache, so.
All right, right on. Council member, yeah, I let me just start out. I'm with DC for Reasonable Development. We're an unincorporated nonprofit throughout the city. Looking at these land deals, we've looked at lots of land deals under DMPED. And time again, public land that belongs to the people of the District of Columbia has been transferred or leveraged in ways that disproportionately benefit private real estate interests. Meanwhile, residents, like we're going to be told this year, are told there's no money for healthcare, childcare, modern transportation upgrades, sewer pipes, permanent, truly affordable housing, and other municipal services. I want to go off script a little bit. You have my testimony, I hope.
No, I'm not sure that I do unless it's arrived more recently.
I emailed it last night at 11:45 p.m.
Okay. Well,
to the
I will have it. I will have it. Go ahead.
Okay. It's important. There's some great animations in there I hope you can look at. Kind of explains air rates. But just imagine with me this vision of the ribbon cutting in front of the Chevy Chase Commons, which is, what DMPED's threatening next with privatization. And you're there and you're cutting that ribbon, and there's two scenarios that play out where you turn and you shake hands with the development team, Rift Valley Partners, and they're looking at you like a lollipop, and they're looking at DMPED like they're lollipops because we're suckers. Because their deals, DMPED's deals, would convey the air rights above one of the most valuable public parcels in the city, Chevy Chase Commons, for 99 years at $1 a year, where they generate the income from the mostly unaffordable market rate housing for those 99 years. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars of value being given away in these land deals. That's scenario one. The other scenario is you cut the ribbon, you turn to collaborative partners in Rift Valley, and they see you as an agent of positive change, not as a lollipop, because you've implemented a social housing model whereby we retain the air rights and we retain the public land, and any income generated thereof comes back to us to reinvest into the project, to grow more affordable housing in the project, to grow more affordable housing in nearby areas, including all the upzoned lots now on Wisconsin and Connecticut Avenue. That is the difference maker here. And unfortunately, public land and public air rights are not incidental assets. They are among the most valuable tools the district has to generate long-term revenue and long-term affordability. Once conveyed, these land and air rights, they're gone, along with the public leverage they represent. Every dollar of value embedded in land or air rights that is transferred to the private balance sheets is a dollar that could instead be invested in deeply affordable permanent housing, human services, infrastructure like sewers and gas pipes, and to stabilize our budget during looming fiscal shortfalls, which I'm sure we're going to hear a lot from Councilmember Mendelson this year. And you're going to be told it directly. We don't have money for things like Nourish DC, or we don't have money, Chris, for affordable housing. How many times do we have to be told that? And we look and we see McMillan given away, West End given, West End. Mr. Lanier, who we conveyed that land deal to, just sold it and made hundreds of millions of dollars off 3 acres of public land that had 3 public services on it that are now buried in his condo that he just sold. The Wharf, we gave Monty Hoffman $300 million plus all that land for $1. He just sold it for $2 billion to a Canadian equity firm. That's hundreds of millions of dollars that could have been in the public coffers for a time like now when the federal government is turning their backs on us, and we should be turning inwards to our own assets. Montgomery County's doing this. They're doing social housing. They have demonstrated that public land can be developed without being given away. That's at the Laureate. We went and took a visit there. The social housing model guarantees that long-term income streams remain public. And so I would ask, as my time winds down, the question before this committee is simple. Will DMPED be allowed to continue the status quo model of land disposition and privatization of public value, or will it begin to treat public land and air rights as permanent public wealth? And I hope this committee can have a real debate at some point, a workshop or a committee meeting where we really debate these alternatives and look at something like social housing as a real alternative to the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Commissioner Wood?
Hi, thanks everyone. I guess it's technically afternoon, so good afternoon. I appreciate the flexibility from this committee for me to be able to speak today. My name is Peter Wood. I am an advisory neighborhood commissioner in Adams Morgan. I am the chairperson of the commission, but today I'm representing myself as a single member district representative for part of the middle of Adams Morgan. And I really don't think I'll take too long today, but I just want to share some oversight, which is also kind of a plea for help, coming directly from residents and business owners that I represent and try to hear from on a regular basis. And I guess there's two tiers to the plea for help. One is kind of obvious. I think a lot of us here today and in the district in general are aware that the economic circumstances that DC residents and business owners and employees, et cetera, face at this particular moment are pretty dire, and also that there are layers to that I think need to be better explored, and there's representation, whether directly through DMPED or in conjunction with other agencies, and maybe also non-governmental entities in the district that can help, at the very least, prepare local residents and business owners for whatever might be next, but ideally to also make it so that we can have thriving businesses in neighborhoods like Adams Morgan. I'm very appreciative that there are a lot of projects under the portfolio of DMPED. And it's also important, I think, to recognize that a lot of those are big projects that are about, building new stuff. RFK, the Wharf, St. Elizabeth's, Poplar Point are some examples. But there are neighborhoods like Adams Morgan, and I have used Adams Morgan both as, of course, the place to represent, but as kind of a general example for some other neighborhoods in DC as well. It's a neighborhood that you aren't going to have that type of investment in just because of the rules in place and the culture and history of the neighborhood. And a lot of the business owners tell me that they're struggling. And I've heard people refer to this moment as a kind of a pandemic 2.0 in terms of small business and local business ownership and longevity. And a lot of places are shutting down, and it's not getting the same type of attention that we had seen in 2020, 2021. And historic, widely renowned commercial zones like Adams Morgan are really important for Washington, D.C., both as kind of a place that people appreciate, but also as an economic driver. That's the identity of being able to call out specific neighborhoods and having people from around the world know what they are, like Adams Morgan, is something that is really important to protect. And I'm just not seeing that happen in this moment. Very well aware that the kind of financial circumstances for the district are going to be austere, perhaps for a while. That's not entirely our fault, but the parts that are our fault, we have to manage. But we need to at least look to examples to how to take places like Adams Morgan and prepare the people who are in stakeholders invested in the well-being of the neighborhood and the businesses there to do a better job. Chinatown Renewal Project is kind of a potential model that might be adjusted and replicated elsewhere. But even still, we see that it's an example that is at least partly, if not largely, driven by a very large events venue, an arena, right? And places like Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, even Capitol Hill, places like that don't have that same type of experience or same type of infrastructure to focus on. So there are really three parts of this that I want to focus on. I mean, of course, when it comes to budget oversight, I can say we need to spend money that we may or may not have. But for the time being, I think speaking as a commissioner, we need better data, better communication, and better coordination. I don't know how to find good data just to find out what the economic state of Adams Morgan is or any other neighborhoods, to be able to say, this is the number of vacancies, this is the number of businesses in the last X number of years that have moved in, moved out, that have expanded their square footage or whatever their kind of the metric might be. That would be really helpful. And it seems like a natural fit for something like this agency or the Deputy Mayor's Office, excuse me, to help collect and distribute. That communication needs to be better. I think there are a lot of gaps with residents, commissioners like myself, and other community leaders to be able to really understand what's going on with DC's economic health at the neighborhood level. And there's got to be better coordination. I know these aren't examples that necessarily are like 100% relevant to DMPED, but for example, Adams Morgan was the recipient of a Strudery pilot program and also tried to implement an 18th Street pedestrian zone. There was very minimal communication with me as the chairperson for over 3 years of the commission at all. There was in some cases with the Streety pilot project, I don't think we were at all involved. And I use that as an example to where that type of lack of communication can be really harmful when you have stakeholders like bids, main streets, commissions, nonprofit organizations. They want to be involved, but we can't have us replicating the kind of similar pursuits. We need to work together, and DMPED can be kind of that incubator for those voices to come together, work together. I'm over my time. Appreciate hearing from you and glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you to all the witnesses for their testimony. Mr. Goldberg, thank you for the work you've done. I don't know if you're still on. Ah, there you are. We met years ago when Jeremiah Cohn was working out a mess hall in the early years. What a great innovation mess hall is. So thank you for doing that. You talked about the value of Nourish DC. I hear you. And you talked, I think, specifically about the things that it helped you with, and the cold storage, I think, was the space. But maybe there are other things. What's that?
Yes, that was correct.
Yeah. Are there other things that the district should be doing to support incubator institutions like yours? I mean, you have helped launch a whole bunch of different businesses. Do we have the full complement of tools to be supporting you, or are there other things that we should be doing for organizations like Mess Hall?
I mean, I would like to see there, I mean, unrelated to some of these things today, but since you asked, I think there could be easier pathways to obtaining business licenses. There's a lot of confusion that surrounds it, and people do get bounced around from department to department. Been working with DMPED, and they've made some nice changes in the last year by lowering the price of business start. Some of them were disproportionately high due to old laws that have since been fixed, but it's scratching the iceberg, and I think we can continue to work with DMPED and DSLBD to help find pathways in that way. But one of the great things about Nourish DC is that not only do they provide a gateway to the financial opportunities, but also the technical assistance, and that's not to be taken for granted. Mess Hall itself helps a lot of people with technical assistance to find the way, but there's still a lot of people who just give up and decide that it's easier to find a path in our surrounding jurisdictions and leave DC. And some who outgrow Mess Hall automatically go to Virginia or Maryland, which always breaks my heart. So having an organization or a conglomerate like Nourish DC that provides not just money, but wraparound services to help support small businesses, it really goes a long way. And I'm telling you, I mean, we as a hub of like food and knowing everybody in the industry, left, right, up and down, I mean, these guys really make a difference. I wouldn't be here this morning if I didn't truly believe in, everything that they're doing. They're helping our members. They're helping. They help everybody. I mean, they are a known entity and a go-to. And yeah, Allison Powers, testified that like they would have to find some other way if you don't continue this on. But it's built such a reputable brand. It's reliable, and it's there for everyone that it seems foolhardy to let it die at this point after all that they've built.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much for all you've done. Mr. Maloff, in some ways, your testimony, it goes to the other agencies in the DMPED cluster, which are in other places. And I actually have heard your testimony. You spoke at the Department of Buildings. There was a hearing on illegal construction, I believe, and you gave very compelling testimony at that hearing, some of which you're echoing here. So thank you for that. And thank you for the shout out to folks. I think you're thinking about Chuck Elkins, perhaps in Ward 3, who's been very active on these issues. I this morning sent a picture to the director of the Department of Buildings of a giant hole in a backyard right next to other homes. So thank you for your advocacy in this area. I think the whole idea of a restructuring, I'm not sure what to make of that, but that's not going to be the work of this committee. To the extent that there was something like that, I think that's in the committee of the whole now. And I think you have been heard at the committee of the whole and sees other opportunities to do that. But thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you.
Mr. Merrifield, social housing is, people use the term all the time, and it means different things to different people. And so I'm curious, you talked about Montgomery County, you talked about Europe. Those are different models of social housing, but when you think of, or maybe you don't think that's the case. I mean, my impression about Montgomery County is the key thing is providing gap financing to avoid the very high interest money before the stabilization of the building occurs, and then it gets cashed out. And so, but the building is built by a private developer, not for a profit, but for a fee. But what is the model of social housing that you think can work in the district?
Similar to the Montgomery County model, the one thing about the Montgomery County model that is like you left out is that it's owned by Montgomery County, which I think is significant because it creates an asset that Montgomery County owns that will pay itself off in 20 or 30 years. I think it's 20 years for the laureate. When I think of social housing, I think of permanently affordable mixed income buildings that are able to cover the operating cost and debt service with the rents that are received. So unlike public housing, which needs an ongoing subsidy, social housing needs to be designed to cover the cost of building and paying off the building. And then that building is owned by the municipality that built it. And once that building is paid off, the revenue streams from that building go towards building more affordable housing. The other thing that is important when we think about scaling social housing is the ability, as you put it, to revolve the production fund, to cash out once the building is stabilized. That is a tricky process, and one that may look different over different types of buildings when you're building out your social housing network. In some buildings, you may want to revolve the entire production fund. If you do that, you will not get as much affordable housing in that building. You might have more market rate units in the buildings where you're revolving the entire production fund. But if you don't revolve the entire production fund, if you revolve a portion of the production fund, then you can build in more affordability within those buildings. However, it is important to be able to revolve production funds to a certain extent, because only through the revolution of the production fund can you scale the model without having to, pass a bond every time you want to build a social housing building. If you revolve a production fund, then you're able to use essentially the same capital to build multiple buildings.
Okay, so one of the reactions people have on social housing is we have publicly owned housing and it's run by the DCHA, and is that the model that we want to go? But in Montgomery County, my understanding is that there is a management company that is part of the mix. Is that how who runs the building day to day in your vision of social housing?
In my vision of social housing, which is a very practical, I should preface this by saying I spent 10 years working with tenant associations as a tenant association attorney. So what I found in doing that work is that a lot of times when people come home from their jobs. They don't want to manage a multi-million-dollar asset. They want a really strong, good management company to manage that asset. So in my idea of social housing, there'd be professional management along in the buildings that the tenants would be able to choose themselves. They'd be able to interview different management companies and would be able to choose who manages their building.
I mean, there wouldn't be tenants on the first day. Is the idea somebody has to manage it on the first day? Is it that the tenants eventually have the opportunity to choose their managers? Is that the
Yeah,
idea?
maybe after a certain period of time, but you're right. You would have to choose a management company. But yeah, I would believe that the building should be professionally managed by people who do that for a living.
Okay, but you want tenant input into that at some point.
Sure.
And
And obviously, tenants would be able in a social housing building like any other building in the District of Columbia to form tenant associations to be able to have input on how their building is run.
And what do the affordability bands look like in Montgomery County? You talked about the Laureate project. What's the mix of affordability in that building?
I'm not sure what the exact mix of affordability is in the Laureate. They are able to generate affordability across the different income spectrum. So at 30%, at 50%, at 80%, and at market rates. I believe it's over 30% affordable. So it's better than what the district gets with IZ. But I'm not sure of the exact income breakdown in all the units.
But is it 30%? I mean, because part of the challenge here is all the numbers have to add up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, the way you describe it, you can't pay if it's got to pay for itself and costs are high. But you think it's 30% affordable, or is it a higher percentage than that?
I know that it is at least 30% affordable. And I know from talking to people in Montgomery County that the Laureate, as their initial project, was financed very conservatively. They wanted to make sure that it was able to pay itself off. And they wanted to make sure that it was, that they weren't getting in trouble covering operating costs. So they designed that project very conservatively, and they're making a lot more in revenue than they thought they may be able to make. Because if you've been to the Laureate, it's a really nice building. So they're able to generate pretty significant market rate rents that they weren't sure they were going to be able to generate at that building. So I believe that there's an ability with the Laureate to build in much more affordability moving forward. And I think that is one of the things that the Montgomery County model illustrates, is that if you're disciplined in your approach at the beginning of the construction of these social housing projects, you can use the same capital to build multiple buildings. And you can look at bringing down housing cost and raising the affordability in the buildings over time as your network grows. I don't want people to think that there's no magic bullet to the housing crisis that we found ourselves in. But we have to be able to move towards these different models that are able to scale municipally owned housing and increase affordability as the system, as the network scales itself out.
Okay.
And, if you don't revolve an entire production fund, if you want to pass multiple bonds to build multiple social housing projects, and if you want to revolve a third of one of the production funds instead of the full production fund in a building, you would be able to generate significant affordability in a building tomorrow. I mean, like at the cost it takes DC to build a housing unit. For 100 units, if you assume, $40 million, it would cost to build a 100-unit building, and you contributed $20 million from a municipal bond at 0% interest. If you made that municipal bond your social housing production fund, I believe the the breakdown that we've come up with at my organization is that you could build within that 100 units, you could build 50 units at 0 to 30% AMI if you layered those units with vouchers, 25 units at 60% AMI, 15 units at 80% AMI, and 10 units at 100% AMI. So you could build an extremely affordable building. That building that I just described would be able to revolve only a portion of the production fund, 4.5 million of that $20 million initial investment. So if you weren't revolving an entire production fund, you could build in real affordability right away. And that building that I just described would pay itself off in 30 years and would start.
I hear you. I do think when people use the term social housing, and some folks think, oh, so it's publicly owned and it is 100% affordable, but the math has to work. And so even in the scenario that you just described, there's a certain number of units and you threw in layered in with vouchers, the math has to work. And so we've had this conversation before.
Here's the point, and thank you for engaging on this. I appreciate it. And here's the point I would make. What I just described is a scalable model that pays for itself. What the district is doing now is subsidizing the private market to produce, in the last, between 2010 and 2020, the District of Columbia produced the second most amount of units of housing of any county in the United States, second only to New York City. And 84% of those units produced were Class A housing. Were housing that regular people can afford. Class A is the industry standard for luxury housing. In the decade before that, between 2002 and 2012, the district gave away $1.7 billion to private developers to build housing. And in that same time frame, the amount of affordable units in the District of Columbia was reduced by half, lost half their deeply affordable units, and high-end units tripled, because the system was incentivized to demolish affordable housing to build high-end housing that maximize return on investment for their investors. So if we continue down the path with that model, the housing crisis is only going to get worse. And we'll be here, when we're both in 20 years talking about the exact same issues, only they will be exacerbated. So if we don't move to these reasonable, scalable alternatives, we're never going to solve the crisis, and it's going to continue to grow into a bigger and bigger problem. What I'm offering, what I just described, is a solution that you can put on in a spreadsheet and you can see that it works. And it's a much, much better investment for the district than giving away, say, the 180 acres of public land at RFK to Josh Harris to be the master developer, because he will build housing that maximizes internal return for the private equity investors that he will recruit to invest in the property. And you won't get affordability. And if there is 30% affordability, then it'll be subsidized by the taxpayers, because the developer will come to the taxpayers and they will say, these projects can't pencil out. And the district government will say, okay, in order to not look foolish, to deliver on the 30% affordability threshold that we've been promising to sell the RFK redevelopment, we'll come up with the gap financing. So we'll subsidize luxury development.
Okay.
Or we won't get the 30%.
I'm going to let you have the last word. Thank you very much. We are going to recess for a half hour and we'll come back at 12:50 with our government witnesses.
You know what Will just described just happened at McMillan. McMillan developers just came to the district and begged for a 20-year tax abatement worth $50 million to build their affordable housing on McMillan, which was promised in the land giveaway. So
okay,
here they
so thank you very much. We're going to go into recess.
Time to end this stuff, Matt. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Talk to you later. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I am Matt Fruman, the Ward 3 Council Member and Chair of the Committee on Human Services. We had been in session until 12:30 or so, and we are reconvening now at 12:57. And we will be joined by our government witnesses, Nina Alpert, the Deputy Mayor of Planning and Economic Development, and her team. I invite each person who will testify on behalf of DMPED today to join us at the table in front of me. It is the practice of this committee to place our government witnesses under oath, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Human Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. And Deputy Mayor Alpert, you may begin your testimony, or whomever on your team will be giving testimony can begin.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman Fruman and members of the Committee on Human Services. My name is Nina Albert, and I'm the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. I am proud to be joined at the table by members of my senior leadership team. Ben Stutz is my Chief of Staff. Latrina Owens is my Director of Real Estate, and Brennan Hicks is my Director of Business Development. We're also together very proud to lead a talented, dedicated, and hardworking group of men and women who are committed to serving the district and delivering for our residents and businesses. It's my pleasure to provide testimony on DMPED's accomplishments, as well as impact achieved during fiscal years 25 and 26 to date. I'd like to begin by providing the economic context that informs DMPED's priorities and programs. As you are already aware, the national economic trends over the past few years have been dominated by increased costs and expenses, persistent inflation, and slow job growth. In Washington, D.C., we've had several compounding issues, which include job loss related to federal government layoffs, which have increased our unemployment rate. Our hospitality sector has been hit hard this year due to low consumer spending and tourism. The office vacancy rate in DC is currently at 21%, and land valuations are lower than they've been in years. And last but not least, our residential pipeline is at its lowest in over a decade. These conditions, however, do not deter us, but focuses our work on what must be done. Housing continues to be a top priority for Mayor Bowser, and we're all proud that the district met its goal of delivering 36,000 new homes by 2025. However, DC's affordable housing ecosystem has faced significant challenges, primarily due to high economic vacancy and non-payment of rent. And so we must continue to take urgent action to ensure that we maintain the affordable housing units we have and continue to produce new in the future. Last year, DMPED worked with the council to pass the Rebalancing Expectations for Neighbors, Tenants, and Landlords, or Rental Act, to address some of these challenges. This year, we hope again to work with the council to recover from adverse policies that put our affordable housing at risk, because we all share the goal of housing our residents in homes that are safe and affordable. DMPED is also focused on diversifying our economy and growing jobs by investing in the growth of industries like technology, marketing, communications, professional services, and sports and entertainment. Last year, DMPED successfully launched the DC Venture Capital Program, a fund designed to make equity investments for early-stage DC-based tech companies. For every dollar the district invests, private investors are required to contribute at least an equal amount, effectively doubling the total funding available to DC startups. DMPED also manages several local grant programs that benefit businesses that traditionally lack access to capital and neighborhoods that are historically underserved, and put strategies in place to support achieving that goal. Last year, DMPED supported 29 small businesses with $2.4 million in grants through programs like the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund, Emerging Retail Initiative, Great Streets, and the Chinatown Long-Term Lease Program. As a result, businesses were able to purchase equipment to expand their operations, hire staff, improve their storefronts, and acquire property for long-term stability. In FY 26, DMPED is currently accepting grant applications for Great Streets, emerging retail, and locally made manufacturing, and we will be releasing the rest of our grant opportunities shortly. To quickly stabilize and grow our economy, we must attract an entire variety of employers, large and small. To attract large employers, the district works closely with the Economic Partnership to market the city and bring new companies and new jobs to the district. Last year, Salex, OpenAI, Block Inc., and Netflix all announced new office openings. DMPED has also doubled down on efforts to grow the district's culture, sports, and entertainment industries. We supported Mayor Bowser's efforts to bring the Washington Commanders back to DC, and we are working alongside the RFK team to create new neighborhoods on 180 acres of waterfront in Ward 7. We made great progress in FY 25 with Monumental Sports and Entertainment's renovation of Capital One Arena, and the project will be completed in 2027. This investment is part of our plan to position Gallery Place and Chinatown as the region's premier arts, culture, and entertainment district. Finally, DMPED leads the government efforts to leverage district-owned real estate to benefit all 8 wards. After more than 10 years since Mayor Bowser first broke ground on Skyland Town Center, earlier this month, we cut the ribbon on the final phase of this project, which will deliver 126 for-sale townhomes. Also in 2026, Mayor Bowser announced the closing on Hillsdale Flats Phase 1 at Berry Farm. This 90-unit, 100% affordable housing building represents the 3rd building to be delivered as part of this multi-phase redevelopment of the Berry Farm Hillsdale community in historic Anacostia. At the parks at Walter Reed, we began construction of 200 new townhomes and remain focused on delivering more amenities and housing in Ward 4. At St. Elizabeth East, we continue to grow as a vibrant and thriving community. Under the mayor's leadership, DC has invested more than $1 billion in St. East to date, and we will work with the council to advance the approval of 3 more dispositions this year, which will continue to create new housing and community amenities. DMPED selected a developer for the Chevy Chase Civic site. This project will deliver a new public library, community center, retail, and 177 units of housing. The Housing in Downtown program has spurred office to residential conversions, and we just broke ground on the Geneva, the largest office to residential conversion in the district's history to date, with 532 units. I've shared a long list of accomplishments led by DMPED, and I'm proud of all that we have accomplished in FY 25 and FY 26 to date. As we navigate the rest of 2026 and plan for 2027, DMPED intends to set up the district to be a more affordable, more vibrant, and more competitive city, and one that offers great opportunity for our residents and our businesses. I would like to conclude my testimony by thanking all of the public witnesses who testified today and the DMPED team again for all their hard work over the past year. I would also like to thank the committee for your collaboration, and I look forward to continuing this partnership. This concludes my testimony, and my staff and I are happy to address any questions you may have.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. You can imagine I have a long list of questions, so we'll be here for a bit, not forever, but for a bit. In transparency, I have 23 pages of questions, so just to give you a little, get comfortable. Let's start by briefly going through each of DMPED's large-scale projects for a status update. For each of these projects, and I'll list them and ask that you give a general status update and include a delivery timeline and any challenges the project or DMPED is facing in looking at completion. So first with the New Communities Initiative, you spoke a little bit about Berry Farm. Can you give a sense of where things are at Berry Farm, what might be the challenges, and and when we can hope to see deliveries?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying, council member, that New Communities is the district's commitment to equitable development, redevelopment, ensuring that long-term residents are able to benefit from the neighborhood's transformation so that they're able to return home if they so choose to do so. This program is operated in coordination with DCHA, with DMPED handling the construction and real estate and also providing wraparound services, with DCHA providing, having communication with the residents who want to return home. For Berry Farms, to date, we have delivered, the project overall will have approximately 996 units of housing with 380 replacement units. To date, with the Asbury, we have constructed 108 units with 77 replacement units. We're also doing vertical construction, so there are horizontal construction, so there are roads to be constructed, the Sumner and the Eaton. And under construction currently is the Edmondson, which will deliver 139 units and 50 replacement units. The deputy mayor talked about Hillsdale Rental, which they broke ground in January. That will be 50 units as well. So there are, to date, this project is fully funded. There are no issues related to funding, and this project will continue to deliver.
Sounded to me, Lo, when you add up the things that are under construction, it's probably about a third of what will ultimately get done.
Correct. So right now we're at about a third of delivery, but as they continue to move, again, we closed on Hillsdale. Following that, we'll have another 187 units with 60 replacement units. So it's being developed in phases.
But when I was saying a third, I was thinking there's 108 that have been delivered. There's the ones that are being built right now, and then there's the one that's being closed on. That adds up into the 300s, and that's about a third of the 900. And then there's still 2/3. And when is the hope that it will be fully built out?
The hope that it'll be fully built up will probably be around maybe 2029.
2029. Okay.
Because it'll be a mixed-use development of also for sale townhomes, rental units. So it'll definitely be a.
Yeah, I understand. It takes a while and there's a lot
Yeah.
that's got to get done, but just trying to get a sense of what the projection is. Bruce Monroe, where do things stand on Bruce Monroe?
For Bruce Monroe, so currently Bruce Monroe, the final development will consist of about 237 units, inclusive of 111 affordable housing units, 72 market rate units, 8 rental townhomes, and 90 replacement units for former Park Morton residents. Bruce Monroe underwent a PUD change because, as you know, it was challenged to make sure that the project that was proposed at Bruce Monroe was developed in conjunction with designed in conjunction with the the comp plan. So that PUD was effective in 2024. It was revised, and in accordance with the PUD, the developer does not have to have permits until January 2031, with construction beginning in 2032.
This has sat there for a long time. Is there any way to try to expedite that?
Yeah, so currently, the developer has committed, they're doing a redesign of the project in accordance with the PUD. And they will be submitting for their building permits this year to start construction on the townhomes in phases. So hopefully by the end of 2026 or early 2027, we should see some movement on the site.
And is there gap financing that's necessary in order to push this over the line?
About 33 million.
33 million? And has that been in the budget previously, or is that in the budget now?
It's a request, a budget request.
It's a budget request. Given that the Park Morton and Bruce Monroe sites are both part of the same New Communities initiative, Has there been any consideration of modifying the phases so we might break ground on Bruce Monroe before finishing phase 2 of Park Morton?
It has not been a discussion, but we can have a conversation about it just to see if there's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, we want to get this done. I mean, can you explain what potential bond allocation solutions worked out with DHCD might be for the projects like Bruce Monroe? Are there things you're working on with DHCD in order to unclog these so that we can get these things done?
So primarily, we're working with DCHA on, DCHA on these projects, but I think we can look at the bond allocation. I don't know, Deputy Mayor, if you had anything you want to add.
I mean, really, we follow what, when the project is ready. So when the developer is ready to finance and starts pulling together their financing package, and determining all the sources of financing that they want or that they're seeking, that's when we start working with them. Right now on Bruce Monroe, there's a significant funding gap. So our efforts are really focused on delivering Park Morton. And then Bruce Monroe will follow when the developer is ready.
I mean, as I heard it, and I'm new to this, but that there was an agreement that permits needed to be ready by a certain date, like 2030, and construction starting 2031. But it sounds like permits might be ready significantly sooner than that.
So they're gonna put in their permit application. It'll generally still take about a year for it to get permitted. In the interim, DPR will start, outreach in the community later this summer about the park space that is within that development as well.
So there's the chance it could move more quickly, in which case then you could get to the place where the team was trying to put together the financing. So that could be why it would be important to have the gap financing in the budget this year. And then you could be thinking about other steps to expedite this so that we don't have to wait to
So
the
let us have a conversation with the developer and circle back just to see if there's a potential to expedite this sooner.
Okay, great. All right, let's move to Northwest 1.
Okay, Northwest 1, the final development will have approximately 665 units with 211 replacement units. Phase 1 and 2 have been constructed. They produce 432 units with 137 replacement units. Currently, Phase 3, which is the final phase, is undergoing a map amendment with the Department of Zoning because this was always anticipated so that they can get the additional density on the site. So phase 3 will deliver 233 units with the balance of the 74 replacement units.
And is the money in the budget for this?
Yes.
Okay. And then Park Morton, going back to Park Morton.
Okay, so Park Morton, the total units for the entire phases 1 and 2 is 189, and that's inclusive of 57 replacement units. So currently, phase 1 was completed in Q4 of 2025, delivering 142 units with 40 replacement units. Right now, they have a demo underway with the abatement being done on the site for phase 2. And phase 2 will deliver 47 townhomes, 17 of which are rental units, and 30 are homeownership.
And when do you hope that these will be delivered?
So we're hoping, so they'll start construction in Q4 of 2026. So it'll take probably about 2.5 years, so for the entire site.
Okay. And then you talk about replacement units, and the idea behind those is people who had been in the buildings before. A lot of time has passed. What's the record look like at connecting original tenants to those replacement units?
So DC Housing Authority is they are in contact with the residents who were previously there. A lot of people are returning. As you can see, the replacement units are tenants who had lived there previously and have been returning. So We, as long, they have kept in contact with them over the years. Also, some of them participate in the wraparound services that we provide through our nonprofits. So
So when you say there's 40 replacement units in a
Mhm.
project, do you know the 40 people who will fill those
So
units?
we do not know.
But DCHA may?
DCHA is in contact with the people. They cannot legally provide us with their information to reach out to them about those units and those vouchers.
But they tell you, we have 40 people who are coming back. We need 40 replacement units.
So they will, the people who've lived there, they put out a call to them to let them know, and then they determine if they want to come back to that phase of the project.
The thing I'm trying to wrap my head around
Mhm.
is whether or not in the example that I use where it's 40 replacement units, whether that's a set aside and they may get filled as replacement units or they may not. If the people don't come, then 20 of them might go back into the pool. Or there are 40 people or 40 families that are in the queue waiting for those 40
Yes, the
units.
replacement units are the replacement units.
It depends.
So-
It's up to the individual to decide if they want to come back or not.
Right. But I'm trying to get a sense of how many of them
Oh.
actually come back.
We would need to ask the housing
Yeah, the
authority and
housing
get back
authority.
to you.
But I think a large majority are coming back.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, Marion Barry.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 Marion Barry was awarded to Victory Housing in 2023 for 125 senior housing units. Currently, the site is being used by the Anacostia bid to have like pop-up activations to support businesses on the corridor. Right now, the developer does need to apply for gap financing through our Housing Production Trust Fund so that the project can get moving.
And do you have a target date when the next opportunity to bid for the Housing Production Trust Fund will be? I mean, it's not,
So-
The Housing Production Trust Fund is just, they can, as soon as the RFP opens or DHCD opens the window for people to apply, then they can apply. But we're still, 1, 2, 3, 4 Marion Barry, we're still working with Victory Housing on determining what their program is. And also, we've heard back from the community a variety of different interests, and so we're trying to resolve those with the community.
okay, helpful. I mean, my question was, do we have a sense of when that RFP for the Housing Production Trust Fund might come out?
It should be very shortly. Yeah.
Okay, East Capitol Gateway?
So East Capitol Gateway, the site is, of course, the former site for the Super Walmart. The DMPED does not have site control of that site. It is currently in litigation. And so we're hoping to resolve that soon, but right now we acquired the site through eminent domain, so it is currently subject to litigation. In the interim, we did undergo a map amendment to change the zoning so that we know what can be built and the density that can be built on the site. In January of this year, we awarded a contract to an architectural firm to do a massing study. So they'll come back with 3 variations of what they think can be constructed on the site so that we can start to have a conversation with that community. I met with the Northeast Boundary group earlier this month, and we'll be back in early April with the studies to show them what the massing study can produce on that site.
So early April with the massing studies,
Correct.
community engagement, and then what's the next step after that? Then do you do an RFP for developer? How does it work?
So I think the first thing is that we need to resolve the litigation before we can do anything on the site. So, but right now we still want to have a conversation with the community or to have a conversation to let them know that the project is still a priority.
So that you're ready when
Correct.
the litigation is resolved, Deputy Mayor?
I think it's important. This project is of specific interest to the community because there's been a desire to have a grocery store there. So I want to address that in that, DMPED has been working very, very consistently over the years, trying to attract a grocer to that site under its current configuration, meaning that there's kind of
enough room for a large format store there. Even in the past 12 months, we've spoken with, 3 or 4 different grocers, pitching the site to them. And we believe that the massing study is required because the trend in grocery stores is changing. And we're seeing a lot more favorability towards smaller format stores that are still full service. But that gives us the opportunity then to add more density, which also favors retailers. So that's what we're doing in the meantime. We continue to work to attract a grocer to the site as is, while we keep going through the litigation. And then our real estate team is working on alternative ways to develop the site that might make us more successful in recruiting a grocer in the future.
Okay. Interesting how preferences are changing. There had been this move to these mega grocery stores, and now smaller grocers are maybe more in vogue. Fletcher Johnson.
Okay, Fletcher Johnson, the final program is about 817 units, and mix of like for sale, condos, multifamily, affordable and senior assistant living. Right now, we are finishing the land disposition agreement with the developer. We're looking at transmitting that within probably the next 2 weeks, to council, for a hearing for disposition. We are looking at finally getting this project done after 20 plus years. The I'm sorry.
What?
Yes, the freestanding emergency department, they would start and deliver in 2028, along with DGS, who's doing the roadway infrastructure, and also the abatement demoing a portion of the current Fletcher Johnson School will be completed in FY 29, with the final development delivering in 2036.
2036.
Yes.
Okay. Langston Slater.
So Langston Slater, the final program is 40 rental units with 12 condo units. Legislation has been submitted for, that we need for markup to have a hearing for Langston Slater so that we can close by Q2 of 2029 and have a projected groundbreaking by Q3 of 2029.
So, I mean, my sense is there's a reason why we need to get this legislation done pretty soon. What's driving any urgency behind getting that legislation done?
So right now, they're unable to close without having the legislation marked up and passed. So they cannot close on a project that they do not have control of. So that would be the urgency. And then the longer, until we get a hearing, it does change the schedule of performance a bit. So while we anticipate having, certain times, it will move the delivery dates of these projects. Just depending on how long it.
So if it took too long for us to get it marked up and no,
Okay.
but if we don't get it done relatively soon, the timeline for the project could shift out further.
Yes.
That's why
That's
there
correct.
is an urgency to try to get it done sometime
Yes.
soon, to keep it, even though we're talking about a project that doesn't get done until 2029 or so. In order to keep it into 2029, we need to get
keep
this
it-
done now.
Yes, because they want surety. They're going to need to spend money. And so they want to make sure they have, a project. So yes, it will continue to have slippage.
Okay. Hill East.
Hill East. So the status of Hill East, right now, they are doing a sewer relocation, which will be completed by Q2 of FY 27. And the timeline for that is February 2027, with roadway construction being completed by FY 2029. Bundle 1, which was already awarded, that is about 494 units, 14,000 square feet of retail, 74 condos, And then what they're looking at now, and you've heard the deputy mayor talk about it in her testimony about the capital market, they're working on a new funding strategy so that they can start the final phase of development probably by the end of Q2 of this year. So we are talking to them about that. Bundle 2 will bring about 963 units of housing, 37,000 square feet of retail, 243 key hotel, and a community park. And parcel E, about 95 townhomes and 95 condos and 14 townhomes. We are finalizing that deal and we will be transmitting that to council as well, the disposition agreement in March.
Okay. Poplar Point?
Popular Point right now, we are working to complete the environmental assessment and the master plan. We are looking to transmit the master plan to council by September 22nd of this year.
It's a pretty specific day, September 22nd.
Yeah, that is the date.
Okay. Not the end of September, September.
No. September 22nd. We have truly backed into this timeline. It's a very tight timeline, a time schedule, and we are sticking to that schedule.
Okay, St. Elizabeth's.
St. Elizabeth's, there are a few projects on St. Elizabeth's. I think to date, we have completed over about 21,000 linear feet of roadway infrastructure, new ground up infrastructure, and that continues. St. Elizabeth's East, on the infrastructure, we're starting to reconfigure moving into the reconfiguration of the Congress Heights Metro Bus Loop project, which will reconfigure the bus loop so that the Metro is more complementary to the site versus looking as it's divided. So we'll be adding pedestrian crosswalks from that. In addition, we have 3 deals. Parcel 6, which will bring about 507 units of housing, 127 of those affordable, 8 live-work townhomes, and Cypress Commons, which is the outdoor plaza. That was an equity RFP that was awarded in 2024. And right now, that is with council, the disposition agreement. And we're looking to celebrate a groundbreaking in 2027. So St. Elizabeth's East, did you want to just keep going through them? Okay, so parcel 7, 8, and 9, that will bring about 30 townhomes, 170 units of housing, and retail that fronts Martin Luther King Avenue. That is also with council with the scheduled groundbreaking of FY20 and FY27. The third project is parcel 13. Parcel 13, as you recall, the Neighborhood Development Company closed their doors in 2024. And so they exercised their assignment that's within the LDA and assigned their development rights to Dante's Partners. So Dante's Partners has a new term sheet that we submitted to council for approval because the act for this disposition is expired in March of 2025.
So when would you hope to have that project? It has other hurdles, but when would you hope to have that project break ground and be constructed?
So all of them are scheduled to be delivered by 2032.
Okay. McMillan?
McMillan, the townhomes are continuing to be, they're still under construction and they're still selling. For phase 2 of McMillan, that developer has come back to the Office of Planning just to hopefully have a map amendment. There's quite a bit of office plan for that phase, and we know what the office market is doing right now. So they're coming back, and we're just looking at how we can provide them with some flexibility within their development plan and look at other uses. So that's what we're working on now. We just had a meeting last week to discuss phase 2.
I mean, is this a office to residential conversion in advance?
Not already, hopefully not, but it had a high medical office use for those parcels. And now we just need to look at, just take a look at what can be done on the site.
Okay, Skyland, I think you talked about Skyland, but
Yeah,
close
we
to the
just
finish line?
cut the ribbon, correct, on the last phase, 126 townhomes, and then followed by 24 condos. They will start the condo development once they get their map amendment approved. They have their hearing scheduled with the Office of Zoning on March 2nd. So we hope that they they have a positive outcome.
Okay, and the Reeves Center?
The Reef Center, we are still negotiating that deal. We're looking to transmit that to council in late summer of this year. I want to talk to you about the program, but so 116 key hotel with 108,000 square feet of office. It will be anchored by the NAACP. 322 residential units, with 62 of those units being affordable. And again, 22,000 square feet of retail and 331 below grade parking spaces. So right now, again, we are negotiating the LDA, and our goal is to have it to council by late summer of this year.
And what's happening with the building now?
So right now, there are no tenants in the building. The building is clear. They're only using it, the garage, because as you know, there's not a lot of parking, only street parking when you're in the area of 14th and U. So they do leave it open for weekend parkers. They also are, the district is also, DGS is doing a agreement with Gina Baroni to allow them to use up to 16 spaces in the parking garage, but only the parking operations are open right now.
And who's responsible for maintaining the building?
So right now, it is still within the government's portfolio. So the Department of General Services is maintaining the building.
And in the best possible world, when is the soonest we would see a groundbreaking on this project? How long are we going to be in this state?
So I guess once the disposition agreement comes down and is approved, they will have it 2 years at least to do something on the site. They're going to go quickly into development because the NAACP is very committed to this project and very anxious to relocate to DC.
And will the project look just like the renderings that we saw when the competition happened, or is time has passed? How long has it been since that competition happened?
I mean, more, there'll be shifts to how it looked. But I think that the spirit and the kind of the scale of the project will be consistent.
Okay. All right. The last one on my list is Chevy Chase Civic Corps, which I think I know about. And I believe that there was a notice that you're going to do a community meeting, and
We
so
are.
everyone will know more shortly on that, and I look forward to that. Looking at that whole portfolio, how many units are in the pipeline just in your portfolio?
Wow.
We'll get you back.
Yeah, we'll
We'll
get
add it
back
up
with the-
before we're
yeah,
done.
We'll get back to you with the number.
Right. I mean, the reason part of the reason I ask is later we'll talk about the projections for new units coming, and 2,700 a year for 5 years or so, and then 6,500. This is a considerable fraction
It is.
of that.
Yes.
So I'd be curious to get a sense of that.
So I think we can get you a long-term projection, but then also just with the number that will be, sheer number that will be coming down, and just the ones we just spoke about, and we provided you an update with.
Yeah, and most of those are done by 2032. And
Correct.
so they're in that window of where, when I add it up, it's like 26,000 units by 2032. And so how many of those are yours.
Okay.
So I'd be curious to hear that. For several of the projects listed in your performance oversight responses, market conditions were cited as reasons for project delays or changes. What are the market conditions that are impacting DMPED's projects?
Well, there's a couple. I'll just say in general, since COVID, we've across the country have seen cost of materials go up, cost of labor go up. And so there's just kind of pressure on the cost side increasing. And then you're also at the same time seeing interest rates go up. So there's pressure on the financing side. And in the district in particular, we're also seeing property valuation go down. And so usually when you're applying for a loan, somebody might look at loan to value. That value is the underlying land value. If that drops the amount of loan that you can take out. So these are the dynamics that are occurring. So at a macro level, capital markets are not lending readily at this moment, generally across the United States. This year, we're starting to see that loosen up, particularly in parts of the country like southwest of the U.S. Or in the Carolinas, for example. You're seeing investors move to those areas because there's high demand. But in our marketplace, we have not yet seen that loosening or that availability of capital. There's a reason in particular that the district is challenged at this moment, and it has a lot to do with the underlying financial assumption that there will be approximately 5% vacancy in residential units. That accounts for normal turnover once there's a unit that somebody's moved out of and you have to fill. There's just kind of like a little bit of a 5% buffer. Right now in the District of Columbia, what banks are seeing and what lenders are seeing are close to a 15% economic vacancy. When they see that big vacancy number, what it says to them is there's not enough revenue coming into the project to cover expenses and to pay back debt service. And so that is something that, the council and we have been working on. We need to continue to work on that so that we can get back to where we were pre-pandemic, where we were at approximately 5% vacancy. So there's a lot of pressures. So you asked about DMPED's projections, about housing production. Until we correct and address the vacancy issues that are specific to the District of Columbia, as well as have money flowing just more generally across the capital markets, you will see a slow pipeline of projects. And as I said in my opening comments, the District of Columbia has not seen this small a pipeline of residential units in decades. And so it's imperative for all of us that care so much about housing that we correct the policies and make sure that we continue to have favorable policies for people to invest here and produce more housing.
So I definitely hear you on the economic vacancies and non-payment of rent issues. And these are things that we tried to address through the Rental Act. There may be more things that need to be done, but there's also just plain old vacancy out there. And when I look at the reports, and the CFO does a report on how many units we have and how many are occupied and how many are in the pipeline, it looks like relatively high levels of just plain old vacancy. Are you seeing that, or do you think that in terms of economic that all the vacancy is economic and none of it is just units that have yet to be rented?
Well, I wouldn't. Okay, so there are units that have yet to be rented that we'll just call as natural vacancy. What has happened is that there is an unusual number of vacant units as a result of economic vacancy, and let me explain. So once the Rental Act was enacted, now landlords and tenants are trying to come back together and resolve unpaid rent that has accrued over the last couple years. So in some cases, that result means that the tenant is evicted or assumes that they are going to be evicted. When that same tenant who still needs housing goes back to try and rent, they now have a poor rental history. And so landlords are having trouble finding tenants that now qualify to fill those units. And those renters that have not been paying rent are having trouble getting into units because of this history that has amassed over the last 2 years. And so we are seeing higher than usual actual vacant units as a result of that phenomenon. Right now, I believe that, the tenant community, the landlord community, and the government need to come together and try and resolve and get through what I think could potentially be a 1 to 3 year recovery process. We want to make sure that residents have homes to be in, but we need to make sure also that residents understand that when they are occupying a rental unit, that they have an obligation to meet their rental obligation. So again, there's a reset that needs to happen in the market. And this year, I believe we should tackle this and bring people together so that we can figure out how to get through this.
Okay. You heard the testimony this morning. There was a number of people who talked about the model that's used here and an alternative model of social housing. And I'm curious, using Montgomery County is that, because social housing means different things to different people, but let's think about the Montgomery County model. Where we would retain ownership of these sites and they would be built by a private developer for a development fee, sort of like a LIHTC project, managed. Why isn't that a good idea? Why, or is it a good idea and we should be exploring that model? How do you react to the testimony you heard this morning around social housing?
Well, first of all, I don't think that there's a silver bullet. And I think one of the witnesses even said that. There's no silver bullet to producing enough housing in a high cost marketplace. So that's number one. So I don't think it's either or. I think it would be a mistake to think that social housing, that the Montgomery County model is going to produce more housing than the district has produced to date. The District of Columbia is the region's leader in producing affordable housing because we're able to leverage public funds and have matched or significantly more private funds to deliver projects. So for the same amount of money, we're able to invite private sector financing so that we can produce more. So, I mean, we'll go, if the comparison is between what Montgomery County does and what the district does, the District of Columbia has produced more affordable housing than Montgomery County. So, and I'm not comparing the two. So the models that we have in the district right now, there's basically three. One is the Housing Authority, which owns affordable housing and still in their pipeline could develop an additional 6,000 units. So we should make sure that the Housing Authority has the authorities and the funding that they need to produce those units. They are a one entity model. They are requesting right now permission to include private partners. To date, they've been the developer, manager, and operator of units, and they would like now to have more tools at their disposal. So that's the Housing Authority, where there's capacity. There's on the other side of the spectrum, which is what DMPED does, which is work with private owners. I say DMPED and DHCD, but kind of our ecosystem, which invites private owners to develop, because we believe that that's the most effective use of private dollars because it public dollars, because it invites and is leverage for private investment. The Housing Opportunities Commission, I think is what it's called, the Montgomery County model, is in the middle. It's what I'll call a redevelopment authority. There is a government charter. They have the right to develop in a joint venture, in a variety of different nodes. we've had a couple redevelopment authorities in the District of Columbia. The NCRC, the National Capital Revitalization Corporation, some time ago, the Anacostia Waterfront Corporation, and we chose as a city that it would be more effective and more cost effective for the district to manage projects themselves. So in our own experience in the district, we've chosen not to go with a redevelopment authority model. If the question is, should we put that back on the table? Maybe, but I don't think it's at the expense of others. The last thing that I'll say is, for a district-owned model, right, a redevelopment authority or the housing authority, there's great cost to the district to run that. And so the question is, are you trying to maximize the number of units and deliver as many units as possible? If that is what the goal is, then the private sector model is the most effective at doing that. If what you're trying to do is measure what produces the greatest return per unit to the district, so it's a district return model, then potentially, social housing is what meets that goal best. Or do you produce and have different models available all within the district so you can meet, so you can have different ways of approaching it?
All right. Well, that was very helpful, actually, because
Thank you.
I don't see a hard line against the idea, but that we should, the suggestion, and as I'm interpreting it, is we can have multiple tools, but we need to look at why we're using each of those tools and what is it that we're seeking to get out of it. Part of what folks on the social housing testimony were saying is, at the end of the day, the district owns the asset. And I think that's what you're saying in terms of return to the district. Maybe there's a benefit there,
Yeah.
but there are other costs as well. Well,
Well,
go ahead.
I'll just say, first of all, there is a cost to the district for doing that. If we own, housing to a greater extent than we do already, the housing authority owns housing. And the housing authority, as I said, has a pipeline that it could, deliver. So personally, I would invest in making sure that we max out the tool that we currently have, which is the housing authority. I think that if you ask certain people who are in public housing, they might say, I would rather be in a property that's managed by a private sector partner versus the District of Columbia. So there is cost, and I don't want anyone to be, assuming that there is no cost. But in the example that was given in Montgomery County, that particular project was a 30% affordable housing project. Our private sector partners in DMPED's portfolio deliver 30% affordable units. And so that's the question. What are we getting at the end of the day? And there is a trade-off, like there always is, in one model versus another, and that should be discussed.
All right, thank you very much. I have been joined by my Ward 5 colleague, Zachary Parker. Councilmember Parker, if you want to offer an opening statement and line of questions, 10-minute rounds, but we'll give you a little dispensation if you want to do an open.
Awesome. I'm going to bypass the opening statement other than to just say it's good to see you again, Director. And I'm happy to jump right into questions. I wanted to start with housing downtown. At the ACFR hearing this year, it seemed to me one of the headlines that we didn't really talk a lot about is that maybe conversions are happening a lot slower than anticipated. And I wanted to ask you, how have conversions downtown been going? And are they on pace to meet our goals?
Honestly, the district is leading office to residential conversions. We have a variety of tools now, especially with commercial PACE being added to the mix, that can accelerate office to residential conversions. The reality is that not every office can be converted to residential, and the district has a very unique footprint in its office buildings in that, we have I call it a little bit of elephantitis. We have very fat and squat buildings. And so that means for very deep floor plates. That works for office when you have cubicles and conference rooms and, auditoriums or whatever it is in office buildings. But when you have residential, you need light. And so to convert DC's office buildings to residential is not always feasible. So right now in our pipeline, we have actually quite a few. Some are funded through our Housing in Downtown program. We have 14 office to residential conversions. This is about 3,300 units. And that's accommodating, more than 5,000 residents. If you recall, we had a goal.
Follow-up question, sorry to interrupt. Do you have a window of time when those are expected to be delivered? Are we talking in the next 5 years, 15 years?
No. These are once, if you remember, conversion is slightly faster because you don't have to build foundations. And so we are seeing on average that conversions are taking about 18 months once they get a permit. We have 4 active buildings under construction, but we have 14 in the pipeline. So we're anticipating that those will deliver at pace.
Okay.
But beyond the district's housing in downtown program, there are also a number of privately financed without public tax abatement that are also in the pipeline. And so I'm trying to find that. So those numbers are much more significant when you add the private sector pipeline.
And that's essentially developer X comes in and they're going to flip this building themselves.
Yes.
Why
L was one.
Why might a developer not want to participate in the district's program? It seems like we're providing a pretty sweet deal. Why wouldn't someone want to do that?
Well, I don't know it's that they would or wouldn't. I think most private owners, if they can make the financial pro forma work privately, that makes more sense to them. It's faster, and they're working within their own financing sources. Usually when developers come to the district, it's because their pro forma doesn't work and they need an additional tax abatement to make the project work.
Okay, so if I'm looking at the next 2 years, let's say, it sounds like we have 14 buildings in queue that are participating in the district's program. Do you have an estimate of how many of those private conversions are happening in the next 2 years?
We do. We'll need to get that.
Okay.
I need to get that number to you.
So, I mean, the headline, what I took away from the ACFR hearing was that, this isn't going as well as anticipated, but it sounds like you're suggesting, no, it is. Is
Well,
that fair?
I'm just saying we're doing better than most cities. Right now, and I opened my opening statement with what's going on in the market right now, which I think is having a greater impact on the ability of developers to convert than necessarily the program itself. So right now, as things continue to be volatile in the real estate market and, valuation of property dropping, just flow of capital to, across the marketplace, that's, I think, more of the bottleneck to getting these projects unlocked than the program itself.
Okay. I do want to pivot to Rhode Island, but I do have a question, and this is more, this actually just came up. AMI, we know what that is, but it's based, in my understanding, on a regional definition. Why is that? And does it have to be that way? And so what a constituent just asked me is, well, our AMI is higher because of our region. Why can't DC just set our own metrics? What might be the pros or cons of something like that?
So that definition is all set by the federal government and HUD in order for us to qualify for LIHTC and the other HUD programs. So that's outside of our control. What we do control is the IZ definition of AMI, and it's a slightly different schedule. We are learning that having 2 different affordability schedules is very difficult to manage. And so as a result, we just need to kind of follow the programs that unlock so much capital to deliver affordable
So are
housing.
we thinking about adjusting that IZ schedule?
Well, we've evaluated it. It's not something that we would recommend doing in one foul swoop. DHCD continues to look at their schedule and see how we can align over time those two schedules. But there's again trade-offs to aligning it completely.
Okay. The headline I'm taking and the response is I do know that it is connected to HUD. And it sounds like in order to participate in some of these federal programs, we have to participate in their definition of AMI, which is precluding us from setting some other targets. Locally, though, we define IZ, and DMPED is considering whether or not it's appropriate to adjust that schedule. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, DHCD, reviews the schedule regularly and updates it as needed. And it's, we are there again, there are trade-offs to matching to the HUD schedule or to keeping it separate. And we're just trying to navigate.
I
those
mean,
trade-offs.
what I guess to speak more plainly, what I hear all of the time is that affordable housing, we hear it, people talk about it, it's great, but it doesn't really mean affordable for so many people. And how do we set a definition that truly translates to affordability for the average everyday Washingtonian? Now, there's complexities to this, but that's what I'm getting at. And it may just be that we need to fight for a deeper level of affordability on that AMI schedule versus at the higher end at 80%. Maybe we should be pushing for 30% and 50% more. When I talk to Ward 5 residents, it seems as though there is I don't know, distrust might be too much of a word, but people are pushing back on this notion of affordable housing with the question of affordable for whom. And that was the spirit behind my questions.
So I think everybody in the District of Columbia, myself included, would like housing to be cheaper.
Yes.
So everybody desires that. I think the way to bring the price of housing down across the board is new production so that the supply of housing, the number of units that are available, matches the demand for housing, the number of people that live in the District of Columbia.
I agree with that.
So right now, at this moment, in the District of Columbia, oddly, we are in equilibrium. We have, for our population, the actual unit count is approximately equal to the population that lives in the district. Now, that does not mean everybody is in housing that is affordable to them. What it does mean is that this past year, we are seeing rents for the first time decrease as opposed to appreciate.
And how are you tracking that?
You can see average rent rates across the district. There's a variety of different sources of that information.
And is that something we're sourcing from an external party, or are you requiring buildings?
No. That's available in the marketplace, right?
Understood.
So you can look at, there's kind of a whole variety of different sources of what average rent rates are in the district.
There have been discussions around a rental registry that would require buildings or people that would rent or lease their properties to report that more formally to the district so that you can have a better gauge. Is that something DMPED would support?
I don't think so. I mean, we don't need it. We can find and we know, the sources of information for what average rent is out there are ample.
Understood. Okay. I have more questions, but that's it from my.
So anyway, what is the takeaway? Which is we do need more housing at the lower levels of the income bracket. Because we know that we have a population that doesn't have adequate housing that's affordable at that level. I will also say we desperately need, it's both, more housing at the middle income bracket. Right now, the housing supply that we have is being bifurcated to those who can afford, upper market rents and those who need affordable housing as defined by HUD. And I believe that if we're going to be a city that is inclusive for all, that we also need to address workforce housing, which is very broadly defined as anywhere between, in the district, we talk about it as being between 60 and 80% of AMI. out in the world, people talk about it as being between 80 to 120% of AMI. And I think that there's opportunity for us to have a discussion about how we also tackle workforce housing, because we are a city of nonprofits, of nurses, of, you know, folks who work at academic institutions and who work in the government. And so those are also folks, as in addition to those at 50% of AMI and below, who need housing and that we want to house here.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to pick up there because what you just said about the equilibrium that we've struck is a thing that I track pretty closely. And that's why I was bringing up the level of vacancies that we have. And you're right on rents going down. Like, rents have risen more slowly in the district than in the region for a while, but now they are actually going down. And we see this, the budget office does a report and it has a graph of this. The CFO does a report and you can see this. So it's an interesting moment where supply and demand, I think we need more supply because in candor, I want to see rents go down further, and more supply is a big part of the path to do that. Brings me back to why I'm trying to track how many units and where. And so on the housing, on the conversions downtown, 4 under construction, 14 in the pipeline. Those 14 in the pipeline, do you think that, and they represent 3,300 units, is that right? And when do we expect those to be delivered? Do we expect those to be delivered by 2030?
So
those 14 in the pipeline now?
Councilmember, we'll get back to you on the exact dates of when they'll come to fruition, but we currently have 2,000 under construction, 4,000 units in the pipeline. We also have 30 conversions outside of the Housing in Downtown program. And to your question about the Housing in Downtown program, going back to Councilmember Parker, that program does have affordability requirements, First Source and CBE. So some private developers may choose to just finance the project if they don't want to include those.
And those affordability requirements, am I right that they're 10%?
Yes, IZ.
So the
10% at 60 and 18 at 80.
So then if we've got 2,000 that are under construction, 4,000 in the pipeline, 6,000, we should get 600 affordable units out of those 6,000 units. And then we've got the private conversions, which would be another number. And I mean, it does seem like gears are turning, things are happening. The big new project at the Universal building. So if those are all happening, and this goes to what I was asking about the different pieces in the projection, you have your portfolio, I don't know, that might be 6,000. And then there's these conversions, that might be 6,000. That's 12,000. That's half of the projection for, close to half of the projection for between now and 2032.
Yeah, I think as the deputy mayor said, I think we'll tabulate a number and get back to your office.
Okay. All right, let's go back to a different topic. I want to move to various topics related to retail attraction and retention in the district. What are the trends you are seeing in the retail market regionally and within DC specifically? How do you see the outlook in the next couple of years?
So I can't answer regionally. I can tell you generally what's happening in retail. Obviously, since COVID, there was a boom in internet shopping. And so that has impacted particularly basic services, right? Drugstore, pharmacy, any kind of convenience provision of goods and services are impacted by the internet and people purchasing online. Same thing with kind of, clothing, shoes, again, household purchase, average household purchasing. And so in retail in general, You're seeing retailers go to either ends of the scale. So very, high luxury retail continues to have brick and mortar presence. City Center, for example, has done well. And then ultra convenient shopping, like what Target, Home Depot and other things like that, is also continuing to have need to expand and grow their bricks and mortar presence. In the District of Columbia, we have another layer of retail, which is restaurants. And pre-COVID, we've had a beautiful restaurant scene with a diversity of different kinds of restaurants throughout our city. Some of them fueled and contributed to by our grants, and others are just because we are becoming a food town and known for that, and people are coming to that. Unfortunately, this past year, actually, ever since COVID, the restaurant and the retail industry is very volatile. They operate on slim margins. And so when prices go up, it becomes hard. They have to pass that cost on to the consumer, which usually narrows the consumer that wants to go and purchase at go out to a restaurant, for example. And so the restaurants that we're seeing being hardest hit in this moment are those that are what we'll call sit-down neighborhood restaurants. And the types of restaurants that are surviving right now are those that are fast casual, where they don't have the overhead of, service and all those kinds of things, and a back room in the kitchen. And then at the high end, where people are less price sensitive. And so this year has been a difficult time for retailers and for restaurants, and we are very attuned to that and looking to support our local retailers. The last thing that I'll say is a trend or a fact of the District of Columbia that makes us very unique is that 90% of our restaurants are owned by local operators and not by national brands, and we would like to keep it that way. And so thank you for asking about retail, and there's more to follow, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's more to follow. So what are the specific things you're trying to do to keep the district competitive in the region for retail? What are your initiatives in this area of attracting and retaining retail?
Well, retail there's a couple. So if we're talking about retail, like goods and services, we right now are looking at creating, what we call retailtainment, right? That you're going to retail to shop, primarily for convenience when you're in a neighborhood or, at a community level. But you are going to Gallery Place, for example, to experience, or down to the Navy Yard to experience. So the type of retail is different depending on the neighborhood. As somebody mentioned Adams Morgan earlier, you're going to Adams Morgan for a different type of experience. And so we're looking at all three different, types of categories and curating, particularly around the retailtainment concept or the entertainment district concept, curating and attracting based on retailers that would want to be near a Capital One arena, for example. So that's one answer. What we are doing to attract and invest in retail and support retail in the community is working through our grant programs. And Brennan can go through, the different grant programs that we have to make sure that our neighborhoods, particularly those that are underserved, have investment in them. I'm not sure if I answered your question. I will say there's three things that drive the retail business on the cost side. It is the cost of real estate, it's the cost of labor, and it's the cost of materials. So we don't have very much control over the cost of materials. We have some, but not a lot of control on the cost of real estate. That could be something that we discuss and debate. And then there's the cost of labor. And as you know, we recently had a big conversation and policy discussion around I-82 and trying to manage those costs. So when we compare ourselves, the district, to our outlying jurisdictions, our costs are higher. And retailers are favoring going, and restaurants, by the way, are favoring when they are in a very constrained expense, budget, that they can operate more efficiently and profitably across, across our borders.
Okay, I think I'm gonna come back to you about the list of grant programs, just in the interest of, I think that could take a bit, but before we close out on this, what's the commercial vacancy rate in the district, and how does it differ from in different communities? I mean, you're not going to have it precise for every place, but what does the trends look like in terms of commercial vacancy?
So commercial means everything. Commercial means office, hotel, retail, and the like. So you have to break it out. For office, right now on average across the district, our vacancy is 21%. I don't know what hotels are right now. We can get that information. On retail, on average across the district, vacancy is about 13%. The parts of town that have the highest retail vacancy are the East End, meaning around Gallery Place, Chinatown, Chevy Chase, and downtown, the CBD.
Chevy Chase.
Mhm.
Do you have a theory?
No, I don't have a theory for Chevy Chase in particular.
Okay, I will turn it back to Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I'll pick up there. Your oversight responses note that the retail recovery grants will support stability of small businesses in the restaurant and retail industries, and that there is roughly $750,000, which will be available in Q2 of fiscal year 26. How many businesses will likely be supported with these grants?
Well, right now, given the need that is out there, we are looking at adjusting that number and prioritizing supporting existing businesses rather than investing in new. As I mentioned at the onset, we've opened up applications for new businesses or existing businesses that want to expand. So we are still continuing investing in new, but we are still developing our program for recovery, and we'll be ready to announce that later this spring.
Okay. And so when you, just to make sure I'm clear, so that $750,000 is being moved to a bigger fund, it sounds like that, and you're going to announce plans this spring for how you're going to use it to stabilize existing retail.
Correct. And
Got
by the way, we have learned, and we've heard both from retailers as well as others, that the combination of some grant recovery or stabilization coupled with technical assistance is really where the retailer gets the most benefit and allows them to think about how they navigate what is a very, kind of bumpy economy right now. So that's what we're looking at, is that combination of grant making with technical assistance support.
Okay. And the citywide retail study, what is the status of that? And what information are you hoping to gather through that study?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Actually, the citywide retail study is to understand from experts what the national trends are, what's going on in the region, and what's happening in our city. Do we have enough, hardware stores, drug stores? I say drug stores, pharmacies, drug stores. Do we have enough restaurants across the city? So it's taking a step back and seeing at a macro level for the population and demand that we have, both the residents that are here as well as the visitors that come, the types of retail establishment that meets demand, so that we can keep those dollars here in DC rather than losing it to our neighbors. So that's number one, big picture. The second thing that we've asked is, where are there high vacancies in corridors, and how do we, what position does that corridor have? What's the role of Gallery Place, Chinatown in the district, right? In terms of in terms of retail. What's the role of Georgia Avenue or Rhode Island Avenue? And so that we can create prototypes, if you will, of different retail corridors and say, if you are a neighborhood serving retail corridor, this is the kind of mix that every neighborhood should have, so that DMPED and the economic partnership, when we go to ICSC or when we're talking to retailers, we've got a good understanding as to who and what we should go after, because we know that there's demand. And last but not least is, about 20 years ago, there was the downtown TIF that was created to attract retail to downtown when there wasn't any. And so we'd like to understand from this group of experts what incentives, if any, we should be providing to recruit more retailers to DC.
And when should that study be completed?
That will be done this spring.
Okay. So a lot of big news coming down the pipeline
We're
this
working on
spring.
a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
We are.
And I anticipate you're going to say the spring here too, but are you considering other supports for retails and small businesses in the district? And if so, what do you have in mind?
Well, DMPED's role in retail is really through funding, but remember that DSLBD and DISB also provide technical assistance and support to small businesses and to retailers. And so they have their own programs, but DMPED's programs are predominantly in terms of strategy for the city. And, you know, where should we be going? Trying to recruit retailers to the district. That's another role that we have. And then third is issuing grants for the programs that we manage.
Okay, I'm going to pivot to RFK. In your responses, the master planning phase runs from February to October of this year. What is the responsibility of the master planner?
Well, it's 180 acres, which is huge. It hasn't been zoned because it's been under federal control. And so the master plan is really to look at the mix of uses and densities for the entire site so that it can, be compatible with the neighbors around it, and also be a unique new neighborhood to the city.
And that master planner has been identified.
The Office of Planning is the one that is contracting for the master planner.
I believe I saw news a little while ago that
But do they have a master plan?
someone has been selected for that.
I am not sure if the Office of Planning has selected a firm yet to do that. Now, I also want to say that the Commanders also has a firm that we've been working with collaboratively this whole time, Perkins Eastman, that has, put some of the framework that the community has seen to date. Yeah. So,
but just walk me through that. So I totally get what you're saying in terms of the role of the master planner. And obviously these entities are, zoning, Office of Planning, others are going to play their roles. Who's playing the coordinating function between the commanders, this master planning, the district, all of the many moving pieces?
Yeah, so that's in the office of the senior advisor to the mayor, Lindsay Parker, and Brian Hanlon has been named as the project executive for RFK. So it's that office that is taking the leadership role in coordinating across all these different functions.
So if the master planner says we need to upzone here or change this, who ultimately gets to say? Is that Brian Hanlon as the executive, as that, I forget the title you just.
Yeah, he's the project executive. Yes,
Yes.
that would flow through him. But knowing Mr. Hanlon as I do, as well as Ms. Parker, they will be collaborating across the district to make sure that it's, serves all the needs that the district has. But yes, that would flow through that office.
Okay, this may be way in the weeds, but I know there is a 9-member Community Benefits Oversight Committee. What role, if any, does DMPED play with that oversight committee? And then I have a follow-up question. I've recently nominated somebody for that role, but it kind of went into the ether and I'm not really sure what's happening, if anything's happening. So who should we look to for updates in terms of the community benefits
It'll
portion?
be the office of the senior advisor to the mayor. So it'll be through Brian
Lindsay
and
Parker.
Lindsay. Yes.
Got it. But in what role, if any, will DMPED play with that community benefits portion?
Well, to the extent that there's coordination that we need to do for, jobs or business engagement, then, we'll support all of those actions.
Okay. I have more, but I'm going to, just for the sake of time, if we could talk about Ward 5 specific projects, what is the status of the infamous Mammo lot?
So recently, the council granted authority to the mayor to condemn that property if, at the mayor's election. We are currently working closely with Mr. Mammo on what his plans are for the lot. It sounds to us that he is moving forward with both temporary activation, but also desires to rezone the property through a map amendment so that he can build residential there. So we're working with them to understand how quickly they can move forward, and that will determine our interest in condemning or not.
I'm glad to hear that. I think there's a level of skepticism with the community because they've heard the song and dance before, respectfully, with the owners of that land. Would you say having the leverage of being able to condemn that property is bringing them to the table? And I ask that because should we be thinking about that more in other properties that have been hard to move?
Well, to answer the second question first, I would not do that. Condemnation is a tool that should not be used, just randomly. It needs to be used when there is a great public good or purpose to using it.
And how are you differentiating condemnation versus eminent domain?
They're the same. I use them
Okay,
interchangeably.
Got it.
So eminent domain. But I would not be flip with that authority that we have as a government. There are rules around it and reasons that you can condemn a property and take it from a private owner. And you have to meet the threshold of those reasons, and it has to be for public purpose. So anyway, in the case of Mamo, though, as I understand it, we've had good conversations. Both Director Owens and I have met with their team and Mr. Mamo directly. To this date, he has been resolving an issue that has restricted his ability to develop that property because there's been a restrictive deed on the property. He spent money to lift that restriction and got it as recently as 2024. So I know that there's interest in the community in moving faster. I believe that Mr. Mamo has been moving and investing in making his property developable. And right now we are looking to work collaboratively with him. But I also believe that the authority that's been granted to the district has caused us to come to the table together to see how we can move it faster.
I do too. I'm at time. If Chair Furman, if I could just ask one quick follow-up there. When do you anticipate a delivery in the interim and ultimately a development?
I think the first thing that needs, we need to decide on what the fastest path to redevelopment is, whether it's through the private owner right now or whether the district can move it faster. So that has not yet been decided, and we are working with the owner on that question. Regardless of who ultimately moves forward with development, a map amendment will be required. And then thereafter, we can talk about a timeline for construction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The Washington, D.C. Economic Partnership, or the partnership, received $5.1 million from DMPED this fiscal year, an increase of $1.7 million over FY25, with a significant emphasis on retail attraction. What retail attraction strategies and initiatives is the partnership currently implementing? And of those, which of them are new or expanded in FY26 compared to FY25?
So there's a couple reasons that we have advocated for increasing the partnership's budget. First and foremost, the partnership used to be called the Marketing Center back in the day. And it was called the Marketing Center to market to retailers. That was the goal of the economic partnership. Today, what the economic partnership is focused on is retail attraction and corporate attraction. So they have two audiences now that they're trying to reach. If you look at what their marketing budget is, it's been too slim, in my opinion. They've, historically for the past 5 years have been at about less than $500,000 of marketing dollars. You can't reach a very big audience when you're doing that. So the strategy to date has been focused on ICSC. By the way, there's ICSC National. There's also regional ICSC conferences.
ICSC
is the International Conference of Shopping Centers. It's where landowners and retailers come together and they do deals right there on the spot. So we've employed and have been going to ICSC for the last 20 years. That has resulted in a number of different retailers coming to the district, and we continue to forge relationships and recruit from that. But the partnership now is also including what we call retailtainment, where there's an entertainment component to retail. And so that is now a secondary strategy that they're working on. So as you know, there was big news when the Sphere announced that they were going to go to National Harbor. Those kinds of users, those destinations that also sell retail, are types of users that the economic partnerships also kind of developing some expertise around. But the bulk of the additional budget is intended to go to increase staff so that we can better generate leads in corporate attraction and retail attraction, but mainly corporate attraction, as well as have a healthier marketing budget so that we can get in front of a broader audience. And I'll just end by saying, when you compare the marketing budgets of Events DC and Destination DC, which are in the tens of millions, and that is now they reach a very broad audience, right? They're all visitors across the globe, right? So they need a big budget. But you compare that to, less than $500,000 for us to recruit new business at a time where we are experiencing job loss and wanting to diversify our economy. That is why we have been advocating to increase the marketing budget for the economic partnership so that we can get to more businesses.
And how many businesses opened in DC in FY25 and in FY26 so far? Do you have data on that?
I have it for restaurants. I don't know that I have it for all businesses. Do you have that?
I don't have it for all businesses, but we can get you the numbers for the number of businesses that were directly supported by the partnership in coming to the district last year.
Okay, I would like to see that, and with it, the number of jobs associated with those businesses.
Absolutely.
Noting that we're not always able to pinpoint that. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that.
Yeah, I mean, there's the but-for cause, like what a business may have come for a number of different reasons. How do you mean that? Why do you say
What I mean is that right now we're experiencing job loss in the District of Columbia. And, the federal government, which is a big user, and the federal spending that usually is among the reasons that businesses come to the district, that has shifted. And so I just want us to, to triage job loss against new jobs, is not, it's hard to parse, exactly how many businesses have opened and how many jobs are affiliated with those businesses opening. We can do it for businesses that we've given grants to. And we have those numbers. For example, our Vitality Fund recipients have generated 900 new jobs because we have a touch point with that business to measure that. I just want to caution that we may not be able to drill down to the exact number of new jobs that are affiliated with new businesses that are coming to the district.
So I hear you on that, but I mean, we need to evaluate. You make an argument, and it's a powerful argument, that it takes a substantial budget in order to be able to attract businesses and corporations to come to the district. And there is, I don't know whether you think the 5 million is sufficient or not quite sufficient.
The 5 million is not all for marketing. It also includes all the other functions.
But then the question becomes, what's our return on that? How many businesses are we attracting, and how many jobs? And there is a broader environment that is a challenge, and it could be that if the return doesn't look sufficient, there could be an argument, it requires more, or maybe these aren't dollars that are well spent. But getting a sense of what's the return on investment is important.
Well, I also, that's fine. We have, we can do that analysis. I will just say that the economic partnership has not had a sufficient budget for many years. And so this infusion of funds is to start to see that correlation between marketing and, actual attraction. So I just want to make sure that we understand that we're at the beginning of growing our support for that organization. And I don't want, we might not have a deep track record because the mission of the organization, just as early as last year, shifted to include corporate attraction because the needs of today are different than they were before. Before it was only on retail attraction.
So I hear you on that, and I hear you on the infusion is recent, and it goes to another question of how long does it typically take between first engagement and when
24 to 36 months.
So if that's what is the case, then you could have an infusion in FY25 or FY26 and not see the benefit of that infusion until 2 or 3 years down the line.
That's correct if you were starting today. So we do have a pipeline today that we're working on. So it's not like there's no activity that's been happening. It has been happening. But I will tell you that when we compare the support that we've given to the economic partnership compared to our comparable jurisdictions, we underfund compared to others.
Well, I'm actually be interested to see that, to see the comparison, the regional comparison, and comparable jurisdictions, what kind of investment levels we're seeing, but also would like to be able to see to what extent have we been able to deliver over time using these programs. And it may be that once you have the data, there's a conversation about what it means, but I think it's important to have the data and then have that conversation.
And I'll just, I will share one point in FY25. The economic partnership helped recruit 12 retailers who have opened or announced. And that includes, those businesses represent an estimated $5.3 million in annual sales tax revenue and more than 100,000 square feet of new leases. So that's in FY25, but we can see if we can get you a history of more.
Yeah, we can have a history. Sorry to interject. I just wanted to add that overall for the partnership in FY25, they helped win 17 total new attraction projects, which is estimated to support 670 plus new jobs in the district and represents over 300,000 square feet of commercial real estate occupancy going forward.
So then that's what you were saying. The marketing budget in FY25 was $500,000. So with the $500,000, we were able to get those kinds of results.
That's great.
Okay. Retail retention is also part of the economic partnership's remit. How does the partnership work to keep companies in the district? How's that operate?
Well, the partnership does a number of things, but mainly they are our relationship manager with a lot of these retailers. So they have regular conversations with them to find out, what's going on with that retailer, where are the pain points, how, if something's going well or if something needs to be fixed. I'll give an example. Nike was having some challenges on their 8th Street store. And so we worked with them. So we hear about how we can make it better for that retailer. We'll hear from different kinds of companies that they're looking for a new location. And so the partnership will go out and work with property owners to find new locations. So that's how they work on the retention side.
And do they take any proactive steps to do outreach, or do you to identify at-risk businesses?
Yeah, they have every 6 months they do what they call a retention blitz. So this past year, they called 600 of our largest employers to see kind of how things are going and what we can do better. And then this past winter, they are in the midst of a retail blitz, calling through our retailers to understand how we can do business better.
And Councilmember Parker, forgive me, I'm going to just go for another minute to finish this section and then turn it back to you. But what are they hearing? Or are you getting reports of what they're hearing about what what kinds of challenges businesses are facing?
Well, as somebody testified, one of the public witnesses, I think it was the gentleman that has Market. It is, we still need to improve on making it easier for an individual entrepreneur or business to navigate our licensing process and our regulatory process. So Mayor Bowser last year and the growth agenda talked about cutting red tape. And so I think we as a government need to continue to identify how we can cut red tape because we value opening of new stores and supporting new entrepreneurs. So we do hear that. We hear about the cost of doing business in the district. And right now this year, just the impact on our labor market and, just the kind of environment in DC has been complicated for retailers to navigate. And it's just, impacting consumer confidence, if you will.
All right. So from your pre-hearing responses, I noted that the partnership reports monthly on key metrics such as estimated jobs created, jobs retained, square feet leased and or purchased, and capital expenditures invested in the district. Did the partnership meet their targets for those metrics in FY25?
I am sure that they did, but we will get you the information. Because we do track that, we work with them very, very closely.
So if you could get what their metrics were, what their targets were in FY25 and whether or not they met them, and what their targets are in FY26 and how they're doing, that would be very helpful. And with that, I will turn it over to Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. For what it's worth, I'm a fan of the economic partnership. I have found them to be both responsive, but also really thoughtful about development. And I'll just give someone that doesn't live in this space. We talked about a coffee shop that I won't name the name, but it's a pretty popular coffee shop. And seeing how we can bring that coffee shop to Rhode Island. And they went and had a conversation and identified the specs that would be needed, so much so that it needed to be on the one side of the street versus the other because of the flow of traffic. And so that type of granularity was beyond me. I just wanted a coffee shop. So just shout out to the work that they're doing. And I'm grateful, Chairperson Fruman, you're pushing on that. I did want to come to some more Ward 5 projects. So we talked about the Mammo lot. The headline I got from you is it's in progress. Langston Slater, where are we with that?
So Langston Slater is with council awaiting a markup so that we can dispose of the property. They are looking to close in Q2.
I'm looking at Chairperson Fruman, so hopefully we can mark that up.
Yeah, with the conversation with Chairman Mendelson.
And Q2 of 2029 for a groundbreaking and Q3 of 2029. And you know that ANC 5E, they recently passed a resolution to get this moving.
Yes.
They sent it to you through
So
council.
what I'm hearing you say is the holdup is the council.
I didn't actually say that, but we will work diligently with council to
Well played.
get the
Well played.
legislation.
So, there has been a decent amount of movement and bills were pulled into the committee of the whole. They need to be re-referred. There's been a fair amount of stuff that's been going on, but.
Oh, yeah. I didn't mean that as a criticism, by the way. And there's been a lot of movement as of late.
Exactly.
But it was, Deputy Mayor, I thought the developer needed more time, or it was something about the market. Is that
So
not?
What you'll see with a lot of the dispositions that are coming down, we are requesting more than the average 2 years that it takes to dispose of a property. So you will see where we're requesting, so they'll come down as acts, 3 to 4 years, just due to the capital market. And a lot of these projects will be phased over time. So you'll see construction on the site, but they'll have more time to dispose of the actual parcels on the site.
And that 2029 timeline accounts for that extended time.
Correct.
Got it. If we could talk about Rhode Island, and shout out to the Office of Planning for their work on the Rhode Island study. We were able to secure a small amount of grants last year. The council also took action to authorize DMPED to push these grants out. We adjusted the qualifications. Deputy Mayor, if you could just give an update. I know we just did that, but a sense of timeline when you're thinking about pushing out the grants.
Again, in order to make sure that we deploy all the grants in time for this fiscal year, this group of grants will be also put out in the spring.
In the spring.
Yeah.
And do you have a sense of how businesses might be able to use the grants?
Okay, I think we're doing it very similarly to the Chinatown. Sorry, do you know that answer? Okay. Are we doing it similar to Chinatown? Yeah, we're doing it similarly to the Chinatown lease program where if a business wants support on their rent or on their rent, that's what we're offering. And it just allows them to, kind of recover more funds for their own, operations.
Yeah.
If they're a new business or even if they're a continuing business.
And for those watching, this is part of a multi-year strategy to revitalize, drive development and energy to Rhode Island, thinking about from about 12th Street Northeast through the border of the city. And again, I want to thank DMPED for your partnership as well as the Office of Planning. We have a study done. We know what we need. Now we need to fight to secure more funding. So part of this is also so Chairperson Fruman can hear this as we're going to be advocating for more funds to support businesses along that corridor. Something that routinely comes up, Deputy Mayor, for Rhode Island, but also other entry points. I'm thinking New York Avenue, Bladensburg, and others. It's just the entryways to our city and how they are pretty underwhelming. I'll say it that way. I know some of the entry points are MPS land, and so there's a level of complexity there. How are we thinking about providing a facelift for these corridors, many of whom cut through Ward 5, to just be more welcoming for business, but also residents?
No, you make a really good point, particularly Rhode Island Avenue, which, as you know, is also kind of the corridor that, I frequent and live along. But where it is National Park Service, what we can do is continue to work with them and say, hey, please concentrate attention here because this is the gateway, right? This is your entry to DC. In other cases, and we've not broached this with the National Park Service, is, for certain properties, could we take a greater role in improving them or maintaining them? So all of those things are on the table, but obviously it's not our land. So where we have limited control, it becomes more difficult to implement.
And I know for Rhode Island, because we looked into this, weirdly, one side is MPS land and then the other side is district land. And so that's, again, some of the complexities, but I am of the mind that that would help attract business if there was a more concerted effort to just make the entry point look a little bit more welcoming. I wanted to talk about the DC Venture Capital Program. In 2025, you note that DC area startups raised $5.4 billion in venture capital across 323 deals. Can you speak to what that translates into in terms of economic activity for the district?
Those numbers, I just want to be sure, are regional numbers. The local numbers, we will get to you, but I believe it's $3 billion. $1 billion in the district over 84 deals. And then we will need to calculate what that return is. But generally, those businesses are paying corporate franchise tax to the extent that those employees live in the district. They're paying income tax. I don't know, Brennan, if you want to elaborate.
Yeah, happy to. And I think this leans really closely into our prioritization of the tech economy in general. And when you look at the types of industries and the types of businesses that are being invested in and where we see the most activity with venture capital today, it's in those traded technology sectors. And so when we talk about traded sectors, what that really just means is that you are exporting goods or services outside of the local market or the local economy. And so what that does is it creates higher wage opportunities for jobs. It brings in new businesses for the district, which creates new tax revenue, and it creates more productivity. So across those three elements, we really see that as the priority of why we select an industry like this, because in addition to having high employment percentage within the district, close alignment with where our talent is specialized, it also has really high growth opportunity for the district. So when we look at these traded sectors, the last thing that I'll note is that we see the highest indirect jobs that are created. So it's really not a mutually exclusive decision when we say what industries are we looking at investing in and how do we grow this side of the economy? Because when we bring in these traded sector jobs, it actually creates a ripple effect across the economy. And so when you think about the coffee shops, the food service, you know, the ancillary jobs that are supported because you are bringing in these high wage jobs, we actually see the highest return on these kinds of traded sectors for the overall economy in the district.
Remember too, that $1 billion of venture capital is all new money into the system. And it's privately raised money into the system. So that's new economic activity that we didn't have before.
Okay, very quickly, if I can squeeze this in, IRB bond financing, the IRB bond financing program. And your responses, you note that DMPED exceeded expectations by issuing $622 million in IRB financing, well above the $100 million target. Similarly, can you just elaborate and speak to what this translates to in terms of economic activity?
Again, the IRB program is not a direct investment. It is leveraging the district's borrowing power to offer to nonprofits, typically, almost all are nonprofits, to do construction activity so that they can occupy. So we will have to, I mean, we could calculate that. I don't have those numbers
So
on
is
me.
that
We'll get
to
back
help
to you.
them primarily with financing? So
It
they're
is.
leveraging
It's
against
low
the
cost
district.
financing.
Got it.
Yeah, it's low cost financing to deliver a project. Sometimes it's nonprofits like like a office use that is growing, and they've done a tenant improvement to their office building. In other cases, it's a public charter school
I was gonna
that's
say,
building a new
yeah.
charter school on the corner of Monroe and 16th Street. So all of that activity, we can calculate what that is.
And Councilmember, just on a macro level, those closings brought in an additional $400,000 to DMPED last year. So by being able to expand the deals that we can do, we're actually
Because of the
able-
financial agreements.
Right.
Understood.
It's the origination fee
Yep.
that we take.
Okay, thank you.
On the IRB bonds, am I right? Those don't hit the debt cap calculation. Those are outside of
That's
the.
correct.
Okay. And I thought I remembered seeing in the pre-hearing question responses that those numbers are pretty high, but what's the projection in the coming year? Or are we expecting to be able to stay at that sort of level, or does it fall off?
We usually look at historical trends and stay consistent in our projections for the following year.
Okay. And also back on the venture fund just for a moment. So my understanding, tell me, this is recently stood up. So when was it stood up? Who was chosen as the manager? How are we funding it? And how then did it translate into $1 billion? Give me a little bit of the texture of that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember. So DMPED announced the first 2 fund managers for the DC Venture Capital Fund in December 2025. These funds were secured through the federal SSBCI program. And so we received a little over, I believe, $80 million total, which is split between us and I believe DSLBD. Of that portion, DMPED receives $26 million across 3 tranches of funding. So we've currently received the first tranche of funding, a little over $8 million. DMPED has selected through a competitive process our program administrator, which is K Street Capital, and it is up to K Street Capital to run the competitive process to ultimately select the VC firms that are chosen as the fund managers. Those fund managers then invest in companies that are within their own investment portfolios at a 1-to-1 match. So the program design is a fund-to-fund model. And so with that match, we expect the program to generate approximately at least $51 million of new venture capital into DC-based companies specifically.
So where did the $1 billion figure come from?
Yeah, well, I mean, to clarify.
Because my eyes bounced.
Yeah, so the $1 billion is the amount of venture capital that was invested in DC headquarter companies in 2025. So It is prior to
the
the venture capital program.
But this program, the idea is it's getting going now, and it should lead to $50 million a year of venture funding into the.
So to clarify, the $51 million is in total, and that's after we receive the remaining 2 tranches of funding from the SSBCI program. So it total.
Over how many years?
I'll have to get back to you on the exact performance period, but I believe it's 3 years of performance.
But I mean, it's interesting. I mean, it will add, but there already is a flow of venture funding coming in. But will this be targeted to folks who might have had more of a challenge to get venture funding in a different context?
That's correct. So a couple of requirements that are required of our fund managers, they have to invest in DC-based companies, so it makes sure that those dollars are being driven locally. And there's a minimum requirement for how much of that funding is being prioritized for minority-owned businesses in the district.
Okay. And then let's Station DC.
Are you asking what it is?
Yeah. What? Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's a new event spot in Union Market. We've contributed $2 million for its build out. They host a whole variety of different types of events, programming. It's a place where large companies, startups, venture capitalists can come together around a topic area. Their membership has grown very, very quickly. They're now in the thousands. Do you have an exact number?
Not quite thousands, 620, and they expect to add 250 more this year.
Yeah. And some of the biggest events that they've had have been, around defense tech conversations, cybersecurity, some of the high growth areas that we're seeing in this area. So, they are a place that is bringing dynamicism and what we call growing the tech ecosystem. Technologists very often want to be in a very dynamic and innovative environment. And so the fast way for them to learn about what's happening among their peers or around other entrepreneurs is to be able to hear from them, to meet with them, and to connect. And so that is what Station DC does.
And then Capital Factory, is that something similar?
So Capital Factory is a company that is sponsoring, they're the kind of the parent company, if you will, to Station DC. They are based out of Austin, Texas. They started off kind of at about the scale that we are at now, and very, very quickly, grew a fund. They are a venture capitalist fund, so they are a VC fund. And so they have also started by sponsoring and opening Station DC, we are already seeing Capital Factory invest in businesses in DC, and we hope that will grow more.
And how did these things relate to the venture fund? Or
they don't.
They don't.
Yeah, they're independent. They are independent things. For example, it is important as we think about moving into the new economy that we want to have more of these, more incubators, more accelerators, more places that businesses can come, meet with each other, meet with new funders, and grow. DC in this region is sort of acting like the startup hub because startups and venture capitalists like to be at the center of the action, and that's in Washington. And then as those companies grow, depending on what they do, they could grow in DC. But if they need a lot of property and they start to manufacture, they might want to leave DC and stay in the region. So that is our sweet spot as a city in terms of tech. We also should be and are attracting corporate tech as well because they're part of the ecosystem. And I'll give an example. The city of Berlin, which is about the same size as DC, when you look at the metro area, has 24 incubators and accelerators. And we have like a couple. So we would really like to grow this part of our economy, and that's how we diversify as we've been seeking to do.
So I hear you. I visited I don't know if it's incubator, accelerator at Children's Hospital or at Walter Reed, the Children's Hospital. I mean, it blew my mind. It's so more things like that. I mean, there is a building on Connecticut Avenue that could be a great home for something like that. But in these initiatives, what are we doing to try to make sure that we're building a minority-owned business pillar? Because this is an industry, this is the future, and we've heard people talk about connecting folks, DC residents, to jobs, particularly African American and Hispanic DC residents. What are we doing to try to make sure that happens?
So anytime that there's a sector that traditionally is, kind of very homogeneous, you have to be incredibly intentional. And in the District of Columbia, we are very intentional about that. And so the DC Venture Fund, for example, as Director Hicks said, has a requirement that 30% of the funds get placed with businesses owned by people of color. So that's representative of our community. We also happen to be very lucky here in the District of Columbia, where we have venture capital funds that are managed and owned by people of color. So there's already an intentionality. And then last but not least is the training side, and DOES and the Deputy Mayor for Education, for example, the Advanced Technical Center, other efforts like that to make sure that our entire population has access to and an understanding of what the skill sets of the future are. UDC is a big partner, obviously. Howard University is making significant investments and developing partnerships to make sure that their graduates are also thinking about all of the different industries that they could go into.
All right, wonderful. Very tactful of you to say where there's a sector that appears homogeneous. But it is important to be intentional in spaces like that.
May I just say one thing? Because it's something that I'm very proud of working for this administration. I come from the commercial real estate world. In the United States, there's less than 1% of commercial real estate people who are people of color. There's about 5% that are women. That is also a very homogeneous industry. In the District of Columbia, 17% of our developers are people of color. And so when I say that the district and this administration's been intentional, that is the intent that we bring to this new sector as well as we grow it.
Wonderful. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I will just quickly pick up there. And with respect to the way in which the district exceeds the nation, that is certainly laudable. But I still hear from so many residents and business owners that say either I'm never in line for a contract, I'm never in line for many of these deals, and still it seems like so many Black and brown business owners are locked out of opportunity. We know that the disparity study was released years ago, which essentially formally said, yeah, there is a disparity between Black and brown owned businesses. Like, what are we doing about that? And while, again, I think it is noteworthy the district exceeds the nation, when I hear a stat like 17%, that still rings awfully low. And I know it's something you want to work towards.
Well, I'll give a couple different examples. First of all, we set a goal in the district of, and it's in the comeback plan, of having 33% of all of our businesses being owned by people of color. So I believe that we're at about 30% now. So we haven't achieved the goal yet, but we set a goal and we're moving toward it. Within DMPED itself, we issued the equity RFPs, and that was specifically to make sure that local developers could participate, and that was dedicated to our local development community. And last but not least, I know that it's a record that you all are familiar with, but I think it's important to understand that when Mayor Bowser came into office, the CBE commitment for the District of Columbia was about $300 million. We just published the last Green Book, and the commitment for CBE contracting is $1.5 billion. So that's the intentionality that I'm referencing. And we are lucky that we are oversubscribed. We have a lot of people who've registered at as a CBE. It doesn't mean that, they're all going to get a contract from the District of Columbia. We try and do our best to outreach and make sure that that pipeline is evergreen. But the contracting dollars alone that have been committed to CBEs is notable, and that is what is helping us reach our goal.
Okay. For the sake of time, I'm going to keep it moving, but I appreciate flagging the intentionality, and it's just worth noting it's something for us to continue to work towards. You mentioned in your testimony that DC met its housing goal of 36,000 new homes by 2025. But I know like there's a skew where Ward 5 has more than our goal, and then other areas of the city has less. How are you, or how is DMPED thinking about addressing areas in a city still that face gaps in affordable housing? I'm thinking Northwest particularly, as we move towards a new phase of this goal.
Well, I mean, I think that a couple different things. It's easier to deliver affordable housing in parts of the city where there is naturally occurring affordable housing. Does that make sense? So Ward 5, 7, and 8, it's easier to deliver that, one, because there's available land or underdeveloped land.
There's also fewer residents pushing back.
Perhaps. And so there's a combination of things, a lot of available land, fewer residents pushing back, and also the market rate or the market rent is already close to the affordable rents. So in places where the property's already been developed, the district doesn't own a lot of property, and there's a very energized, I'll just say it, NIMBY, contingent, then it becomes harder to deliver. But like right now, I mean, Councilmember Fruman's aware of the, Chevy Chase RFP, and our ability to leverage DC property to deliver housing there. I hope that in the future, Friendship Heights and Wisconsin Avenue become another place that we can intervene and work with the developers to deliver more affordable housing. So I think you have to look for opportunity and plan to work with the developers if it's privately owned, or maximize the opportunity when it's publicly owned.
I have another scripted question, but this is something I brought up with the Office of Planning. It seems to me there's also this trend of less feedback from residents. Now, I'm all for the YIMBY, yes, let's develop more, let's move in that direction. I still think that can coexist with ongoing engagement and feedback allowed to residents. And it seems as though we're moving away from that more and more, which concerns me.
Yeah, I think that what needs to be reconciled and what we need to have a real discussion about is the PUD process and the impact on developers' willingness to or interest in pursuing a PUD when the PUD process is very, very lengthy with a time unbound and there's a significant appeal process. Investors cannot wait years and years and years before they know what project they can build. And so right now you're seeing investors prefer to develop by right. And a by right project does not require the same type of community input as a PUD process is. So as a government, we need to decide what is that balance of achieving community input, but also making sure that once that input is received and a decision is made, that is a decision that the developer can rely on. So that is what I think is for public debate or public policy debate this coming year.
Okay, I agree with you. I think it is a balance. And it's not just about housing, but I worry as a government, we are making more and more decisions with less and less input. And I'll get off my soapbox there. I did have one more question here. You are conducting the housing demand and neighborhood change study with the final report anticipated in Q2 of fiscal year 26. Can you speak more to this and when the final report might be due?
So the report's been going on, the study's been going on for quite a while. The reason that we haven't published it yet is because conditions have been changing, and so some of our recommendations have been evolving. Also now the comp plan is, incorporating some of the findings of that study already, as the Office of Planning is developing out, their own housing projections, and where growth can happen in the district over the next 20 years. So it is a long-range look at housing growth, and it's very closely tied to population growth.
Where are we seeing the greatest population growth? Just curious.
It's actually, to the extent that the district has been growing on average 10,000 residents a year, we are now slower than that. And over the next through 2050, I believe the Office of Planning is projecting that we could reach 850,000 total as a population. So that's about 7,500 a year. So the question is, as a city, I believe that growth is important. We also have room to grow without fundamentally changing how our neighborhoods look and feel, because we have downtown, we have RFK, and potentially we have Southwest DC as places where we could absorb that demand without changing the character of our neighborhoods, if that's how we choose to grow.
Okay, 2 more questions. I'm going to wrap up. Recently, GW announced that they purchased a plot of land in the infamous Montana Triangle in Ward 5, yet I have not been able to figure out what they're opening there or doing there. Do you have any insight into what GW has planned for this plot?
Councilmember, we're aware of the purchase, but we are not informed of the intent this time.
Okay. I just would also use this as an opportunity to say, Ward 5 neighbors want us to live up to that mixed use vision for that land. And so the reason why I'm asking this is because that's promising that GW is moving there, I think, versus us using it as another opportunity for a parking lot or some other citywide use. Finally, I wanted to ask about a non-Ward 5 project, Berry Farms, and where are we with that project?
So Berry Farms is still is under construction. They delivered the Asbury earlier this year with 108 units of senior housing. And let me just get to the actual numbers, Council.
And while you look for that, in your testimony, you mentioned the financial closing for Hillsdale Flats.
Correct.
Phase 1.
In December of 2025. So that just happened.
And it's going to deliver 90 units of 100% affordable housing.
Hillsdale, yes, that is correct.
And what level of affordability?
I'm not clear. I have to get back with you on the level
Okay.
of affordability. But it's actually 100% affordable, but I can still get back with you on the level.
And then last question, when do we anticipate the completion of this phase?
Of this phase, probably in 2 years.
Okay. Well, thank you. And thank you, Chairperson Fruman.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. I feel like you said last question 3 times, but that's okay. I think we've been going
to
for
me.
we've been going for a bit. If folks would like to take a 10-minute break, why don't we do that? So we will recess. It is 3:10. We'll recess and reconvene at 3:20. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. The time is now 3:22 and we will reconvene after our short recess. I'm going to go back for a minute on vacancies. One of the things, retail vacancies, and I think in the conversation before, you said that one of the places that had a high retail vacancy rate was Chevy Chase DC, which a little bit surprised me. And I wonder what you think of as the boundaries of Chevy Chase DC, whether that captures Friendship Heights, because I would have thought Friendship Heights, but I wouldn't have thought Chevy Chase DC. Do you have any sense of what boundary you're talking about there?
We'll have to get that to you. It is a submarket that's identified by the private brokerage, by the brokerage community. So we'll need to get that back to you.
All right. And then, I mean, among the things that you do, you have the emerging retail initiative where you're trying to support entities to come in and fill spaces that are vacant, at least with pop-ups or special initiatives. Can you talk to me about how that's going?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councilmember. So for the Emerging Retail Incentive, which was a new program in FY25, we've currently selected our first year of awardees with 9 awardees, including seven first-time grant recipients from DMPED for a total of about $160,000. And so this funding is targeted towards supporting small businesses that are moving into shared retail space, incubator space, or potentially operating from temporary brick and mortar space.
So this is just started.
Just started this past year.
And so 9 grants totaling 160, so close to $20,000 a grant.
That's about right.
Thing. And I mean, is there a track record yet? Is there any evidence of businesses that were able to pop up and then find a permanent home, or is it too soon for that to have happened?
I don't have that information today, but let me reconvene with our team and can definitely get some of those stories back for you of where we see progress and potentially opening up those retail activations or small business activations.
Okay. And what do you do once so there's 9 out there. I guess there was 31 applications. Is that right?
I'll have to double check the number. I believe that's about right. Yeah, so 31 applications.
So a hunger for this.
Absolutely.
Are you visiting the sites? What are you doing to check on the efficacy of the program so far?
Yeah, so this runs across many of our retail programs. So we do a mixture of grantees self-reporting as part of the typical compliance requirements, as well as on-site visits. And our small and local business team, runs a lot of very close technical assistance with their grantees, including on-site visits.
And what are you hearing from the folks who received the grants? Have we lost anybody? Have we given a grant to somebody and then they rolled up their tent, or are they seeking to stay permanently? What kinds of things are you hearing?
I'll have to check with the team on that one just to make sure that all of the awardees are still with the program from the first year of funding. But typically for any of these programs, we hear a lot of gratitude from the grantees. Oftentimes for retail and small business incentive programs, these are first-time recipients who are just less familiar with both navigating grant processes. But, I think when they are a recipient, it makes a very big difference for them in able to either maintain their operations or stand up new operations, because they often lack access to the traditional markets and capital. And so these are very creative options for them to be able to operate a business.
So sorry, council member, there is a mix. This has been a very difficult year for a lot of retailers. And so, where we hope and usually do a very good job of due diligence when awarding grants, from time to time, those businesses do not survive. And this year we are working with our grantees who are struggling, but that is not the norm.
And so I guess for FY25, you had 160,000. In FY26, you have 200,000. Is that right?
I believe so. I'll double check. I have 20 programs of numbers in front of me, but I will double check.
I mean, is there a plan for when there would be an RFP?
Yes, so the RFP for all of our Great Street umbrella programs have actually already closed and are in the evaluation process currently. And so across the 3 programs that make up Great Streets, including emerging retail incentives, locally made manufacturing, and Great Streets programs, we received almost 200 applications.
Okay.
And I am confirming that, yes, it is $200,000 for emerging retail in FY26.
Okay, so moving to the Vitality Fund, how many companies have received funding through the Vitality Fund program today?
So to date, the Vitality Fund, I just lost it, apologies. So to date, the Vitality Fund has approved 12 attraction and expansion projects as part of the awardees. And this makes up 870 new jobs, including 486 retained jobs, and over 230,000 square feet of lease space as a result of the program.
Describe the mechanics of how that program works, right? That's a 3-year but you describe the
Sure.
mechanics.
So the Vitality Fund program is a performance-based incentive, cash grant incentive program. And so at the outset, when we are working with prospective businesses that are looking for deal closing incentives, so a reason to close the cost barrier that they often face when doing business in the district, they can submit to us minimum eligibility requirement information that we require, including the number of new jobs potentially generated by the project that they are proposing, the amount of commercial space that they are looking to occupy through the project, as well as the amount of capital expenditure that they would plan to invest in the site, including things like tenant improvement. Based on those factors, we calculate an award amount that is estimated to the business and then invite them to apply, assuming they meet all of our eligibility requirements. In the application process, we collect on a rolling basis the applications, and based on a number of factors, including the anticipated or estimated return on investment, which we calculate as annual fiscal return of projects, so tax revenue generated from the project, as well as the broader economic impact of the project. We then factor that in with some additional bonuses like where they are located, which might be one of our Vitality Fund target areas, such as downtown, where we see higher rates of vacancy and we're encouraging businesses to take up commercial or office space. And then based on a number of those factors, we provide the final award estimate with an assurance that we are providing at least a 1x ROI on the dollars we're investing into this program.
1x ROI, meaning we get back every dollar we put in additional tax revenue?
That's correct. That's currently how we estimate it, which is fiscal return, so the tax revenue generated per annual basis.
And how much money have we put into this so far?
I have that. So across the 12 companies to date, we've invested just roughly over $4 million.
So $4 million, and you're saying that we'll get that $4 million back?
That's correct. That's what we estimate based on tax revenue between personal income tax rates, property income, and business sales taxes.
And then 870 new jobs, is that what you said?
That's correct.
So what is that? If that's $5 is 4,000, and so to get to 4 million, that's $5,000 a job. Is that?
We do track the per job spend of the award, and we actually use that as well to compare this Vitality Fund program against similar incentive programs nationally. I don't have that number in front of me, but can get back.
It's not 5,000 per job. It's much, much more efficient than that. I want to make sure that we get you correct numbers. So let's get back to you on, we have an ROI report that we have to submit to council. We will be doing that with our budget this year, and we will include those numbers in it.
Okay. I mean, I hear you, and frankly, it's a 5,000. Even if the number were 5,000, it's a 5,000 upfront payment, but then that money comes back. But you'll do the math for me, and I won't rely on that number. Okay. And do you have funding in the budget this year for this?
We do. We have $6 million for the Vitality Fund this year. That also includes the sub-program, which we've called the Growth Fund, which launched for the first time last year.
So how much did you have in FY 25?
FY 25 was 3.5 million.
And then it goes to 6, but it's broader because it includes the growth fund as well.
That's correct. And in FY 25, it included the growth fund as well.
And so far you've done 12 businesses, $4 million. So there was money in FY 25. Oh, does that include money in FY 26 already? Or is there money from FY 24 that was used?
There are now non-lapsing funds that are rolling over from FY 25 in addition to the $6 million that is set aside as part of the FY 26 budget approved by council.
And so then to date, you've used 4 million of that. So
that's correct.
And 4 million of 10 over the 2 years.
I'll have to calculate because there are some differences in how the budget was set aside for Vitality Fund in prior years. And so I want to make sure I'm reporting the right number.
I'm sorry, council member, it's important to note that the 4.5 million is money that's been deployed because it's a rolling program because we offer letters, reservation letters to prospective businesses. And so we don't, until that business closes and comes to the district, we don't count it against that $4.5 million award number, but we have a pipeline of reservations of dollars that are reserved or held while we're working with those companies as they make their final decisions.
Okay, so 4 million deployed, others reserved.
Correct.
And other dollars still out there waiting to be assigned to new applicants.
Correct.
Okay. And of the 12 that have been deployed, are they open? Are they have businesses that are in place now in the district?
We have several that have opened. In fact, at our announcement event with Mayor Bowser just last fall, I want to say, we were actually in the new space for one of our awardees that was able to open as a result of the Vitality Fund.
But of the 12, have they all opened or just some of them have opened so far?
I'll have to get back to you with the exact number that have officially opened their space based on the award.
And then if you have money that's yet to be, for the reserved, how many businesses have reserved dollars at this point as opposed to deployed? The way I'm understanding it is 12 businesses have deployed dollars. Some of them have opened, not necessarily all of them have opened. Some of the businesses have reserved dollars. And then there is a pot of money left that would be used for future grants. How many businesses have reservations at this point?
I will have to double check because I don't have that number in front of me, but we can tally across the years who's received their obligations and have received full disbursement versus who has out years of remaining disbursements.
I think I mean, it sounds like a great program. And so, but curious to see how it's working in practice.
Absolutely.
I want to, in terms of working in practice, the reality is that the process of recruiting a new business is about starting a conversation, narrowing it down, and typically a business will start to look between 2 or 3 locations. And that's when that reservation letter goes out. And then it's really up to the business as to how long it takes them to make a final decision. Some take a long time, some don't take a long time at all. And that's why that you remember I mentioned earlier, sometimes it takes 24 to 36 months because you have to work with a business over that period of time before they finally pull the trigger.
Yeah, I totally hear you on that. And I also sort of sense like, as I'm asking for numbers that you might be worried, oh, those numbers, the numbers will help tell a story, but there needs to be an explanation behind it. So there could be, I get it, that it takes time, but just trying to see how it's deploying and what difference it appears to be making. that doesn't mean it's not about to make a bigger difference. Like the 870 jobs, I guess, is a projection of what it's going to be and how many of those have been delivered to date.
Yep.
That doesn't mean that the 870 is not a meaningful number, but it's interesting to know how many have been delivered to date and how long does it take in order for these kinds of initiatives to have the teeth that we want them to have.
Remember too, that the Vitality Fund has only been around for 2 years.
Yeah, I hear you, and at each turn you urge me to be careful not to rush to judgment, and I get it. I hear you.
I did also just want to confirm, Councilmember, that all 12 businesses that received their FY25 funds have opened.
Oh, and do we know how many of those 870 jobs are now filled?
We do regular reporting with our awardees, and so we can get the latest numbers. They do have the entire length of the project performance period to meet the estimated jobs created. So it will be, a portion of the total amount that we estimate to be created.
Okay, I'd be curious to see it.
Great.
I know there's a preference for downtown. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I
Is
missed
there a
that.
preference for downtown, or is it?
There is. We define what we call Vitality Fund target areas, primarily downtown areas.
And how, are there any outside of downtown?
I will have to double check and confirm.
But this is part of the downtown and largely part of the downtown.
Largely downtown, as commercial real estate occupancy is a high priority of the program.
Okay, well, I will be curious. I mean, I also get it, the importance of revitalizing downtown, and applaud you on all the different things that you guys have been doing on that. There is also the neighborhoods. And so to the extent that, somewhere in Upper Northwest has a high vacancy rate, then it becomes, this becomes appealing. And every ward council member would bring up something similar. But you don't know if there's anything outside of the central business district, or?
There is flexibility in the program. It doesn't have to be in downtown. A vast majority of our office space is downtown, and vibrancy of downtown is incredibly important. So we have prioritized downtown. I do believe that there is an applicant or two, or a recipient that are two recipients that are not downtown.
Okay. All right, well, you'll get back to me.
I can get back to you, absolutely. And we can always take another look as well as we look to future years of the program as where we define Vitality Fund target areas. As the Deputy Mayor expressed, those are just treated as preference bonuses for how much the award calculation will come out to, but not necessarily an eligibility requirement.
Okay, and you said that this year's money also has the growth fund. How does the growth fund differ from the Vitality Fund?
Yes, so the Growth Fund is a subprogram of Vitality Fund, very similar in terms of how disbursements are made, the outcomes and the performance metrics we look at. It's simply intended for smaller scale growth companies that don't qualify for the performance kind of minimums we're looking for in Vitality Fund. So Vitality Fund, we asked businesses, or we have a preference for businesses that create 30 plus new jobs, make $2 million of capital improvements over 3 years, and occupy 15,000 square feet of commercial real estate space. For our growth fund, we look at just smaller factors of those. So, maybe I think 5 jobs created and just less amount of space. So what we heard from our early rounds of the Vitality Fund is that there was a great demand for this program, particularly from our smaller and fast growing businesses that could not commit to as much commercial real estate space or commit to as high of hiring targets. And so we wanted to create a lane for them through the growth fund so that they had access to growth capital and could participate in a similar program. And in the first year of running that in FY25, we saw an oversubscription in our applications and successfully awarded the full roughly over $500,000 that we set aside for the growth fund.
So and how many grants is that if it's 500,000?
That was over 6 grand.
I think you want to.
Thank you. That was over 6 grantees for the first year of growth fund.
And how many applicants did you have?
Flip back. For growth fund, we had 24 applicants.
And Are they also primarily downtown, or are they?
The
throughout-
Vitality Fund target areas remain the same for the growth
Or,
fund.
or both
That's
of them?
correct.
And
One of them was in DuPont Circle. That's where we held the event. So there's a little mix.
there you go. And so the total projected jobs from that, is that 30 if it's 6 and the minimum was 5, or?
Actually, we kind of exceeded our numbers. So we estimate 91 new jobs created, 7 jobs retained, and 16,000 square feet of lease space to be occupied, as well as generating an estimated annual fiscal return of $1.6 million.
And then same question on, do we have a sense of how many of those jobs have been filled yet? And do you have that data for this?
I don't have that, given that it was just the first year. So, we do know that many of those businesses are open and have started to make their hires, but, we will look up the latest reporting numbers and get back to you.
Okay, and then also curious, to what extent is there a requirement that they be DC residents who get these jobs, or what percentage of the jobs are going to DC residents?
I will have to double check the exact threshold that's written into the preferences, but we do have a DC residency requirement as part of the program.
First source applies to these programs right now.
Oops, it is. Okay. So some of this more granular data on how many jobs we've landed, how many of them are DC residents would be useful to have.
Great.
I also think it's very important that when we talk about business attraction, when businesses, if they're not homegrown, meaning that they're expanding in place, and we're attracting them from the outside, many businesses will import or, leave their current location and start a new location here. So, there's a dynamic that we need to be aware of, that when a business is expanding into DC, that they will bring with them people that they are bringing to DC, and that is also in the kind of first stage of their planting roots in Washington, a dynamic.
Fair. Guess I hope those people live in DC and then pay taxes in DC, but would be curious. And so it's not necessarily, there's existing DC residents, there's jobs that go to existing DC residents, and jobs that are held by DC residents. And there, you could have a company that comes and they bring 5 people, and so no existing DC resident gets a new job out of it, but 4 of those people who came to the region live in DC, and then they're DC jobs. So curious to get a feel for that.
I just want to sort of put on the table that it's not a 1-for-1 correlation. When you attract a business, they'll start off 1 year, 2 year, the first 3 years with a certain kind of mix. As they grow over time, all of those, so hopefully some of those folks become DC residents. As they grow, they're hiring DC residents because now they have a network of people from which to draw. They're all eating lunch in DC, and that retailer is hopefully also, hiring DC residents. So it's not a direct kind of blunt tool for estimating, what the job prospect is for DC residents. You grow the job pool by attracting a business, and that business has business to business contracts, and that business, and then there's tertiary, those indirect jobs. So I just want to make sure that we, as we're evaluating this, we evaluate both direct, which is what you're asking about, but also we try and estimate indirect jobs, because all of that is what contributes to the economy and to opportunity for DC residents.
Again, fair. Could somebody apply for the growth fund and the vitality fund?
They apply by submitting their project information into one intake form in which we evaluate the minimum requirements, so the number of jobs, the capital expenditure. And so we actually, on the DMPED side, funnel the applicant or interested applicant into the appropriate program based on their project details.
Okay. Let's talk about the Global Soft Landing program, where you're trying to bring in companies from outside of the country. How many companies have participated in the program so far?
So far, I believe we're at 5 or 6, but I'll confirm that number. And by the end of the year, we hope to hit 10 companies participating.
And those are 5 or 6 so far that have established offices in the district?
That's correct. Or are planning to in the very near term. And so
plan.
It's important to understand what the Global Soft Landing Program is. It is shared office space for businesses that are international companies that want to explore doing business in the United States and in the District of Columbia. So they can get discounted rent for 2 years if they are in the location it's called the studio. It's owned and managed by Tishman Speyer on 19th and K Street. So the Global Soft Landing is an offering of the studio. So as international businesses come, they pay a membership to studio. They get discounted rent to be there. And from here, they get services to help them navigate the visa process and explore whether or not they want to locate their business permanently in Washington, D.C., or alternatively, they can use it's called the Global Soft Landing because they land here in DC, but they can explore the rest of the country from here as well.
And you say from here, from DMPED, they get?
From DC, yeah,
No.
at studio.
But you said that there's help with visas and things like that. Who does that?
So that's done through a contract. I can't remember which service provider is providing those services, but they're embedded within studios or studio.
And how are you promoting the program internationally?
Yeah, so internationally, so we work very closely with the Economic Partnership. So they, along with our international BD manager, lead a lot of outreach through diplomatic channels, working with in-market site selector consultants abroad, attending international business development events. And through these channels, we actively engage prospective businesses that are interested in moving to the US markets. We pitch them on why they should be bringing their business to DC. And as part of that toolkit, we offer them, access to programs like Global Soft Landing.
And then just very concretely, there's Select USA every year. We will host during that international conference that the U.S. Department of Commerce hosts. We have a booth there. We will invite. Last year, I think we invited 60 companies to studio for a reception and also like a kind of meet and greet and then a description of what services we offer through Global Soft Landing. And that's how we generate leads. Another example is we have an MOU with World Trade Center Dublin it's a partnership between the District of Columbia and Dublin so that businesses that are interested in coming to DC and exploring DC, again, the Global Soft Landing program, it hosts them or is a resource to them.
And do you have sectors that are targets?
It's similar to the sectors that we have for the District of Columbia generally.
So in your supplemental question 16, it notes that DMPED intends to contract with a third-party consultant or vendor to manage this initiative. Has that consultant been chosen? Is it the Economic Partnership or is it different?
So in FY25, we partnered with the Chambers of Commerce to help support that search. And so a program administrator, I would roughly call it, was selected, and they just helped with some of the initial structuring and getting the Global Soft Landing program off the ground, as well as provided some initial leads for prospective businesses, a few of which ultimately ended up joining in FY25. And so that was just kind of a 1-year consulting or contracting service that the district, along with our partners, employed in order to get the program off of the ground.
But now going forward, is your expectation that it'll be the partnership that will be the partner on this?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we are currently evaluating how to maintain and scale the program over time because we have a lot of interest from our prospective businesses. We are currently working closely with the partnership on that, and we're exploring funding opportunities to potentially bring in a full-time operator for the program. We've seen this model work very well in other states that are offering similar services. And so we're excited to see, what we might be able to contract with if that is the right route to go for long-term operations.
Okay, yep. I had seen Councilmember Felder and then he disappeared and now he is back. Councilmember Felder, if you are ready, you can take your round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I appreciate you for convening today's oversight hearing. Deputy Mayor and members of your leadership team, it's always a delight to see you all. I'll just jump right in straight with my questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's the whole idea.
Deputy Mayor, could you share what has been DMPED's biggest area of success over this past year?
I'm not sure that I could point to one if you want to know the truth. We are on firing on all cylinders. The sports economy is obviously a big priority of the mayor's and of ours. So RFK and Monumental Sports are the two biggest projects that, we've supported and are advancing. But our real estate program continues to, as the mayor and we say, take it across the finish line. And Director Owens has been leading the closeout or the, kind of final advancement of a lot of the projects that the district's been, spearheading, and DMPED's been spearheading for years. I would say that the newest set of activities, we've also deployed, we had a 98% deployment rate of all of the grants that were budgeted for last year, and really happy with the quality of businesses and the variety of businesses that have been awarded those grants. And then last but not least, and I'll just say is a new area of investment and attention is in business development and expansion. And honestly, we've been working on international attraction. We've been working on expanding existing businesses that are here, as well as marketing to new businesses that will be interested in Washington.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. And on the flip side of that, could you share what has been some of DMPED's biggest challenges over the past year?
Well, the biggest challenges relate to the macroeconomy. Whether it's lack of, just capital being stagnant, obviously the jobs outlook in the District of Columbia. So a lot of the progress and growth that we've experienced over the last 20 years has been disrupted. And we're very fortunate that at DMPED we have a nimble team, as well as a very committed team. And so we are adjusting very quickly to current market conditions. In the case of housing, we've pivoted last year and shifted on correcting adverse policies that are hurting our affordable housing environment. This year, we are very much focused on retention of existing businesses, and where there continues to be growth, we're making sure that our programs are meeting demand where demand exists. And then third, we're having to plan for the future because right now, I believe that what the community is looking for, both the business community and the employee community, is what is a path to certainty? How do we navigate this moment? And so That's, that's the challenge, and that's how we're meeting the challenge.
Thank you. Now, Deputy Mayor, I'm pretty sure you and your team, you frequently go into the community. Could you speak to what are you hearing from residents in terms of what their biggest concerns are, and how does those concerns align with or differ from the agency's broader challenges?
Well, I will say it does depend on the community or the stakeholder group that we're working with. People come at things from the perspective in which they live. If you're in a community that's been underdeveloped or under-resourced, you're anxious for those resources, those jobs, those opportunities to come as quickly as possible. If you're a business, and I include big business, small business, it's all a similar perspective in that, they're putting their time, their money into investing in DC, and they would like our processes to be as fast as possible, so that they can get to what they are good at, which is, running their business and employing people. The challenges of today relate to the uncertainty that exists in the district, and and investors are shy to invest aggressively when there is uncertainty. And so our job is to create that path to certainty, both for the business community as well as for residents who live here and also invest here at an individual level.
Now, what role do you see the council playing in helping you all address some of those challenges?
Well, I would love to partner with the council on the next round of what might continue to stabilize our affordable housing ecosystem. That would be number one. Secondly, we should be looking at how to, you can use any number of terms: cut red tape, streamline regulations, make it easier for businesses to come here. I will tell you, one of the very first things that I did when I came into this job is that I went up to New York and I spoke with a number of investors. They said, look, and I asked, what are your hurdles to investing in DC? Remember, there are a lot of investors who come from all over the country and invest in restaurants, invest in theaters, invest in housing, and the like. They said, it is a higher cost city, but we're willing to pay the premium. But the single most concerning thing right now is the regulatory environment in Washington, in DC, not national government, local government, in that we are putting so many strings on every single investment that we're making that investors have a choice to be here or to be elsewhere. And when you compound cost and regulation and the regulatory and time related to the regulatory environment, it becomes unattractive. And so that's something that we should absolutely be working on together. And then I always think that big, challenging, hairy issues are best tackled when the council and the executive work together. And so I think our big, hairy issue of the day is how do we continue to grow our city in a time of uncertainty? And how do we make sure that we emerge with a more affordable city, with a more vibrant city, and with a more competitive city? And those three things do not have to be at odds.
Thank you for that. Now, going into FY 2027, could you share what your priorities are for your agency?
Again, the mayor has talked about the policy budget and is foreshadowing what this next budget will include. We are going to be focused on that regulatory environment that really makes sure that, you can achieve a lot. You can become a more competitive city. You can grow business, grow jobs without having to always throw money at the problem. And so how do we streamline to get those same efficiencies that make us an attractive place to be?
Now, from a staffing capacity, do you feel as though you have the staff you needed to accomplish the objective of your agency?
There's no agency that you will ask that question to that couldn't say that they could do with more. However, I will say that we have got a lean and mean team, which I believe, council member, you were part of once. And we handle our business and we keep things moving.
Okay. I'm gonna shift really quickly to housing and real estate questions. Now, Deputy Mayor, your pre-hearing questions, you shared that DMPED failed to meet its FY 2025 targets on real estate proposals submitted to the council. Could you speak to what's your plan to course correct to ensure we can maintain a steady flow of development across the district going forward?
We only failed to meet issuing one of the RFPs on time, and that we just delayed by 2 or 3 months. So it wasn't a significant delay. A lot of times, you know, you don't want to issue an RFP in the middle of the holidays, and you'll strategically wait until January or February to put something out there. So it was like that. It wasn't a concerning trend that I'm worried about.
Okay. Could you speak to what DMPED's top 5 real estate development priorities? And like, please explain how your office is expect to address these priorities in FY 2026.
Okay, I'm going to answer it one way, and then I'm going to ask Director Owens to answer based on our portfolio.
Okay.
So at a macro level, top real estate priorities are to create an environment that investors continue to want to invest in. We've got big things that we're trying to do. We need to reposition and transform downtown from a 90% commercial office community to being a mixed-use residential community. That requires significant capital investment, and DC has to be a place where investors want to invest. So that's one. Second, macro real estate priority is the affordable housing ecosystem and making sure that the $1.4 billion that the district has invested in affordable housing over the last 10 years is secure. And so those would be the top 2. And then last, I'll say, you know, this is not a construction priority, but instead a filling of the space. How do we create demand for the space that we want to build? How do we create demand for office space? That's business attraction. And how do you create demand for residential? That's population growth. And so those are at a macro level, but I think you might be asking more about our portfolio, and so I'll turn that over to Director Owens.
Hello, Councilmember Felder. So from the portfolio perspective, it's truly about getting these deals that have been taking a lengthy period of time to council so that the developers can get these deals financed and we can get to a closing so that the community can start to see more cranes in their neighborhoods. Additionally, so it's about, I think I've heard the deputy mayor say the term getting stuck, unstuck. So as I told Councilmember Fruman, in the next couple of months, there'll be probably about 7 deals that will come down to him that we'll be looking for disposition hearings. Also, of course, Capital One, we are the sports capital that remains a priority. RFK, though it is with the mayor's senior special advisor's office, that is still a priority. Completing the master plan is a priority. Also, our neighborhood projects like St. Elizabeth's East still continues to be a priority. We do have some roadway infrastructure that needs to be completed at St. Elizabeth's. Walter Reed also remains a priority. That's been a consistency in development in Walter Reed. They're now on the 40 townhome phase of that project. Hill East, of course.
Just a helpful suggestion, please include something from Ward 7.
Hill East.
There you go.
And I said, and Fletcher Johnson, he knows that is a priority. I mean, so we have quite a few priorities. So Hill East, that portion is in his ward. That will be coming down for disposition as well, Councilmember Felder. And of course, the long-awaited Fletcher Johnson that you worked on while you were a project manager in the deputy mayor's office, you'll be able to hold that up and say you got it over the finish line. So those are the priorities of the real estate team.
Thank you so much, Director Owens, and thank you, Chairman Philman, you know me well. I want to be mindful of my time, so I will yield the remaining or hold my next questions into the next round, which we will get more into Ward 7 specific questions.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much. Well, I may get in front of you on questions that relate to Ward 7. So you talked a little bit about the supermarket incentives, and there's a fair amount of testimony in the food space. So I want to go there for a bit. On the supermarket incentives, one of the things I think that you've included downtown as eligible for tax incentives, and we've heard from some advocates with concerns that there may be a shift away from efforts to attract grocery stores for Ward 7 and 8. How will DMPED balance efforts to bring anchor retailers like grocery stores to downtown as part of a revitalization strategy, while also fulfilling the longstanding promises to communities in Ward 7 and 8?
Well, we're not taking our eye off the ball of Ward 7 and 8. This is, it's been a priority. It's been the focus of the supermarket tax. To tell you the truth, the history of the supermarket tax credit is that it was all over the District of Columbia. First, the entire District of Columbia, when we were under supermarketed 20 plus years ago, supermarket tax credit was inclusive of the whole city. Then over time, it contracted and really focused on wards 5, 7, 8, and 6. And we're expanding it to downtown strategically because as we are talking about, diversifying downtown to include much more residential, you have to provide services. And in these early years, where you need to incentivize retailers to come to, supermarkets to come to downtown while there's still kind of a lower population. This is, a carrot. It does not take away from our ability to incentivize supermarkets to go to 7 and 8. So it's not a either or, because both can be, the supermarket tax credit is for both. And again, we are very focused on bringing more food options and grocery options to both Ward 7 and 8, and we are not going to change that focus.
And how does it work in the budget if it's the tax incentive? Is it accounted for somehow in the budget? Is there a limited amount of funds for the tax relief? How does it work in the budget?
It's a tax abatement. I don't know how it's accounted for in the budget. It's not a line item. It's a line item in the CFO's list of tax abatements. So I will have to come back to you specifically, but it's a 10-year tax abatement. So we track it over 10 years, but it's not like housing in downtown tax abatement where you're managing to a budget.
And just while we're on this topic of how things are budgeted, there's also HANTA that had been out there, and I think you've said that there isn't money in HANTA now. How is HANTA fit in? How is it accounted for in the budget? Where does it turn up?
So HANTA was in the budget as a line item, and we would award projects against that budget. Right now, we've expended all of our HANTA funding, and we are evaluating whether or not to request new budget authority for HANTA.
And if you requested both for the supermarket and for HANTA, then does it have to appear in the financial plan for every year and then go forward for 6 more years because it's a 10-year tax abatement?
It would, yes.
Okay. And that's an open question today, whether or not you would seek more funding for HANTA so that you could do more HANTA projects.
So the question about budget authority for HANTA, yes, that is we would need to seek more budget authority. For the supermarket tax credit, we will need to investigate how that's accounted for in the budget right now.
Okay. To what are the barriers to getting grocery stores in 7 and 8?
I think that there's a number of them. First is, do you have the available land, right? And it depends on what kind of grocery store. And as I said, you know, we had planned for a big box grocer at Capitol Gateway, which is where the district owns a significant amount of land. But now there's a new grocery model, which is a little closer to 20,000 or 25,000 square feet, all the way up to 40,000 square feet. So, so that's one is there a home for the grocer? Secondly, different grocery brand names or brands, you know, have different population mixes that they're looking at. So in neighborhoods that have a diverse population, both in mainly in income is the kind of diversity I'm talking about, income diversity, you'll see a lot of different grocers there because they can pick from a lot of different people at different price points. In wards 7 and 8, where it's a little bit more, not completely, but a little bit more homogeneous in terms of income level, you're choosing from a more select group of grocers that serve those markets. So our goal is to increase headcount. That's why we're interested in projects like Northeast Heights. That's why we're interested in projects and advancing projects like Capitol Gateway, because it can add headcount so that we can attract more grocers. And then last but not least, grocers do look at their competition and see who else is in the area and whether or not it's being served. They also look at what the expense profile of opening a store is. So they're constantly, again, looking at that revenue and expense balance. You know, they want to go into markets where they know they can be profitable.
Have we had grocers who were initially qualified or interested and then step back?
We have, sure. Remember that retailers, and grocers included, typically don't make a commitment until the very last minute because they're constantly renewing their information about about stores and their strategies. So they're very last minute decision makers. And so we have, they don't look prospectively at 5 years down the road. They want to know that a building is going to be built within a time certain so that they can open in a time certain. So we do have relationships with grocers who say, you know, we will come when the time is right. And so we're trying to get to that point where we can develop and have a time certainty so that we can lock in a grocer.
Okay. Earlier, there was a fair amount of testimony around food issues, and there were different streams, and I'm going to try to touch a bunch of them. But one was, what about co-ops? And to what extent are we using city funding to try to support co-ops? You talked about, you know, the big footprint grocery store, maybe that's not the thing. Then there's the more middle level grocery store, but there's also co-ops and other kinds of smaller ventures that bring fresh groceries into a neighborhood. How do you approach those?
Well, we're open to working with all different kinds of solutions for food access. I mean, we're if there is a co-op that would, you know, like access to our grants, we would certainly more than entertain it. I think that you'll find that you know, the grocery business is not for the light of heart. In order to carry enough inventory so that people will come regularly, that comes at a cost because you have to have lots of different SKUs and lots of different, you know, you just have to have the logistics down. And then you're earning between a 1% to 3%, you know, profit margin. So, you know, that expense revenue profile that I mentioned becomes very, very important. And you have to be a skilled grocer to achieve that. So we're open to all kinds of solutions, and we would happily work with a co-op if they were interested.
To what extent do you try to work with like the Healthy Corners program that DC Health does?
We haven't traditionally worked that closely with them, but we're happy to.
Okay. And then we had a number of people who, did you want to add something?
the council member, the program we reference from DC Health oftentimes focuses on very, very small grocers, corner grocers who are changing the types of offerings they have for lower income residents from, processed foods to more healthy options. So a little bit different of a focus, but certainly something we could talk to them about.
Okay. You heard the testimony about Nourish DC, which sounded pretty compelling to me. So how are you, I know there are ARPA dollars and they're expired. The suggestion was that with a modest amount of seed money, they could keep going and have a multiplier effect from that investment. How are you looking at Nourish DC right now?
Well, Nourish DC is very popular. It's been incredibly successful. So has our Food Access Fund. And so I'll follow up with the gentleman that was talking about Nourish DC. I think somebody on my staff is already in touch with him. But no, we understand the popularity of it. And from our own account, it's been very successful.
I will say, I mean, there was a gentleman who talked about it. There was a woman who talked about it, and we have in the written testimony of people who were going to testify, a half a dozen plus retailers and folks in the food world with it looks like a cross-section, very diverse group of people. So it does seem like it advertises well for itself. So let's stay in touch.
Yep. The ARPA dollars gave us an opportunity to try new things that we hadn't been able to try before. And so that was, a very successful experiment and pilot.
And where there's successful experiments and pilots, you want to continue them. So, okay. I see I have gone over my time. Councilmember Felder, I thought I saw you. Are you back? He was for a second.
Yes, I'm back. I'm
there
back,
you go,
Matt.
There you go. There you go.
Okay.
All right, you're up.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Picking up where I left off. In your pre-hearing responses, DMPED, or it was indicated that you guys failed to meet your FY 2025 target on RFP releases with an FY 2026 target of 3 RFPs. Are you on track with meeting those goals? And if not, like, how do you plan to get there?
Councilmember, we are on track to meet those goals.
Okay. What practices does DMPED have in place to support district-based businesses and or district residents on RFPs?
On RFPs, we generally have a pre-bidders meeting, but we don't have anything set up to help people and put in their responses. So they would, need to form their own team to come up with a response. But of course, we can provide resources. We do info sessions, we do site walks so that everyone has all the same information, FAQs on our website. So we do make sure everyone has the information, but nothing to help them write their response. Did you want to say something?
Are you asking specifically about real estate RFPs? Or
generally?
Yeah, so for real estate RFPs, as Director Owen said, it's not our practice to help a developer respond. However, on our small business grants, we do a significant amount of outreach in advance of those grants being issued. And when a grantee does not qualify, sometimes we follow up to see if there's something that we can do to help them.
Moving along to Ward 7 specific questions. Now, regarding the RFK site, how often is DMPED in contact with its partner agencies around future planning needs, as well as, or rather, for example, like WMATA and DDOT regarding those transportation concerns around the site? How often are you guys meeting?
Well, first of all, DMPED supports directly through staff and expertise, RFK. So we're embedded, if you will, in the team that is planning and negotiating that deal. So right now, it's not advanced. I mean, the work being done by Mr. Hanlon and Ms. Parker is really, they coordinate the agencies. But DMPED's embedded in that process.
How does the redevelopment of the RFK site aligns with the broader vision for the future of the district?
Oh, I think the redevelopment of RFK has been planned for over 20 years. It's part of the Anacostia Waterfront Initiative, where the view and the vision of it was always to unlock riverfront land to include cultural amenities, recreational amenities, and development. Because the more you have people enjoying and living and being a part of the river ecosystem and all of the ecology around it, the more you have advocacy for clean rivers and for healthy living. So RFK is integral. We at DMPED are taking the lead on Poplar Point. For example, we have a lot of experience with waterfront development with both projects at the yard and also at the wharf. And so we're bringing all of that to bear. And I think that what the district should be incredibly excited about is unlocking finally these two major pieces of land, Poplar Point and RFK, that will directly benefit the east side of our city that yearns for those amenities and the beauty of the water, just like the rest of the city's been able to enjoy.
It's like you read my mind, Deputy Mayor. You know the next question that I was about to ask you. Outside of the provisions within the CBA, how does DMPED plan to ensure that Ward 7 residents specifically are direct beneficiaries of jobs, housing, commercial opportunities that may be created from the development?
Well, we will work with I call it the PMO, the Project Management Office, Director Hanlon and Senior Advisor Parker, that, they get the full, support of our team, of the agencies that are within the DMPED cluster to make sure that DC residents and DC businesses participate fully in RFK.
Now, given how you talked about the growth agenda in the past and how the city needs to be innovative and focusing on neighborhoods versus kind of reshifting from that downtown economic development engine model, could you speak to what role do you see Ward 7 playing in the next phase of the district's growth? Especially with RFK, as well as to Director Owens' point, she kind of highlights some of the other development projects happening across the ward.
Well, the mayor's commitment has long been standing to make sure that there is equitable development across the city. And I think RFK, as you've so often said, is an anchor. And every other ward has an anchor off of which to grow. And so I think this becomes that opportunity. We also have development going on at Deanwood and at Minnesota Avenue that DMPED ourselves are the primary partner with WMATA in the case of Deanwood and Northeast Heights, the developer there. So we'll continue to advance those. I just want to touch on one point, and I really hope that the city can come together on this. It's not downtown versus the rest of the city. It has to be both. 60% of people, when they come to a new city, naturally go downtown. And so you want downtown to be vibrant. You want that community of corporations and kind of movers and shakers that are coming to the District of Columbia to be near the White House, at the Hill, at the World Bank. You want all that activity to be vibrant and active. And downtown has always been the economic engine for the rest of the city. I think what we've experienced over the last 20 years is growth, and the entire city has benefited from it. A little bit lumpy and uneven, to be sure. And so our job has been to bring development and job opportunities towards 7 and 8. Now that we are in a time of contraction, we need to think strategically. And the opportunity to develop Ward 7 is directly correlated to growth at RFK because there's a strategic anchor that is buoying that part of the city, and we should take full advantage of it.
Thank you from that. Now, DMPED has launched several new initiatives in FY25 and FY 2026 to support DC-based businesses, attract new industries, and ensure thriving neighborhoods. Could you speak to the progress you've seen thus far? And could you share any next steps?
Director Owens has gone through kind of all of our development projects, which I call them neighborhood development. Some of them are big, some of them are small, but they are all over the city. And so I won't repeat those. But as to our grants, that's really where we have an opportunity to impact, small local business development in the form of contributing to retailers, restaurants, making sure that parts of our city that are traditionally underserved and don't have their fair share of services get them. And so we have deployed 98% of our grant funds in FY25 and placed them predominantly in wards 5, 7, and 8, although not exclusively. And in our DC Venture Fund, that is a new fund this year. All of that funding goes to DC entrepreneurs, with 30% of those funds being targeted or set aside for businesses owned by people of color.
Thank you for that. Between FY 2024 and FY 2025, DMPED undertook the district's first small business census, which aims to aid in efforts to measure progress and increase efforts towards meeting the district's comeback plan of 33% of DC employer businesses being minority owned by FY 2027. The survey asks small business owners questions about their industry, work type, ward, demographic, revenue, and number of employees. Could you speak to what are DMPED's plans for releasing the results from this census? And are there any key findings you can share today about the needs of small businesses in the district?
Thank you for that question. The small business census that was conducted took place last year. Last year, maybe 2 years ago, actually. And unfortunately, the responses that we've gotten back are we are having to dig into the data because it doesn't appear to be consistent with other data that we have. And so the sample size of businesses, quite honestly, was not very large compared to what we were hoping to get. And so at this moment, we're just triaging it and seeing what value there is in the responses that we do have. And we'll determine if there are lessons learned or feedback that we've gotten that we think, can help inform policy going forward.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much, Councilmember Felder. Go back to food just for a bit. So the Food Access Fund and Nourish DC, how much of the money flowing through those funds went to restaurants as opposed to grocers and other businesses? Do you have a sense of that?
A majority went to restaurants because for grocers, we have the supermarket tax credit. But a couple, there were some that did go to, I think it's Good Food.
Yeah, there was 23 to restaurants and 4 to grocers. Is that correct? 4 and food markets.
Okay. And are there additional investments in food access being made through other programs through DMPED?
No, Food Access Fund and Nourish DC are the two food-focused grants that we have.
Do you see any opportunity, or maybe it's a way in which it's indirect, the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund or the Great Streets program, to use dollars through that to support food access by creating opportunities for businesses in the food space to benefit from those programs?
Yeah, so Great Streets also awards to restaurants and to food retailers. There's no Great Streets, it's a broader grant. So it depends on who comes through the door.
So I guess, I mean, there's the grocery store world, and it's interesting the way you described how grocers pick places, and it is in Ward 3, like it's crazy. We have way too many grocery stores at this point. But the formats are evolving. And so to the extent that Great Streets or commercial property acquisition could be used to leverage small grocers that are dispersed into neighborhoods, that seems like a potentially promising route.
Yeah, we just follow the operator. If there's an interested operator, like Dreaming Out Loud, for example, in Ward 8 in Anacostia, that is a nonprofit that opened a new it's a grocery store and restaurant, like actually a very, very delicious anyway, restaurant. So yeah, if there's an operator that expresses interest, I mean, we need an applicant. And when we know that somebody's interested in expanding, we will work with them. But
have you provided support or funding for Dreaming Out Loud in that
we did.
setting?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the kind of thing that I'm looking for. Going back to business attraction overall, I would imagine that part of the strategy is ensuring there's a highly qualified workforce, particularly for high growth sectors that DMPED is targeting. I noted that you mentioned workforce development as a key to increasing the district's competitiveness in your pre-hearing question responses. And I'd like to offer the opportunity for you to expand on the ways in which DMPED is engaged in workforce development. I mean, as it happens for me, this is becoming an increasing, I've been a K-12 person, very focused on education, but workforce development strikes me as the urgent imperative of the day to get people connected to jobs and jobs with the future. And you don't usually think of DMPED as being in the middle of that, but you could be a piece of it. So I want to give you the opportunity to talk about how you see your role there.
So workforce development, if you look across different cities, sometimes resides in the equivalent of DMPED and sometimes resides in the equivalent of DME. So because it's typically adult learning versus, K through 12, it can kind of go either way. Different cities do different things. When you are in a city that is trying to recruit a major employer, the classic economic development workforce program is to set up a training program that is tailored to that major employer. And that would be workforce development, and that would be an argument to be in the DMPED. In our case, in our city, it makes sense for workforce development to be on the education side of the house, where DME manages, the relationships with the universities, with, also the charter systems, et cetera. So right now we partner with DME, or we work with them with the OES in understanding trends that they're seeing on the workforce side. And what we're trying to do a better job of now is making sure that as we are talking to businesses about coming to DC, and if they have specialized needs, then communicating those needs back to DOES and DME so that they can see if there is enough demand to create a workforce program. And I just want to point specifically to the talentcapital.ai initiative that Mayor Bowser and the rest of the regional leaders announced not that long ago. I think it was in October. That was a collaboration between DME and DMPED, just because of the immediate need to respond to federal job losses. And so we'll continue to refine that work and make it more integrated, if you will.
And to what extent do you use your different grant funds to condition them on inclusion of workforce development pieces?
We do not do that. So, well, yeah, we don't do that. You know, we put them in touch with people, but we don't use our grant money to support and flow through to a workforce development entity. Is that what you're asking?
No, and I mean, I thought that in some cases you require internships or different kinds of things like that. To what extent are you doing that? Are you where there is a grant that there be a requirement, not that there be a contribution to a workforce development project, but that the grantee participate in developing the workforce?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember. I think the Vitality Fund and Growth Fund are a great example of how we've included those kinds of requirements for our grantees. So it's a fine line to walk with incentive programs between being overburdensome on recipients, but also encouraging them and incentivizing them to participate in our workforce development initiatives in the district. And so we take a pretty broad stroke approach through several of our grants, which say we want to see evidence that you are meaningfully committing and participating in workforce development initiatives. It might be offering upskilling or continued education opportunities to your employees as a condition of the grant. It could be showing us that you are participating in registered apprenticeship or internship programs. And more recently, some of the discussions that we've had with the Deputy Mayor for Education's office is where are there opportunities for us to include signals that you're participating as an employer in part of the talentcapital.ai initiative to fulfill those workforce development requirements.
Okay. I mean, I do think, I mean, it's interesting to hear you describe how in other cities workforce development might be housed in a place like DMPED. And here we have a pretty diffuse workforce development ecosystem. And there is in my opinion, powerful need to get to some level of coordination and get the value out of, you use return on investment on our investment in workforce development. You do fit into that landscape in the sense that you're probably the most aware of what the workforce needs are out there through your connection with the business community. Go ahead.
First of all, DMPED has a representative on the Workforce Investment Council. We always have, and there's somebody assigned to coordinate and be aware of what's going on there. And then also just recently, the Economic Partnership has a strategic relationship with DOES, also as they are talking to prospective businesses that there's a close alliance there too. So I agree with you. You know, that relationship between the business community and their workforce needs and communicating that and making sure that our workforce organizations know what those future skills are, those skills that businesses are demanding and hiring for. That's the key. Who is hiring and what skills do they need in order for them to hire? That is the magic in workforce development.
Okay, great. I don't know. I thought Councilmember Felder was still there. Is he still online? He's dropped off. Okay. Moving around a little, I have my notes and some things have been covered, so we'll be a little bit jumpier for the next stretch. But what does DMPED see as the right balance between housing production and housing preservation in the Housing Production Trust Fund? This is an ongoing discussion, and how do you see that issue?
Okay, so I think that the way you determine how much money you put into production or preservation depends on what's going on in the market. We have been focused on production for the last 10 years because prices on housing were skyrocketing and there was not enough supply to meet demand. So we needed to produce more. We needed to add supply. That's why the focus has been on that. Today, we're flattening out on need of producing more. And there's great need to take buildings that are 50 years old that maybe need a major capital infusion. That's preservation. So there's this switchover. Well, last year we used HPTF primarily for stabilization. So the great flexibility that HPTF has right now is that it can be deployed to meet the needs of the moment. We have a preservation program that has not been significantly funded, in the past because we've been prioritizing necessarily production. So every year, the council, the mayor and the council have a choice of looking at preservation, acquisition, or new production and deciding how to fill those buckets in the budget. I would recommend not prescribing HPTF for any of those things. HPTF needs to remain a flexible program because it is a program designed to fill gaps where gaps are needed. If you want to augment preservation, fill the budget, add budget to the preservation fund, the program that exists now, and leave HPTF to contribute to preservation or fill gaps or new production. Do you see what I'm saying? Allow HPTF to remain as flexible as possible and use your budget authority and the existing programs and budget against those rather than starting to overprescribe how HPTF gets used. That will be a constraint rather than an aid.
Okay, so I hear you, and the invitation to opine on where do you see the balance, if you, to the extent that you could be concerned that it would then turn into legislation. I hear you that you want to maintain flexibility because today's conditions could be different than next year's conditions, but I also do hear you saying that in the current environment, given where we are with supply and demand in housing, that it wouldn't be crazy for us to be, as a exercise of discretion in the Housing Production Trust Fund or in the investment priorities that we make into the Preservation Fund, to be putting more weight on preservation in this period than we had previously.
I think that right now, this year, what we should be focused on is, I'd say, in equal balance, stabilizing, we need to continue to stabilize the operating costs of a lot of buildings. So that's one, that's a continuation of last year. And I think we should all anticipate that that will be a need next year as well. Second is we should clear the pipeline of new projects. Things that have been in the pipeline are ready to go and need to deliver. So we've got things, we should keep those projects moving forward. So that's new production. And then last but not least is preservation, where we are starting to invest in projects that need major capital, like existing buildings that need major capital infusion. So I would take a balanced approach this year because that's where the demand is.
Okay, very, very helpful. And I'm very active in the school space. And so one of the ways that I think about it is that DGS has been the biggest school building entity in the country for a decade. But now it needs to be transitioning to being the biggest maintenance company in the country for these kinds of projects. And so it's similar in the housing space to me. I see lots of very old buildings that are huffing and puffing, and that it would be very challenging for the owners to bring into the 21st century, and we need them to, otherwise we're going to have terrible living conditions and lose assets. So I hear you that you would hate to see something legislated, but it does sound like our sense of priorities are not that far from each other.
I think the identification of need to, or an opportunity to invest in preservation, we share. But again, I think the great advantage of HPTF specifically, that one program, is the flexibility to move to where the greatest market needs are.
Okay. Zoning, regulatory, and permit reforms. Your responses noted in multiple places the need for an improved regulatory system and lower permitting barriers to support both housing production and retail attraction and retention. What permitting barriers specifically does DMPED see as impacting housing production?
Well, we are looking at, for example, I think earlier in the conversation, we talked about the Administrative Procedures Act, which the mayor has proposed, and this balance between, kind of an open-ended, PUD process, which could take, anywhere, between 18 to 24 months, plus the potential for appeal after that. We're trying to manage that so that people want to seek higher density and produce more housing, where right now our PUD and appeal process is preventing that, and developers are choosing by right density rather than going for more. So that is a process that we are seeking partnership with the council on, so that we can come to a solution that might make some sense. That would be one. Right now, the Department of Buildings has answered the call and said, how can we make sure that building permits are moving faster? And so we're trying to recruit new businesses. And as a result of that, they have a 2-month, I believe, permitting process for an office TI, when you're not moving any structural elements in the building. Those kinds of things, we should be looking under every, rock to find a solution to. I know that it's somewhat controversial, but I think we should talk about what is the right approach to BEPS and net zero, so that we can make sure that we are not imposing so much cost to either maintain an existing building or reinvest in an existing building, or build new, that it stops the project from moving forward. Or when we're talking about preservation, that we're prioritizing the right things: HVAC, efficient HVAC systems, insulation, not asking for recurtaining, or new curtain walls for a building that might not need it just because it hits, a very aggressive number. These are all nuances that we share the same goals of trying to achieve efficient and what I'll call carbon zero goals. But we're also in a real moment of wanting to produce more. And so how do we balance those goals? All of those things are the types of regulatory and policy related items that we should be coming closer together on.
And it kind of goes to why I was talking about preservation and more weight on preservation, for example, on terms of meeting requirements like BEPS. I want buildings to meet BEPS, but it may be that some need help to get there. So.
And then the other complication, I guess, sort of opening up, sort of old wounds here, but, for preservation, the ideal scenario, there's one scenario where the tenants, buy the building and then renovate it, with a partner or just themselves. But there's another scenario where the current owner has to move tenants out in order to renovate, and then move them back in. And right now, our policies make that a very protracted, process. And so how do we achieve both goals? Renovating quickly so that tenants are living in high quality, safe, healthy buildings, and that the landlord can deliver that quickly.
It is a longer conversation, but it was the idea, and we started out talking about new communities and returning tenants, and those things took an awful long time. But I think, are you suggesting that there could be a setting in another building where the tenants move out for a year and a half while it's renovated and then have a right to return?
I'm not suggesting a policy solution. I think these are things we should talk about.
Okay.
Because you asked about preservation and meeting net zero. There's a way to do that more quickly. And there's other ways, you know, and so how do we weave all of our goals together so that we can both achieve speed and quality at the same time?
Okay. What kinds of things are the partnership and DMPED? What sort of initiatives do you have to aid businesses in navigating the regulatory frameworks? Do you have folks who are helping on this, or the partnership doing that?
So the partnership is typically more engaged on early site selection processes, so they can help, you know, understand what current zone buildings and sites are zoned for what. But we obviously work with our sister agencies at DSLBD and DLCP to help with small business technical assistance and navigating the regulatory landscape. We also have several grant programs as well as some in-kind donations from technical assistance providers that can aid in our stakeholders to help them navigate that landscape.
And can you just touch downtown again briefly? I mean, you talked about what's the vacancy rate downtown?
21%.
And what was it? What's the trend? What was it a year ago? And
It's been increasing as leases have been expiring and not being refilled, or they're being filled with a smaller footprint. That's really what we're seeing, is a right sizing of office space in the market. But I believe that, you know, we may be at a plateau, or at least that's what we hope. This is excluding federal buildings, of course, and just focused on privately leased space.
yeah, I mean, in some ways, the federal disposition stuff could be great, but we could also drown.
Well, I don't like to use the word drowned. So, I mean, really, it just needs to be managed. You know, we're seeking partnership with GSA because, you know, there's a way to do this that I think could contribute to significant vibrancy in buildings that are right now underutilized. And so, I mean, the goal would be for, you know, obviously GSA and the American taxpayer to save money, for the federal workforce to have a high quality place to work, but for the District of Columbia to have vibrancy, because now the space is filled with new residents or whatever, new businesses. But right now we're going to need to supercharge either our population growth and our business attraction in order to fill all of this space that is currently available in our current office market. And then especially if the federal government, you know, keeps a very high pace of disposition, it could be that they have a more tempered pace of disposition, which allows us to absorb that space more readily.
How do you supercharge our population growth?
Well, you can actually recruit residents. So a fair number of cities have done that. I cite the city of Philadelphia, which, you know, in the 80s and 90s suffered from what they call brain drain. And so they launched an entire initiative focused at retaining and growing youth. And they've been very successful at that. The city of Columbus, I see metro ads, or it used to be, that would say, you know, less cost, more living, you know, and so you can recruit directly, or you can have programs that, you know, make, you know, our city, you know, whatever market we're trying to target and attract, have programs that are designed for them. But really, we need to do both, which is filling our office space, attracting new businesses, and that requires something that's very difficult at this time, which is to really look at what our taxation, the mix of taxes look like for a corporation so that we remain competitive and at least not an outlier.
Okay. In terms of housing downtown, what's the what impact has there been from including the near northwest in the planning area? And are there other neighborhoods that could be included?
So we expanded the downtown boundary, if you will, to include Mount Vernon Triangle and also Georgetown. I don't know of any applications from Mount Vernon Triangle, but I do know of a couple from Georgetown. And if you think about it, there's some, a handful of, I don't know, they're probably 1980s era office buildings in Georgetown, and they're higher and better use is residential. So we're seeing higher demand there. Do you know of any in Mount Vernon? We haven't seen any applications from Mount Vernon yet.
Okay. The mayor in the 2023 comeback plan set a goal of 15,000 residents into downtown by the end of 2027. How does that look at this point?
We'll need to, when we get back to you with the the correct numbers on housing and downtown conversion or office to resi conversions, we will provide that information as well.
Okay. With respect to the Office to Anything program, your response to supplemental question 28 stated that no abatement reservations have been made for the Office to Anything program to date. And DMPED only received 2 program applications as of December 30th, 2025, with one of the applications declining to move forward. What explains the lack of take-up for this program?
Well, first of all, it's office to anything except residential, right? Because we already have a residential program, which is where there is highest demand or, kind of the most possibility. So what that leaves is office to hotel or office to trophy office. The 2 applications were office to trophy office applications. And when we were navigating the requirements of the program, the applicant determined that they were more burdensome than they were valuable, and so chose to go with privately funding the project. And so we learned from that process, and we're looking at how to adjust. We also have heard from the office owner community that being able to use office to anything to demolish buildings might also be something that would be attractive. And so we're exploring that as well.
What does that mean? Somebody would get how would that work?
So they would get a tax abatement to demolish the existing building. So we have like a lot of our Class B and C office space in the district. First of all, does not max out the density of that site because, it was built in the 60s, let's say, and just doesn't meet, the full development potential. And to a developer, it would be better to raise that building rather than try and expand it. That's more cost effective for them in the long run. So we're open to that. There's a bunch of, buildings that, are better off being demolished and rebuilt as modern residential, well, not residential, but modern, hotel or a retail or anything else.
And to what extent is there thinking about, in order for downtown to be a successful mixed community, one of the things you need is parks and green space. So could demolition result in parks and green space? How are you thinking about that?
Well, so if a private developer is going to do that, they would either do that benevolently and do it, because maybe they own several buildings around that one building. I would suggest that we have been looking through all of the green space, in downtown to see if, how much more is needed. We're first trying to maximize the existing green space and make it, more productive and more accessible to the community. But I would suggest that if we determined that we wanted significantly more green space, that the district acquire and demolish and convert it to green space, because that would be of great value to the city overall versus to a private owner.
Okay. Downtown is a major economic driver for the district, and therefore it's understandable that there's a high focus on reimagining and revitalizing downtown. At the same time, and you've said this, I don't want to lose sight of the commercial corridors and neighborhood centers elsewhere in the district. How is DMPED and/or the partnership marketing and promoting commercial corridors outside of the central district?
So I think a really great way to answer that question is to become familiar with the Economic Partnerships Development Report. They publish it every single year. So anybody that's interested in identifying neighborhoods and becoming more familiar with the district, that they can, they can access profiles of every of the neighborhoods where there's opportunity. So that's one. And when we go to ICSC, we come with a variety of different council members. For example, Councilmember Felder last year joined us. The Ward 5 council member, Ward 2 council member comes, and various others to talk about opportunities throughout the city. So we are not shy to talk about all parts of the city.
And do you have a sense of what was the total investment in FY25 and projected for FY26 outside of downtown?
We do, yes. And we have the breakdown by ward. Do you want us to go
Sure,
through
yeah,
that? I know.
Yeah. I get happy to go through the wards. I don't have the outside downtown isolated right this
Okay,
moment,
yeah,
but we can
go through by words.
Yeah,
That
through
would be
wards.
interesting to me.
So this is just for the grants that fall under the business development team's portfolio, which there are 19 funding programs in FY25. Last year, Ward 1 received 12 grants for roughly $1.4 million. Ward 2 was 15 grants for almost $8 million. Ward 3, we actually did not have any awards in FY25. We did anticipate that I want to say it was either DCAP or CPAF. We anticipated an award, but given the budget constraints and cuts last year, we were not able to fulfill that award. Ward 4, we had 4 total awards for $476,000. Ward 5, we had 14 awards for almost $2.4 million. Ward 6, 8 awards for almost $325,000. Ward 7, no awards directly from a grant disbursement. We did have programs such as Food Access Fund and Nourish DC, which are administered technically through a grant administrator. So while we have money that went to these wards, the way we tally this does not show that it's an official DMPED directly to recipient awardee, but we can pull those numbers after this as well. And finally, Ward 8, we had 9 awardees for just over $2,764,000.
So in Ward 2, did you say was 8 million?
Almost 8 million. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's correct.
So in that's not exactly downtown, but think of it as downtown. And so the others, probably half of it.
Yep.
Downtown.
Yep. I'm sorry, I would say more than half. So we had over $25 million expended in FY25 under our funding programs. And so, subtract the 8 million from that.
Okay. Last year, you testified about the potential for an integrated action plan for east of the Anacostia River, modeled on the comeback plan and the downtown action plan. What's the status of that idea and any efforts to pursue it?
Yeah, we're still working on it. It's complicated, honestly. It's very, very complicated. And we're trying to get it right so that the community, that we can share it with them and they can give us their feedback to it and let us know if we summarized. What we really did was summarize a lot of I think there were close to 20 studies that had been done in Ward 8. And we did not want this to be another planning study. We wanted to integrate what has already been studied and turn it into something that was actionable. And so that is kind of the art in what we're working on now. And we are still planning on moving forward with that. We just are trying to complete it and get it across the finish line.
And speaking of studies, that's my next topic. I guess I'll say I'm on page 29 of 33. I think our pace is picked up, and my hope and expectation is that we will be done by 5:30 unless another council member joins us, just to give you a sense of light at the end of your tunnel. I noted that the FY24 return on investment report isn't available. And could you speak to why that report was, if it was completed, or if it wasn't completed, why it wasn't completed, and when the FY25 return on investment report might be made available?
For the FY24 report, I think we just missed it, candidly. And I wasn't aware that it was an annual requirement. So anyway, it was just a misstep. The FY25 report is underway, and we're going to submit it with our budget, with the 27 budget.
Oh,
Yeah, so it'll be coming.
okay. And I mean, is part of the budget, or
No,
in
at the
tandem?
same time.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's just because we've closed out, 25. We have a good understanding of, where everything went and can digest the information.
Okay. Now that some of the neighborhood studies and other the related studies, the citywide retail study, which retail submarkets were included in the study and why, and who was hired to conduct the study?
There are 3 companies that are conducting that study. It's Street Sense, Doctor, and John Stover. So one of them, Street Sense, has a national database and viewpoint and experience. And then both Doctor, which is one of our largest local retail brokers, and John Stover, who is also deeply embedded in our local economy. That's the group that's doing the study. The submarkets. Right now, the work that they've done to date has really been citywide, and we've not dived into the submarkets yet. What we have instructed the consulting team to do is let us know how each of the retail submarkets fall into different categories. As I mentioned before, regional destination, sort of a kind of a broader neighborhood draw, like Eastern Market, for example. It kind of draws from all over the city, even though it's embedded. And then 3 is community serving retail, which might be more like Cleveland Park. And so we're looking to prototype those 3 types and have pick submarkets that fit those types to understand, what the commonalities are. So we haven't done that picking yet. Downtown is going to be one of them as, kind of a regional draw.
So, and what's the target for when that study might be completed?
We're looking to complete that this spring. So coming up
This spring?
soon. Yes.
So a lot's going to have to happen, I would think, pretty quickly. Okay. The housing demand and neighborhood change study, does that study look at the city as a whole or break it down by neighborhoods?
It looks at the city as a whole, and it breaks it down by income bands.
And is this Urban Institute? Who's doing that?
It is. It's the Urban Institute.
And is this the source for the projection about 2,700 units a year for the next 5 years and then 6,500?
No, it's not. So the Office of Planning and DMPED have been working together with the Urban Institute on their, what we call it, the housing needs assessment. But OP has their own demographers and their own analysts. And it's been in conjunction with OP to take a look at the housing needs assessment, which is a little bit further out, right? It projects, over the next 20, well, I don't know. Anyway, but they're sharing information, and we're adjusting what our projections are based on, kind of real time market, movement as well.
I mean, I was interested when you said before that the newest projection is 850,000.
850,000
by 2050.
Correct.
I mean, we really have to turn the corner in order for that to happen. I mean,
that's a projection of natural population growth that we've seen in the district, and OP is really the agency that can answer more detailed questions about their methodology. But they felt that that was a reasonable expectation.
Okay. You talked about the small business census, and I guess who conducted the census?
DMPED did. We did it through a consultant. Hold on, let me see if I can get the name. BBC Consulting.
And I guess, I mean, you have issues with it that you're trying to sort through in order to understand it and match it with other data that you have.
In short, we didn't get as many responses as we would have wanted to. And as a result, we see a lot of discrepancy in the answers from the respondents than what, other sources of information indicate. And so, it's just the low response rate makes it difficult to use it as a reliable input of information. Now, there is valuable input that we've gotten from individual businesses, and we're not ignoring that. It's hard to use that census to inform policy when it's too narrow a group of responses.
Okay. And a number of the studies are not going to get done until Q2 and so to what extent are you able to use them in the development of the FY27 budget? Is the idea that these will be useful in the development of the next budget, or are you trying to use them in the development of the FY27 budget?
The studies are informative, but they're not what we base our budget on. For example, for housing, we're going to continue to prioritize housing. And so, that's, just has been the mayor's priority for, the past decade, and I'm sure will continue to be. The next is business attraction. That is something that, we've been working on for the past 2 years and will continue to want to work on in the coming year. We think it's incredibly important that we diversify our economy away from the federal government as quickly as possible so that we don't continue to experience high unemployment. We want people to be in jobs and people want to be in jobs. And then last but not least is retail. I think that's why we are moving forward with the retail study and publishing it or hoping to be finished by spring because we think it's really informative to how we might formulate the budget. And I think what's going to be challenging to this budget is these are all grant programs and we're facing a tough budget. And so we'll work on, that will be determined through the sausage making of the DC budget.
So, and was the retail study the one that you said that could come out the ROI, FY25 ROI should come out with the FY27. Will the retail study be out by the time that the FY27 budget comes out?
I don't want to commit to that, but more than likely, yes.
Okay. And speaking of the grant programs, some of which we've discussed, the retail recovery grants, commercial property acquisition, Great Streets, Vitality Fund, Growth Fund. Last fiscal year, DMPED awarded, I thought you said 25 million. I have 31 million here, but maybe I'm including something that you didn't include.
The 25 million was the programs just under my team under business
see.
development. So there may be others outside of what I tracked.
And this year, there's nearly 12 million in grants have already been awarded. How does DMPED measure the efficacy and return on investment on the grant programs? Is that part of the ROI report that we're going to get?
Will it be part of the ROI?
Yeah, it'll be part of the ROI effort. But each grant, it depends on what it's trying to achieve. We'll measure different things. Sometimes we're measuring jobs. Sometimes we're measuring tax revenue per dollar invested. Other times we're, interested in other things. So
If you could check through the ones under your purview, how are you measuring?
Yeah, absolutely. So for Great Streets, just to start us off, well, let me start at the high level. We typically look across 3 different types of measures to measure ROI. First is around economic vitality. So we'll get into some of those example performance metrics, neighborhood stabilization measures, as well as long-term commercial sustainability. Typically across programs, this typically looks like tax revenue uplift, jobs retained and created, and vacancy or occupancy reductions or increases. Happy to go through program by program to give a high level, but that's the general sense of ROI we look at.
And when I get the ROI report, I will see each program and I will see what the metric was that was used to measure it.
Maybe.
Help me there.
Well, we'll give you the ROI study and you'll give us feedback on it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hope that I see what metric was used to measure what the ROI was, but I guess time will tell on that. To what extent does DMPED look back at whether supported businesses remain in business 2 years, 3 years, 4 years down the line? What steps do you guys take?
I mean, we aren't tracking like that. We just don't do that. But we have, we are very closely engaged with our grantees. I mean, they'll call us if something's going on. So, but we don't make a point of tracking, we know who's in business and who isn't in business. We also know people who are in business who are struggling, but we don't track that per se.
Okay. The FY26 budget included a matching grant opportunity for the Rosemount Center. And I don't want to go into the details of that particular grant, but I was intrigued by the matching grant dimension of it. And how often do you use a matching grant vehicle, and what are the benefits or challenges that flow from that?
So I can't specifically speak to the matching component that was included as part of the Rosemount grant. I can say that that grant has been executed and is in the invoicing process. In terms of the funding programs that fall under the BD team's portfolio, we often look when we're designing new RFAs at how to best attract and leverage private capital matching opportunities. So for example, in the venture capital fund, that program is designed as a 1-to-1 match minimum. And in many cases, we can also include preferences for higher ratios of private sector match to make sure that we are maximizing the amount of private capital we're complementing our programs with.
We're usually a stopgap measure. And so typically all of our grants already have a private match involved. For example, CPAF, Commercial Property Acquisition Fund. We're not the primary, contributor to a down payment. Usually the business is there too, and we're a stopgap measure. In the case of Rosemount, that construct was one that the council mandated or designed. And that's okay, right? But I'm just saying that most of our other grant programs are not a match. There is a match component because we are the lesser investor, but it's not like hey, you've got to match 1 to 3 or 1 to 10.
I hear you. Inherent in what you do is gap financing. So then there's financing that's already been provided. So by definition, it's more than a match. And so that's interesting that Rosemount was a council. It sticks out because it was a council directed grant. Okay. Back briefly on the federal dispositions. There's lots of properties out there that are contemplated for transfer, all of that area in Southwest. There's also the Nebraska Avenue site, the Homeland Security site at Nebraska and Massachusetts. To what extent are you undertaking planning now for some future day in which those parcels might be transferred?
We look we're interested in what's going on with the federal real estate portfolio. We've looked as early on as our Gallery Place Chinatown initiative at the FBI site, the Department of Labor site, and the GAO site, because they're huge sites. Each of them can accommodate about 1,500 units of new housing, for example. And so we have not studied the Nebraska Avenue complex in particular, because it just hasn't been ready, and GSA has not indicated that it intends to dispose of it yet. I mean, I think that we can assume that at some point it will be disposed of, but we just don't know when or how soon. And then we would go through a zoning process that would start to dictate, what goes there. And then Southwest is really interesting. It's a big area, 230 acres. There's a total of 40 million square feet total, and the federal government owns 18 million square feet, so a little bit less than half. And we are starting to study that. We've been working with the National Capital Planning Commission, the Office of Planning, my office, on really trying to understand what could a future neighborhood over the next 2 decades start to look like, if the federal government is going to very seriously contract and reposition. And so that work is starting. And I think it could be an incredibly dynamic neighborhood just because of its location. And so we're excited to engage with GSA on what the future of that could be.
I mean, it is. And it's fascinating to think that it could be a whole neighborhood. And when you think about, it's getting late and we will finish by 5:30, so I'll digress for a minute. But there's a coffee table book called Washington at Home that Cultural Tourism DC did. That's a history of 20 neighborhoods around the district, and each chapter is about 25 pages. And it's a fascinating read because there's a historian who's grown up in or associated with each of the neighborhoods that tells the history, and you see the things that change the city. And some of them are predictable. The wars always have a giant impact. I thought it was going to be Brown versus Board of Education, but it actually was the lifting of the covenants that started the big change that in the city. But one of the things that was an earthquake for the city was the raising of Southwest. And so now that we might be in a place 50, 60, 70 years later of creating a new community in Southwest is interesting. Everything that's old is new again, but you look like you're reaching for it.
Well, I started my career in the District of Columbia working on the wharf, where our task was to kind of undo the ills of urban renewal, and provide access back to the river. And that project has done that. It's made it more intimate. It's been much more pedestrian friendly. And I think that the opportunity in the greater Southwest conversation that's on the table today is, how do we take these behemoth, 750,000 square foot plus buildings and make them more pedestrian friendly? And how do we re-knit together the street grid there so that it more approximates what, historical DC and the DC that would be easier to get around would look like. So it's a fascinating opportunity in the field of urban planning, and probably once in a generation or a couple generation opportunity for city.
And how do you see historic preservation fitting into that? We had some testimony about that this morning, and there's a specific thing. There's a building with particularly cherished murals, but it's bigger than that. But how are you seeing historic preservation in the context of the work that you might someday do? Oh, I thought you would be out by 5:30, but I'm wrong. How do you see historic preservation fitting into that effort?
Well, I think that this is another area where we need to have a very serious conversation. Not all historic buildings, just because they're old, are valuable. and contribute to, to our city. And so in this particular case, where there are buildings that I think actually create a barrier. For example, the Forstall building, which straddles 10th Street. It's, at an age where if somebody wanted to defend that building, we could be in a multi-year process. I think that the District of Columbia should take a look at where these buildings are valuable, preserve the elements that are of great value, but be willing to be courageous and say the greater good and the future of our city means that this building should be demolished. And so we can debate it building by building, but that's got to be an accelerated discussion so that we can move toward a plan that can be implemented.
Is that a conversation that you want to be having in the next year as you're starting to plan for what it is that you want to see there? When does that conversation happen?
Well, I think first, while buildings are in federal ownership, then there isn't much, it's a different conversation. But I think that through, a planning process, we could have that conversation. I just don't know if that's happening this year or if it's next year, but.
Okay. This will be my last question for now, and then I have just a few to close out. Carter Barron, where do we stand on Carter Barron?
So Carter Barron's not owned by the District of Columbia. It's owned by the National Park Service. They issued an RFP in December of 25. I believe that RFP is coming to a close here shortly. I don't have a date specific, but I think it's pretty soon. And I just want to make sure that people understand that the RFP was only for the tennis center and did not include the amphitheater, which I know a lot of our community is very interested in. And so we'll be watching what MPS does, just like everybody else will be. And the most important thing for the District of Columbia is that we believe that we should be a part of what happens to the tennis center and be a partner. And so that's something that we're trying to engage on.
That you're trying to engage with the Department of Interior and National Park Service?
Yeah, and just express that, the District of Columbia has a vested interest in what the future of the tennis center is. And obviously later down the line, if they were to plan and make plans for the amphitheater, that we're a part of that as well.
I will just say that there's a lot that's exciting about ideas that are on the table, but if we created an entertainment venue where the tennis stadium is, that competed with the amphitheater and led to the amphitheater not being brought back to life, I think that would be a shame, and I wouldn't want to support that. So maybe that I don't have a vote in it, but I have a feeling there's lots of people who would feel the same sort of way. So it's not about the amphitheater in that the RFP is not about the amphitheater, but it is about the amphitheater in that what happens on the other side of the parking lot from the amphitheater matters to the potential future of the amphitheater.
I also want to make sure that it's clear that the Office of the Senior Advisor to the Mayor is the one who is, responsible for our response and coordination for Carter Barron.
And that's Lindsay Parker.
That is, yeah.
Okay. All right. With that, welcome, Councilmember Bonds. And
thank you.
Turn it to you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Chairman. And I just I've been listening all day. So I heard many of your public witnesses as well. And I had a couple of meetings, so I know I missed a lot, but I just really wanted to have a small say. And that's because I know you've been talking for a long time, you and your team, and I know you're worn out, but I thought this might be a fun question for you, where you can help us pipe dream as to how you see the city moving forward with its many residents, its many retail nodes. I think I heard a little bit that explained that might be a possibility. And then I heard from neighbors that there's a thought that we might, there's a potential for the Height Act change. So include that in your thinking. But really and truly, help us to understand what we might be in store for if we get our finances right with new retail, new growth, particularly of industries, and if we can increase density in neighborhoods. You've talked a lot about housing, but there's also the commercial space. What's going on with that? And we need to understand, is that going to be converted to residential? Or what's the thinking? And then incorporate, if you could, just a thought about the sports venues and the benefits, and whether or not there are opportunities for even additional sports entertainment type things that we can do here.
So since you're allowing a little bit of blue sky conversation, I'll start the conversation with where I started 2 years ago when I took office or took this position coming out of COVID. That was what was going on. And the question on the table was, from, an urban planner's perspective, why would somebody live coming out of COVID where you could work anywhere, work from anywhere and still have a job in DC, but work in Tennessee? Would you pay a premium to live in Washington, DC? Why, if you were a business, would you pay a premium to work from Washington, DC? Why, if you are a visitor, would you choose to come to DC rather than to choose to go somewhere else? And I think that our motivation and our competitive advantage going into the future is that we have to be a place that's affordable for people to live, because people want to be here. We're a very livable city. We have tons of daylight that comes through. We have a park system that's second to none. We've got a great school system with tremendous diversity. People want to be in Washington. They just want to be able to afford it. They need to be able to afford it. So that is going to continue to be a priority for the city. We can talk about how we grow so that we can have more affordable housing. And I mean affordable with a small a. In terms of being a city to work in, we have to create the economic diversity that is where high growth businesses want to be. High growth businesses that are innovation businesses want to be around each other because they're trying to come up all the time with new and innovative ideas. They're trying to be on the cutting edge. They want to be near the federal government because that's where policy is made. That is our unique advantage. And so we need to have a tax structure and a business-friendly environment for people to want to come here. Otherwise, they can still access all of that, but be across our borders. And so we have to compete and want to compete. So that's how we diversify and remain a place where people will always want to choose a Washington, D.C. address. So, and then the third thing is people will pay a premium to go to a city that has great entertainment, and sports is part of that. And our arts and culture scene is part of that. Now we need to layer on more music. Now we need to layer on more family-friendly things to do. Now we need to layer on hotels that are affordable for families that might want to stay for more than just a weekend. So those are the ways. So we are there. We are already poised to do well in each of those three categories, but we need to just do a little bit more. And we have to remember that as we evolve into the future, the service that we provide has to be top notch. If you want to compete and be a global city that hosts the Super Bowl, you want to deliver an extraordinary customer service experience. And so that's an opportunity. And if we are going to be a place where top-notch multinational businesses want to be, we have to provide the environment that's friendly to them.
And so through all of this blue sky, are we seeing growth in our government service section? In other words, are we seeing that different agencies will need to grow? Are we seeing that we need to downsize? Maybe new areas of growth of service through government? Or are we thinking that the growth that will happen through employment would be primarily private sector?
Well, I'll answer this way. If you have a growing stakeholder group, and you have money, revenue coming in the door, which typically means that we have residents that are paying income tax and we have businesses that are paying sales and other kinds of taxes. That's how we have revenue. Then you have the luxury of growing the government to serve and provide more programs. If we do not grow either population and businesses, we will have less ability to provide services. So, there's a correlation. I can't opine on how big the government should be in a hypothetical future.
I thought I needed to just put the arena of workforce on the table. I didn't hear all of what was said, just touched on it. I was out of the office at that time, but what is your thinking about workforce subject matter, careers that we need to focus on that we seem to have a drift in where we're not really thinking about it at this time? And I heard a little bit about, well, the unions and what have you, and there'll be jobs. There'll be jobs if, there'll be jobs if you become a union member. And most DC residents are not union members. So I'm concerned with those who are here now and are hopeful for employment or to improve their employment status, as well as those that 10 years from now will want to be employed and working here and not working from Nebraska or Minnesota.
So I'm going to reference some work that we did about 2 years ago, that when we were in job growth mode in this region versus the last 2 years where we are seeing, job loss. So if we were to go back to 2 years ago where we had approximately 95,000 jobs vacant in this region and look at what the skills that were missing and that they were recruiting for, they were recruiting a lot from the tech, healthcare industries, and they needed the skill set that was at the mid-level range, meaning like mid-career, and project management. So that was an area that I was surprised to learn was of significant need. People who could manage projects, whether it's tech projects or other kinds of projects. So that was very informative. Now, that kind of job requires somebody to, have skills in schedule management, administration, knowing how to oversee contracts and budgets, right? And so you can teach that. And so those are the kinds of jobs that when we get back into job growth mode, that I think we should be targeting. And there's others like that we can go through. There's kind of a whole variety of them.
I'm very quickly. So in thinking about those types of jobs, they're teachable jobs. I'm just wondering how much of our downtown vacant commercial space could be used for these teachable moments and weeks and months and programming, or have we thought about that?
I mean, I don't know that it would take up a significant, amount of space. I also should have mentioned, by the way, that one of our biggest job generators right now that's available today is the work that's being done on Capital One and the work that's going to be done on RFK. And those are jobs that a whole variety of different construction training providers are, able to provide. But those kinds of jobs would not take up office space per se, although I'm sure that there's a few that could be conducted in office. But I don't think that that is the biggest source of demand for office space.
No, I wasn't thinking so much about the demand for office space. I'm thinking about jobs where you need the open space so that you can bring people in and train them. Some of the facilities that I've been to in the county that are propped by the different labor unions, they just need the open space to do the setup. We are having a difficulty getting our people to those locations. So it seems, yes, transportation issues. So it just seems to me we've got a little bit of, open space. It's downtown. We have the transportation system. So we should be thinking about how we can utilize that. And I'm sure we can come up with some sort of program where it can be done, because right now the space is vacant.
Well, I will say, if there is a trainer that you know of that we want to recruit to the District of Columbia, I would be happy to work with them to see where they might want to locate.
All right, fair enough. And thank you very much. And I'm sorry it went over.
Do you have another round that you're going to want to do?
Well, I could spend a long time with the deputy mayor and her team because, I have questions about housing, but I'm really trying to digest the wonderful information that you shared, throughout the day. And so I'll spend the weekend, if it's ready, to take a look at your, video, and then I'll have more questions, but thank you.
I didn't want to rush you. It's just I'm about to wrap up, and if you had more you wanted to do, I would say use this time and do more to ask your other
I
questions.
appreciate that, but no, I need to study what was said so I'll know more about what we're doing through DMPED and having just a little piece of this whole economic development piece. And I'm trying to prepare for a couple of hearings that I have to do, Destination DC, and what happens to their money, how you're spending it, but I'll hold until we get off.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
I think all of these activities, tourism attraction, events, conferences, sports, entertainment, straight up corporate business, entrepreneurship, startups, all of that together is what comprises our economy.
Yes.
And employs people. And, I'm on the board of Destination DC. I'm on the board of Events DC. I'm on the board of the Economic Partnership, and have the great advantage of seeing how these programs work together, all of whom support our economy and our economic prosperity. And I'm just delighted that we have such strong leadership with all of those organizations, and we are not at odds. We are working and pulling together because the reputation of our city should be a strong one, and we should be telling our own story, and we need to do that across all sectors.
I really appreciate that. And that was my thinking as well. That's why I said I wanted to hear what you have to say so then I can zero in and ask them to expound on it when we have the opportunity. And it's same with the senior advisor. When I have an opportunity to talk RFK, I'll have some ideas that we need to flesh out. So thank you very much. And thank you, Chairman.
All right, wonderful. I just didn't want to say, and now we're adjourned, and you'd be like, whoa. So I do have one last set of questions, and I'm going to put them all together, and then we'll call it a day. In the FY25 Performance Accountability Report, DMPED submitted 0% of the required contractor evaluations on time to the Office of Contracting and Procurement, failing to meet its 80% target. DMPED cited significant personnel and contract administrator changes as hindering submission of evaluations to OCP. In the FY26 performance plan, it doesn't look like DMPED included a target for its efficiency indicator. What do the contractor evaluations consist of? Has DMPED resolved the personnel issues that impacted the submission of evaluations in 2025? And how many of those evaluations were submitted late versus not at all? And did DMPED set a target for FY26? And if not, why not? Where are we on that contractor evaluations piece?
Thanks, council member. So let me work backwards. Yes, we have remediated the issue that led to 0% being done. What that typically would consist of are standardized evaluations of those vendors to determine both their efficacy, but also learn about learn about ways that we can improve in terms of contracting with those entities. And then finally, just for the record, the denominator here is 4. So we were 0 for 4. And we will be pursuing this to be a goal going forward. It was omitted in our 26, but that was that was an error. So,
okay, helpful to hear 4.
Yeah.
So that is good, and things happen, but it would be good to make sure we get these done. All right. Is there anything else that you would like to talk about or raise before we call it a day?
No, we're focused on running through the tape, finishing, getting our big projects out of the gates and done, and setting up, the city for success in the future. And that's what we'll be focused on in 26.
With that, this concludes today's public hearing. If you plan on submitting written testimony for the record, please do so by uploading it to the council's online hearing management system before the record closes at 5 p.m. on March 6, 2026. The time is now 5:47 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.